Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. One day, God created a new world, an eccentric world created solely to relieve boredom. God called this world the Abyss, and then he slowly began to fill this world with his creations. Fighting and war became desperate but inevitable ways to survive. People killed monsters. Even when fighting each other, their motto was survive at any cost. They did not hesitate to strike from behind, until only skeletons remained from the corpses. Fight, kill, survive, and God will reward you by giving you the accumulated treasures. God liked it, or rather, he had nothing more interesting than this. The defeated dragon lay on the ground. The man leaned his hand on the floor and coughed up blood. Another dragon appeared behind him. It grabbed the guy with its clawed paw. From the strong pressure, the guy coughed up blood again. The dragon let him go to die. As a farewell, the boy whispered that they were not smart creatures anyway, so they were doomed. A sphere appeared from the dragon's mouth. The boy closed his eyes and thought that the guys would have managed. The boy thought about him, and at the same moment, someone's hand in golden armor was engulfed in a glow. The girl in golden armor said that the last death squad was destroyed. She turned to her companions, saying that now there were 4 of them, and they were the last thing left of humanity. Keldian closed his eyes. Kang Ti folded his arms across his chest. They looked at the boy, who sat sullenly in the distance. His eyes were closed when he thought about how they were the only ones who could save humanity. Hansu opened his eyes. The space-time crystal arcanial began to rotate. A great sphere with mystical power that could return to the past, the last hope of humanity, destroyed 50 years after falling into the abyss. Kang Ti straightened up and said that only one person could return to the past. However, he thought that there was nothing to think about because it was obvious to him. Kang Ti smugly rubbed his chin and said that it had to be the strongest of them, after which they asked if they knew who he was talking about. Keldian adjusted his glasses and said that he thought Kang Ti would say something sensible for once in his life, and he regretted that he had waited for even a second for something from him. Urz stepped between them and asked them both to control themselves. She walked past them, saying that since most of the Valkyries sent to fight the Golden Dragon had fallen, it was only a matter of time before he appeared here. She lowered her weapon because it seemed unfair, but they had no other choice. Urz looked ahead because she believed that the only one of them who could return to the past was Hansu. He looked at the girl sullenly. He hesitated and looked at his hand. Hansu was silent, thinking that he had fought for too long. He remembered his battles with monsters. Every day, all these long years, he fought again and again. His hand was covered in blood, but he could not understand. Maybe dying this way was not so bad. Urz asked him not to speak and put her hand in his. She sat down next to the boy, saying that the fate of humanity was now in his hands. Urz asked him not to give up. Hansu looked tiredly at the girl. Then he looked at Keldian and Kanthi. Keldian said that Urz was right, and the fact that Hansu started 20 years later than Nyan was still here in itself proved their choice. They thought that if Hansu had started a little earlier, at least 5 years, the current situation would have been different. Kang Ti smiled, saying that the guys were right and even he acknowledged the guy's skills, but if he really didn't want to go, let him just say so. Kang Ti smiled, saying that if he went back, he could get all the things he had missed out on. Then he perked up and sheepishly said that it would be more accurate to say that Hansu would be able to get them, since he was the only one who could go back. Hansu grinned faintly. Finally, he stood up. The guy approached the sphere. It was huge. Suddenly, a crushing feeling came over him. The party realized that the dragon was already here. A shadow could be seen in the crevice. Darkin also noticed them. He let out a terrifying roar. Golden flames poured out of the dragon's mouth. Keldian shouted at Hansu not to get distracted, since they would stop the monster. He called on his magic. A shield formed above the party. There was an explosion and Keldian asked Urz and Kanthi to switch. He asked the others to hold the dragon while he prepared himself. Kanthi clutched the stone and ordered that it be left to them. He looked at Hansu and said that maybe now was the time to show what he could do. Urz shouted that she was going first and Kanthi followed. Her blades crossed behind her back. Several dragons attacked the group at once. Urz thrust her weapon into the ground and waves of power immediately began to radiate from her. She was very tense when she shouted to Kanthi that it was his turn. The boy's weapon burst into flames. He himself was a solid cloud of fire. Kanthi held out his sword, saying that he had figured this out a long time ago. Kanthi shouted, raising his weapon. The next moment, he slashed at the ground, causing it to crack. Suddenly, his expression took on a surprised look. He had to take the blow of the dragon's paw sharply. He gritted his teeth in tension. Hansu wanted to rush into battle, but Keldian stopped him. The boy reminded him that his main weapon was broken, so he should not be distracted. Urz said that Keldian was right. She asked him to leave them and go, because he should not turn away from the people he met just because he found them annoying, so she asked him to take care of them as soon as he could. Urz turned around and asked him to listen to her for once. Hansu grinned and promised to try. The girl smiled that even in such a situation, He did not change. She left the rest to Keldian. He adjusted his glasses. He called Hansu and apologized since the boy would have to listen carefully. Hansu turned to his comrade when magic enveloped him. Keldian began to say that, as Urs had said, there was no need for pointless killing, but he should not spare the parasites that would harm humanity during the Great War. He asked the boy to save only those who deserve to live. He also asked him not to forget about the Berserker King Clementine. Keldian asked him to kill this bad guy. Finally, Keldian asked if Hans understood him. He nodded. Keldian smiled. He asked the boy to get ready. The sphere began to move. It began to spin faster and faster. Hans looked focused. Everyone turned to the sphere and Hans. Keldian clapped his hands, calling on magic. Many protective spells separated the dragon from the squad. The sphere began its work. White lightning dotted the entire space. Suddenly, Hans's surroundings changed to a crowd of people who did not understand where they were. Hans looked around. He saw the green sun illuminating the remains of the city. He knew it had worked, so he decided to do everything he could to not disappoint his comrades. People were chatting around, asking each other where they were. A girl shouted that she wanted to go back. Someone was still looking for their child. A man in the crowd accused another of doing it, but the other demanded to let him go. Hansu knew that, of course, people were excited because they were in another world. Hansu remembered that the year he was born was special, because it all started with 100 people, but the number increased exponentially. There were so many missing people that the situation got out of control. He remembered the day he first appeared in the abyss, and he remembered his bewilderment. When he turned 20, he too disappeared due to the effect of the Force. Then his only reaction was to drop his phone. The other world absorbs other dimensions and is the midpoint of the abyss. Those who arrived here first learned the skills immediately and were hyperactive. But the strange monsters made this place a nightmare. It was a world of cruelty and lawlessness, as those swallowed by the abyss were sent to another world. When everyone from the world being swallowed was here, the door to the abyss would open, and then the Great War would begin. Hansu stretched, as he only had 5 years to become strong. He took a step forward. The guy looked at his hand and thought that all the skills he had learned and his strength were gone. He looked around and thought that in any case, he should appear right now. People began to scream in fear, seeing the sky split. Someone began to appear through the crack. Finally, the monster fell out. An imp fell on the people with a howl. The people around looked at him in bewilderment. The imp cleared his throat. He greeted the people and introduced himself as a fairy assistant. The people listened as he came to give them a short briefing. The fairy assistant smiled, revealing sharp teeth, and asked to listen to what he was about to say. Hans folded his arms across his chest, thinking sullenly that the briefing he was talking about was a blatant lie, because in fact, it is an encouragement to fight and kill each other. The fairy assistant welcomed them to another world, then said that from now on they would be granted an amazing opportunity, but he was immediately interrupted. A man pointed at the monster and asked what another world was and demanded that he stop talking nonsense and return home. The fairy assistant immediately lost his friendliness and asked him to wait until the end of the briefing. The man thought about how his tone suddenly changed, and the fairy assistant meanwhile continued to talk about how everyone here was granted endless freedom. He smiled, listing laws, order, morality, and ethics, and then asked if they dreamed of this. The fairy assistant with an ominous grin said that they were free from all these rules, but that was not all. It turned out that all the physical limitations that were holding them back would disappear, and depending on their activities, they would be able to grow in strength infinitely. The monster compared it to the protagonists of the movie. The fairy helper smiled, saying that this was a chance to become what they dreamed of being, and then asked if it wasn't wonderful. He snapped his fingers and promised to demonstrate what needed to be done to achieve this. The man who had asked the question before began to glow. Suddenly, a piece of his body came off. Blood poured out of it, splattering those standing nearby. People began to scream, seeing the dead body. The fairy helper pretended to be embarrassed and feigned apology, saying that he did not like noisy talkers. Someone in the crowd called for escape, and people rushed in different directions. The fairy helper snapped his fingers again. A girl in the crowd began to cry, quietly begging for salvation. The fairy helper got angry and shouted that he had said that he hated noise. The people heard his demand that those who were still alive should make every effort. The fairy helper smiled again and said that it was so nice that it was quiet again, so he would not continue. A stone with a rune appeared in his hands. He explained that such a rune can be obtained by killing living beings. There are 8 other types that look similar, their appearance is random. This rune was colorless, but if people work hard and grow, they can get more runes. The fairy helper said that this rune increases their strength. Hansu heard the question of who wanted to take it. He raised his hand. The boy looked calm. He thought about how long it had been since he used runes. The fairy helper was surprised. He immediately flew to Hansu, delighted by his enthusiasm. The monster asked to extend his hand. Hansu extended his hand as the fairy helper started talking about how cool it was that runes changed the law. The monster said that his muscles had a limit of 117 kilograms. but now it had grown to 122 kilograms and 300 grams. Hansu remained indifferent as he was bored of listening to what he already knew, so the fairy helper was disappointed as this was not the reaction he expected. He cleared his throat and continued explaining that runes had different effects depending on their type, so they were full of abilities that could not be explained by their science. The fairy helper wanted to show them this again, so he asked if anyone wanted to try it. However, he decided to stop there. He asked the people to remember one important thing, that depending on what ability or stat the rune improved, it would not be a bad thing, so in order to become stronger, they needed to collect as many runes as possible. Of course, if they wanted to survive. The people tensed up. Someone started pushing forward, demanding that the others get out of the way. People started swearing and pushing. The fairy helper watched the scuffle with pleasure. People were trying to catch the runes. The fairy helper began to think that, judging by the guy who got the hand, it didn't look like they needed instructions, so he decided to take that rune. People looked at him with fear. The fairy helper flew up to Hans and explained that if you touch your right ear, you can see how many runes there are. He looked at the guy's ear. The fairy helper said that people like to count things, and those around him began to touch their ears too. The fairy helper continued to say with a smile that the average person's stats are 10, and that's all they need to know. Hans thought that his strength had increased by 1 point, and if he collected more runes after the hunt, the stats responsible for mana and magic power could also increase. Runes can be obtained anywhere as long as you kill a living creature. It doesn't matter who the prey is. He looked at the sullen boy when the fairy helper said that the initial conditions might be a bit unfair. Then he looked at the girl and reminded her that it was just like where they lived before. However, the fairy helper wanted to give them something that might make them happy. Suddenly, something began to appear in their hands when the monster asked them to forget about the past. The boy looked at the weapon in his hands and words were heard about how they should enjoy their new life because once he left them, the training would begin, so he advised them to give it their all. The people began to whisper about the training when a nasty scream was heard from behind. There was a crowd of monsters standing behind the people. They were screaming, wanting to scare the people. The people were tense. Someone among them asked in surprise if this was the training. They turned around because something was approaching from behind. A crowd of monsters was walking towards the people. They looked ugly. The monsters were growling and their eyes were glowing. The people looked scared. Finally, the monsters approached the people and froze expectantly. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked everyone to calm down. The girl asked them not to make the situation worse and to slowly back away. Hans put his feet more firmly. He looked at the monsters intently. A man started to back away and rested against the back of another man. He was indignant at what the guy was doing, but the guy poked forward and said that something was wrong. It turned out that they were locked in. The guy started to knock on the wall, demanding to let them out. They did not understand what was happening. The people looked at the wall in bewilderment. It turned out that the walls were approaching. The people turned to the enraged monsters. They were eager to fight. The monsters screamed and attacked. The people held their knives out in front of them and the boy shouted that he would not die so easily. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw a man get through the wall. The man scratched his head and said that he did not know how he did it because he just walked through. A young man said the number 49. The boy also managed to get through the wall. Someone muttered about the number decreasing. The people realized that only 50 people could get out. They immediately rushed to the wall. The people pushed and cursed. Hans thought about how insignificant they were because there were 100 of them and they could just gather together and fight and maybe they would get some wounds, but the death toll would be much smaller. The last time he was here, about 40 people died at the hands of the goblins, so of all those who could not get through the wall, only 10 survived. However, he decided that this time it would be different. Hans held the knife tighter and thought that he had to clear this area first and move on to the next one. The goblins were getting closer. They started attacking the people. Some were begging for salvation. The boy watched his blood was spilled. Hans prepared to repel the attack. The goblin swung his club. Hans stopped it. He slit the goblin's throat. Hans threw the monster back and prepared to repel the attacks. The boy took a stance. The people were scared and surprised. Hans was breathing heavily. Finally, he walked to the wall, leaving the goblin corpses behind. Hans wiped the blood from his cheek, thinking that his body had become the same as it had been decades ago, which made him feel uncomfortable. The boy crouched on the ground, picking up the runes. He thought that he was quite lucky since his agility had increased by 1/10. Agility does not simply increase speed, time itself is perceived differently, increasing reaction speed by a factor of 10. Therefore, you can do the same thing, but much faster. The goblin threw a dagger at Hans. The guy turned sharply. He caught the dagger. Hans turned and threw the weapon back. The dagger hit the goblin right in the head. Hans fell to his knee. The goblins rushed to attack. They hoped to attack the tired Hans. He gripped the goblin's cleaver tighter and thought that, as expected, as soon as they saw blood, they immediately went berserk. Hans squeezed the cleaver. He cut the opponents with one blow. Hands was focused during the battle. The blow went across the goblin's chest. The guy hit him with his elbow. Hands clenched his fist, feeling the strength. Someone asked the people around if this guy would fight alone. The people cursed and rushed at the goblins. They perked up when they saw that they were being attacked. Humans and goblins clashed in battle. Hansu fought without any unnecessary emotions, thinking that there was usually no need to rush like this from the very beginning. He turned around. Hansu fought off another attack, as he had no time to be distracted now. He continued to strike. Even if we count only this location, many people had been kidnapped, and if we count those who disappeared all over the earth, the number is simply immeasurable. The first years who came here would be protected in the training zone for the first 3 months. Once these 3 months in the training zone were up, they would be thrown into battle with those who had been here for 2 or even 3 years. Hansu thought about the more experienced warriors. He killed a goblin, thinking that this was his chance. Hansu grabbed another rune. He squeezed it and looked ahead, thinking that this was a chance to become at least a little stronger. Hansu thought about it, as he thought that Keldian had made the right choice by sending him here. Goblin corpses filled the space. Someone in the crowd said that this was incredible. The boy was surprised that Hansu had killed so many goblins on his own. He looked at the corpses lying on the ground. Hansu stood with his back to the people. He looked tired. They called him a monster. The fairy looked at the people with admiration and moaned. Hansu stood in the middle of a frightened crowd. The fairy noted that they did well and must have worked hard, and there were a lot of them left. The people looked angrily at the strange creature. The barrier behind the fairy began to open. She said that the people now knew how to survive here. The creature smiled and penetrated the gap in the barrier, said that the people just need to continue in the same spirit. She had a lot of things to do in other zones, so she wished the people good luck. The angry people began to drive her away. Hansu wiped the blood from his face, opened the interface window, and thought that compared to what had happened, everything was not so bad. He looked at his indicators. Even if they were crumbs, but for training, everything was not bad at all. He looked at the object in his hands. He found something that looked quite useful. He took the blade he received as a symbol of care. The hero began to think about what to do next. He closed his eyes, put his hand in his pocket. First of all, he must find a way to become stronger in the shortest possible time. The hero closed his eyes, remembered his partners, and asked what they would do in his place. Then Hans remembered the guy who told him a very interesting thing. The guy was drinking from a mug and asking if people had ever heard of a hidden dungeon. Hans then looked at him and repeated the question. The stranger said that it was hidden in the training area, a dungeon of increased difficulty. The heroes slammed their glasses against each other. The guy said that he could not clear it. To be honest, no one could. Hans took a sip while the guy looked at him and asked if he had really only reached the middle, but had already become so strong. The guy proudly adjusted his collar and asked if he would be here if he were one of the Valkyries. Hansu frowned at him. The boy said that if he were in the past, he would definitely try to clear this dungeon, and if he succeeded, he would definitely be able to defeat Hansu. One thing they knew for sure, the higher the difficulty and the less likely it seemed to win, the greater the reward, and if you succeeded. The boy asked if he was curious about what was at the end. Hansu now looked forward seriously. His target had been chosen. He looked to the side, thought about the fact that if he wanted to succeed there were a few things he had to do beforehand. The first stage of training, the earliest stage, where 100 people were united and had to work together. Everyone acted in a designated area for a week, and then the area changed, and so on for 3 months after that. Once the second stage of training was completed, the safe zone would cease to exist and there would be no way to contact those who arrived earlier. There were 2 parts hidden in the first stage of training and no one had ever reached the end. In order to reach the end of the hidden dungeon, the hero had to get them. This was the only way to quickly become stronger. But first, Hansu had to find the hidden part that was closer to him. He looked at the moss-covered sign. He was looking for what he needed here. He was suddenly asked what he was up to. Hansu turned around, saw a man and a woman arguing. The man said that he simply offered to go with them, but the girl began to insist that they would be on their own. The man grabbed the girl's hand. The hero noticed that conflicts had begun everywhere. The formidable pervert smiled and said that in order to survive, they needed to work together. The girl was reaching back in fear. The man asked if she wanted them all to survive. Hansu turned away abruptly, thought that he did not have time to pay attention to such trifles. He had to find the hidden part in a week, otherwise it would disappear. They turned to him. Hansu calmly turned around. The guy with headphones approached him confusedly and asked what the hero's name was. Hansu turned around and asked if they knew each other. The guy asked again in fear. The blonde man intervened and attacked the hero, asking if he had gone crazy. He reminded him that they had been together just before they arrived here. What was he doing? Hansu frowned. He didn't understand how these two knew his name. But he remembered. The blonde man was pointing at him. Hansu remembered that this group were his classmates from college. He remembered with displeasure that they had started their journey together, but they had died and the hero had forgotten about them. The girl abruptly pulled her hand away and firmly said that she was going with them. The rays of the pale sun fell on Minhee's face. The hero remembered her name. The girl approached the hero shyly, and he thought that with such an appearance she would quickly attract trouble. The man in the jacket was indignant and asked how dare they ignore him. Hansu looked away irritably, and the man looked at him. Drops of excitement began to flow down his face. He remembered that the hero had single-handedly dealt with a gang of goblins. He looked slyly at his gang member and thought that they might attack a tired hero. He took a step forward and called out to the hero. He grinned slyly, raised his hand and asked where were the manners. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Then he asked who this guy was, pointing at the hero. He noted that he looked shabby, asked if he could do anything in this state. The gang smiled collectively. Their leader said that the girl should come up while he asked her nicely. He said more is better, so she should go to them before they go to her. Hansu calmly looked at the gang and told the blonde that there was scum everywhere. He sighed and said that these people were overexcited from their first battle. He began to approach and said that they did not understand what kind of enemy they were going up against, blinded by the thought that they could win. Hansu approached the gang leader, who looked at him warily. The hero looked at him menacingly and asked if he understood what this was all leading to. The hero pushed the man away. His veins bulged with anger. The hero took out his dagger and asked if he had anything to say to the man. Another man with a red shirt came in front of the man and asked the hero to calm down. The shaved big man smiled and said that they were not bad people, they called him boss. He smiled and suggested that the hero go with them, because given the situation, they all had something to do. His gaze was angry. He asked, wouldn't it be better to act together? Hansu looked into those eyes warily. He realized that this boss had already adapted to this place. He no longer saw the point in hiding his true nature and acted like a hyena in his habitat. The man smiled. The hero decided that in the end, he would become a criminal. Hansu clutched the dagger, asking himself, should he deal with him right now? As Urs said, there was no need for pointless killing, but she asked him not to spare the parasites that would harm humanity during the Great War. She told him not to turn his back on the people he met and asked him to take care of them as best he could. Hans looked down at his feet. Urs addressed him in his mind and said that she had saved many lives. He looked at the boys, not that he had time to deal with all these guys right now, but not to mention that such people had a habit of self-destructing over time if left alone. He turned around, said that it did not matter and told them to get lost. The boss looked after the hero and told the assistant to stop hysteria. He turned around and said that they needed to focus on their goal. He looked ahead importantly at the suffering people. He wanted to establish order in this place with strange monsters. He remembered the fairy and called her the devil. He thought that there was something here that he liked. He smiled and said that the strong rule here, so why shouldn't they take advantage of the opportunity? The crowd turned around. The boss led everyone in the opposite direction. The blonde watched them go and asked how it was that people were scarier than monsters. He looked at the hero leaving. He knew Hansu was strange, of course, but was he always like this? Hansu wiped the blood from his face again. The blonde remembered the orphan with a sullen, gloomy look. He didn't pay much attention to him. But now the guy caught up with him and asked why Hansu acted like he didn't know them. Hansu frowned. His gaze flashed and he justified it by memory loss. His classmates looked at him in bewilderment. Minhee giggled, and the blonde asked why the hero spoke like an old man. Hansu looked at the laughing girl, not understanding what was wrong with her. Minhee kept laughing, blushing and looking at the hero. The hero thought that a good life awaited her, but beauty here is a double-edged sword. Hansu looked at her coldly. He thought that if you use beauty correctly, it is quite a powerful weapon. He hoped that the girl will be fine. The company walked through the ruins of the city. The blonde looked around anxiously. She said that during their entire walk they did not utter a word. She asked where they were going. And he happily looked at the hero and asked where they were going. The hero said that they would understand everything when they saw. The classmates looked ahead in surprise. Hansu stopped. His first target was in front of him. He looked ahead calmly. They stopped in front of the subway descent where the hidden part is located. Gangnam Station. Minhee looked at the hero in surprise and asked, why are they here? Hansu covered his mouth. He couldn't waste time explaining every little thing, and if it weren't for Ur's words, he would have gone alone. He curled his fingers, realizing that he had no choice. He looked ahead and said that he had a premonition. He said that in exchange for the lost memories, he received superpowers. His classmates looked at him in shock and repeated the questions. Hansu asked himself, should he be surprised by abilities if he recently saw a fairy? The blonde leaned towards her friend and asked if he was sure that they should follow the hero. Hansu turned around abruptly and said that he was not forcing them. He turned away from the frightened girl and said that he was one of those people who respected other people's preferences, and if he wanted, he could just step aside and watch from the side. The blonde looked angrily at the hero, irritated by his showing off. Hansu began to descend. The blonde was tormented by vague doubts that the hero really knew something. The company began to descend. The blonde cheerfully leaned towards the hero and asked if the hero was sure that they were going to a safe place. He said that it was somehow creepy here. The hero said that they were going to meet friends who lived here. The blonde asked again. He looked to the side and asked, who do you have to be to live in such a place? They stopped at the bottom. Hansu put his hands in his pockets and asked to stop. He looked at his feet. He pulled out a dagger, causing Minhee to squeal. The blonde turned around at the scream. They shouted Tisung's name. Hansu looked coldly at the guy. Tisung screamed in horror. He flinched. The hero meanwhile plunged the dagger into the fanged caterpillar. Hansu pulled out a knife and said that this dungeon was made in the image of Gangnam Station, and those green bugs that crawl here crawl out when they sense the vibration from the ground. Blood was oozing out of the severed half. The hero said that they hate sunlight, so they usually do not come out. The energy from the stump turned into a pebble. Hansu took it in his hands and said that if they were bitten by this slobbering mouth, he turned and said that their flesh would be torn off in no time, so he asked them to keep this in mind, and if they were bitten, they would lose consciousness and they would die before they could do anything. The classmates trembled in fear. Hansu said that he would show them an easy way to deal with them. He plunged the dagger into the bug's throat. Everyone received knives and began to kill the bugs. Hansu looked at them and thought that these four could be useful. He looked at the trembling guy in the headphones. He went up to him and said that if he was not confident in himself, then let him step on whole tiles, and if he saw a crack with dirt inside, he should just pierce it with a blade, but not forgetting to protect his hands. Minhee cheerfully wiped her sweat and said that you just need to hit where the earth rises. The blonde compared it to whack-a-mole. The guy in the headphones closed his eyes, holding a knife. Something began to crawl out of the ground behind him. The guy mentally encouraged himself. A beetle jumped out of the ground with a scream. Hansu pushed the guy away and cut the beetle across the body. The stumps fell at his feet. The guy smiled gratefully and thanked the guy. The hero thought that everything was clear with the guy's fighting qualities, so he silently walked forward. He thought that the guy would end up being nothing more than a burden. The guy looked down. The blonde walked up to the hero. He said that the hero seemed to know what would happen. He asked to tell him how, but Hansu asked, didn't he tell him? Hansu smiled contentedly and said that it was his superpower. The blonde froze stupidly. The others were amazed. Hansu suggested that they concentrate on hunting. While the others were thinking, he turned away, twirling the fallen stone in his hands. He looked at them and asked why they weren't picking up the runes. Minhee smiled sheepishly and said that they decided that it would be better if the hero picked them up, and in exchange, he would protect them, like in the games. She became more and more embarrassed and said that it wasn't like they would become akin to Superman if they took the runes for themselves. Hansu frowned at them. Minhee concluded that it wouldn't be better to give the runes to the hero in exchange for him protecting them. Hansu sighed. He turned around and said that their prey belonged only to them, and if they wanted to travel with him, they should at least follow the basic rules. He knew that those who had wandered the abyss for decades had created a set of basic rules that helped them coexist. My prey belongs only to me. During group hunts, things are distributed according to needs and contribution to the common cause. In times of crisis, relationships based on goodwill often fall apart. His classmates looked at the hero in bewilderment, but he understood that they would soon realize how cruel and disgusting this world was. Hansu looked at them and said that first of all, they should rely on their skills, and if they were useless, he would simply throw them away. Everyone tensed up. The hero said that this was one of the basic rules. Minhee stepped forward. Tisung looked at the blonde, who nodded silently. Hansu looked at them with displeasure, but he understood that soon they would get used to it and they would not need to explain such obvious things. He knew that soon they would be fighting over the runes like dogs over a bone. The group began to collect the loot from the bodies. Tisung called everyone to him and said that there was a strange rune here. He smiled, holding a purple stone in his hands. His instincts told him that if he took this rune, he would gain superpowers. In his hands lay the essence of the troll tribe. Hansu looked at the gathered crowd. Tisung glanced at him and thought about how the hero had calmly said earlier that they should distribute things, so it would put him in an awkward position if he made a fuss now. Tisung smiled, showed the rune and asked if he could take it for himself since he found it himself. Hansu nodded calmly, which surprised the guy. The hero looked at the familiar rune and noted that it was pretty good for a start. This skill gives defense and regeneration, and both of these stats greatly contribute to survival, so it is quite popular, plus it is passive and increases appetite, but you can simply take away food as you become stronger. The strength and level of skill is determined by the rank of the rune. Smart people with various magic have hundreds of different skills. Keldian, on the other hand, has acquired more than 1,000 skills. Hansu silently looked at the group and thought. His eyes sparkled. He understood that his situation was completely different. There were runes on the ground. A hand reached for one of them. Hansu squinted from the bright light. He clenched his fist. Urs looked at him and said that as she thought, the hero's skill limit was 7. She covered her face in disappointment and said that if they had known earlier, the hero could have learned stronger skills. Having only 7 skills is a fatal limitation. But the hero had a strength incomparable with this weakness. He had endless evolution of the skills he had acquired. The essence of the lizard, which only gave fast regeneration, later became equal to the art of immortality of Kang Ti, and the rapid dash became equal to Keldian's signature skill, the rupture of space. 7 stars. Urs gave him such a nickname because of his unique feature. It was this ability that allowed him to stand in line with them. The hero caught up with his partners, despite being behind by as much as 20 years. This is the main reason why he was the one who went to the past. Hansu smiled slightly, understanding that he should not make a mistake. He frowned. Urs told him to be careful when choosing the 7 skills to learn. If everything went according to plan, he would go through the training as if walking in the park. He looked at Disung's rune in fascination. He said that he would use it. The rune began to melt and emit light. The system showed messages about creating physical resistance and obtaining a skill. Disung looked at the figure of the beast above his palm with satisfaction. He opened his stats, noted that other stats had also increased. He looked smugly at the gloomy hero and noted that he would never give up such a thing. He curled his lips and mentally told the hero to just wait while he quickly caught up with him. Hansu waved and offered to go. Tisung put his arm around his shoulder, said that it would be dangerous now and offered to go together. Tisung looked at the confused Minhee and asked if he needed him, and the girl did not understand why he was looking at her while saying this. Hansu looked at the blonde with displeasure and mentally asked himself if Tisung really considered him his rival now. He even found it a little cute. He threw his hand off, because it did not mean that he would turn a blind eye to it. The group continued on their way. Minhee looked down with concern and asked why they needed to go even lower. The hero said that they needed to take the subway. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if the trains were still running. Hansu said that she would see everything. He took a few more steps. He thought about how that guy had never made a mistake. He remembered the past, how he had a drink with a stranger. The stranger said that considering how many dungeons he had been to. Another man interrupted him and said that the dungeons he was talking about were nothing compared to the ones he had been to. The braggart turned around abruptly and asked who was interrupting other people's conversations. The dark-haired guy folded his hands together. He heard that the guy was bragging about non-existent knowledge. He pushed the guy aside and sat down next to the hero. He said that he decided to tell them the fastest way to gain power. He looked at the hero excitedly and said that they needed to lay their hands on one important thing in the training area. He said that it was somewhere in the subway. The stations are located and built differently, but they are essentially the same until the 3rd floor, and if you go through the portal in the center of the stairs and go down to the end, you can find a train waiting, and if you catch it, you can consider it done. He said that the only problem is that it is difficult to get to it, and the train leaves the next day. Hansu looked at the train and thought that he must make it to the right place today at all costs. They approached the portal. Minhee looked ahead in surprise and thought that this is not Gangnam Station, because she had been there many times, but she had never seen such an entrance. She anxiously touched her neck and asked if the hero really wanted to go there, but he did not even know what awaits them there. Hansu calmly looked ahead and said that he was going where his instincts led him. As he had said earlier, anyone who wanted to leave can do so at any time. Tisung grinned and said that he would go with the hero. Minhee nervously touched her chest and said that she would go too. Hansu looked at the girl and thought that the girl was starting to worry and that she was probably well aware of the situation, that someone like her was in even more danger than the others. That's why she strived to become stronger, even if it ruined her face. Minhee looked forward with enthusiasm. The blonde waved her hand and said that they would stay here. After all, no one was stopping them from just continuing to hunt. Sanchin said that he would go with them. He was shaking, but he said that he would go down. Tisung chuckled and asked where he was going, since earlier he was too scared to do anything at all. Sanchin glared at him and said that he shouldn't care. Tisung looked at him in surprise. Sanchin said that whatever he did, it didn't concern him. Tisung was indignant and said that he heard too much chatter for a useless fellow traveler. He continued to speak, but Hansu interrupted him and said enough. He closed his eyes and asked them to stop their useless chatter. He put his hand in his pocket, said that there was little time, so they should do what they wanted. Tisung turned around. The veins on his face bulged. He mentally asked how dare they belittle him in front of Minhee. The hero stepped into the portal, thought about the training area. There are thousands of mobs and the landscape is also different. However, there are still common factors. He looked at the group behind him. He froze. Sanchin and Minhee behind him were surprised. In front of them was a convenience store. People began to ask where did he come from. They entered it. Sanchin began to look at the goods. Hansu walked to the refrigerator. The rumors that there is always a store on the 2nd floor of the subway turned out to be true. Could this be some kind of reward? Disung picked up a knife and asked if he should bring different weapons. Hansu walked up to the counter. He looked at the goods, remembered that the guy said that this was more like a supermarket than a convenience store, but they literally had everything you could need. He picked up a pot. He put it on the scale. The girl asked what he was doing. Hansu weighed the bag and said that he was cooking. Minhee looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Hansu dumped the green worm blood into the pot. She remembered how the hero collected it. He took the stumps of bodies in his hands and squeezed the blood out of them. Now the hero with a slight smirk began to tear the skin of the green goblins, which becomes extremely poisonous when in contact with green blood. He knew that goblins evolved to survive against green worms, and their poison is quite strong. Disung grinned and said that it smelled wonderful and asked her to give him a piece, but Hansu said that it was poison. Disung backed away in fear and asked why they hadn't told him anything, and the hero replied with displeasure that he had come for the smell. Then he looked at the hero happily and said that they would never think of making something like that. She asked how the hero knew how to brew poison. Hansu scowled at the irritated Disung and said that it was his ability and his mind was just full of knowledge. Disung mentally said that they could see how he was evading the answer. In fact, the hero thought his head would explode while he was memorizing all this. Keldian in the past said that even if the hero could go back in time, without knowledge it would be useless. He pounded the board and said that this was all the important information. Not only the information on where to find items, but also how to strengthen them. Keldian threw the pointer over his shoulder and said that if the hero had any brains, he would understand why this was important, right? He said that the hero should not share this information with anyone. He slapped the board again and told them to remember all of this. He said that knowing the future would only speed up the destruction of the abyss. He said that the hero should not become Prometheus. He said that he should only share the knowledge according to the plan, when necessary, however, without knowing the exact proportions in the brewing time. Hansu looked at his reflection. Without all of this, the recipe is useless, so it's okay. He poured the purple liquid into a bottle. He smeared the dagger with the poison from the tube. Then he looked at the poison dripping from the blade in shock and asked if they could have some too. They were surprised, but the hero said sure. He held out his hand and said that he requires half a power or stamina rune for each use. Tisung glared at him and asked why he was so petty. Hansu turned around and said that he could give them the poison for free, but in the long run. He bowed his head and said that he didn't think it was a good idea. Everyone looked at him silently. The hero knew that one-sided relationships always fell apart quickly. Minhee tensed up and said that she would give him the runes later, but first she asked to at least try. Hansu turned to her abruptly. He handed her the tube and asked her to be very careful, because if the poison got on her hands, it would hurt a lot. Tisung gritted his teeth. He thought that if the hero continued to act like this, he wouldn't even be able to steal the poison from him. He looked at the hero and asked if he could use the poison and then give him the runes. Sanchin intervened and said that he would too. Everyone started passing the tube around, and the hero turned away and decided that he should start other preparations. After a while, he threw his backpack over his shoulder. He walked forward, holding the bags in his hands, and decided that these preparations would be enough. He turned around. Minhee came up to him and said that they were ready. She asked why the hero was looking at them like that. His classmates had hung themselves with a bunch of things, and the hero asked if they were going on a hike or if they wanted to be bait. Hansu sat up and said that if they didn't want to fight for the rest of their lives, they should bury the things here. Said that if they started sweeping everything around, other people would start chasing them, who also needed things. He asked to leave at least something. Minhee looked at the concentrated Hansu. At first she thought that he was just a silent person, but she decided that he was more than an excellent fighter. She looked at him with admiration, and embarrassedly patted his hand. The guy asked why he didn't get superpowers. Minhee reached for the bag on the ground. She thought about how hundreds of millions of people had disappeared until yesterday, but none of them were ever found. She understood that she would have to survive here for the rest of her life. She fell to her knees, thinking that she didn't want to die. Her hands were shaking. She looked forward seriously, deciding that she would do whatever it took to survive. She looked at the hero, thinking that next to him. He looked at her and she looked away. They both walked forward. Tisung looked at the hero with displeasure and said that the hero was acting like the center of the universe. He threw his backpack to Sanchin and asked him to take it. Tisung walked forward and turned to the hero and reminded him of his superpower that he had mentioned. He looked at him and asked if they could have the same. Hansu looked up and said maybe. The three of them looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. Their cheeks turned red. The hero said yeah. He said that among all the people who came to this world, some developed abilities that they did not have before. The hero looked ahead and remembered that Keldian had asked him to be careful, because among those who had come to this world, there were some who had received superpowers that they did not have in reality. He kept talking and kept talking, but in the end he told him to get rid of everyone who would be useless to him. He looked ahead irritably and mentally told him to get rid of everyone. This energy was sensed by Tisung. He looked at the hero, trying to understand what was wrong with him. He smiled and said that the hero had become quite rude. He came closer and asked if he was still angry with him because he was angry with him in the beginning. Hansu said that this was not what he was used to. He walked forward. He had already said everything he wanted. The last 5 years before coming here, in battles with an increasing number of monsters of the abyss, hope gradually gave way to despair. Hansu, covered in blood and bruises, looked ahead. Despair drowned out everything. Now he looked away and remained silent. Tisung looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was acting like this. He looked away in annoyance and became annoyed with the damn superpower. He would not make a fool of himself next to him. Tisung rubbed his chin slyly. He decided that he would become stronger, then he and Minhee would start dating, and he would get rid of Sanchin and would command Hansu. He looked at the hero, who abruptly ordered everyone to stand. Hansu crouched down and began to reach for the floor, while the blonde tried to understand what was happening now. Hansu took the slime on his fingers and thought that it did not belong to a sword snail, since there was no sharp sour smell. Also, he did not see half-dried entrails anywhere, so it was not a chopped zombie. So, there was only one option. Sanhu realized that it was a land mermaid. Monsters crawled out to meet the group. Hansu touched the slime again, looked at its tracks and realized that they were definitely those of a land mermaid. They were slow, but once they were injected with a paralyzing poison, the mermaid crawled through the dark corridors. The hero knew that if they did, they would easily be able to cut them in a second. The monster's creepy grin flashed in the darkness, but the hero had a plan. He smiled. Tisung glared at him and asked him to stop acting like a know-it-all. Hansu approached the group and said that they would be surprised by what they saw. He told them to follow him to help him. The group looked at him in confusion. Hansu introduced Molotov cocktails. He poured the mixture he had made into a bottle. They didn't have gasoline, but it should work anyway. Sanchin and Minhee looked at the bottles. The girl asked him not to tell her that the hero made them from something he found in the store. Tisung took one in his hands, said that if it was part of a superpower, then it was very convenient. He looked at the hero and asked if he liked it here more than in his home world, because here he could do whatever he wanted. He smiled and said if he had such power. He stepped back, asked why the hero was looking at him like that. Did he really say something wrong? In the hero's head, Keldian and Urs were arguing over the right of Tisung's life to exist. Hansu sighed. With a stick, he began to draw a man in the dust, said that according to the plan, one of them would throw the Molotov, after which the rest would come forward and attack. He drew 3 more men. The group silently looked at the hero's drawings. He continued to say that the person in the vanguard gets priority when distributing runes. Tisung proudly held his chin and said that he would be in the vanguard, because someone competent had to go ahead. Hansu looked at the raised hands and asked who would throw the Molotov. Sanchin and Minhee looked at each other. The hero suggested that they decide for themselves who would throw. Sanchin looked away from Minhee in embarrassment. He didn't dare argue with her. The girl started making cat-like pitiful eyes, making the guy burn, but Hansu intervened and said that they would throw in turns. Shadows appeared on the floor of the station. The squad moved forward. Sanchin tried to understand how far they had gone. He couldn't say that he wanted to turn back. He went with them because he didn't want them to abandon him, but did they really mind? The group silently moved forward. Sanchin nervously fiddled with the Molotov in his hand. Minhee trembled, fiddling with the straps of her backpack. Sanchin looked at the girl, noticing her fear. Hansu stopped abruptly and told everyone that the monsters were already approaching. Hansu got into a fighting stance. Disgusting sounds were approaching them from the darkness. Minhee shuddered. The hero ordered to throw the Molotov in the direction of the sound. She started to set the cloth on fire, telling herself that she shouldn't be a burden. The fire started to consume the cloth. The girl looked ahead and told herself that she could do it. She threw the bottle forward. It was approaching the face of the mermaid, who appeared from the darkness. The bottle broke, and the flames engulfed the mermaid. Minhee looked ahead in amazement and said that she did it. Hansu meanwhile ran to attack. Who ordered the others? He reminded them that these monsters spit paralyzing poison. Tisung watched in shock as Hansu jumped from one mermaid to another, stabbing them with a knife. He fought. Runes jumped out of the monsters. Tisung thought that this scoundrel wanted to take them all for himself. Another mermaid was already crawling towards the blonde, while he was thinking that he couldn't lose to the hero all the time. The mermaid jumped on the guy. Tisung swung his sword, asking the creature to back off. He looked at the blood splattering and thought about how he almost. He looked at the fallen mermaid at his feet in surprise. He looked at the poison blade with satisfaction and said that this poison really works well. Hansu turned around, collecting runes, and said that the poison he gave them was worth the runes. Tisung looked at his reflection in the knife and thought that with this he could quickly catch up to the hero. Another bottle smashed on the monster's head. Another mermaid was slashed with a knife. Tisung and Hansu continued to fight in the middle of fire and blood and poison. The mermaids were screaming, and as the hero thought, when fighting an opponent using highly flammable poison, using Molotov cocktails was a good idea. He jumped through the fire to attack. The blade was already dull, but it did not matter. He stabbed the monster in the shoulder. He screamed. His wound began to smoke. That's what he was preparing the poison for. Tisung fought happily behind the hero. He noticed 2 runes near the corpse. He reached for them, glad that all these runes belonged to him. But suddenly one of the mermaids vomited slimy poison. It got on the guy's leg and he screamed. He fell to the floor. His leg began to tremble. He thought about how everyone saw it and it became humiliating. The mermaid began to approach. The scary face became larger and larger. Fiery pairs of eyes peered out of the darkness. Tisung screamed and asked him to get away from him. Then he turned around and saw the guy trying to crawl away from the approaching death. She looked in her bag and said that she ran out of Molotovs. She looked at Sanchin and said that they were changing. The guy began to nervously strike a lighter. He succeeded, but the mermaid was already in front of him. Sanchin screamed in fear and dropped the bottle. Tisung looked at the life-saving cocktail smashed to the side. He screamed furiously at the boy. He screamed that he told him to drop the Molotov, not to go to the toilet. Sanchin alternatively hit the mermaid with his elbow on the head. The monster fell and collapsed, shocking the boy. The hero's dagger flashed in front of them. He told them to calm down and follow the plan. He calmly looked at them and said that in this case, there would be no problems. He turned around, told them to rest and take the runes. Tisung sighed and said that he thought he was going to die. He looked at the immobilized leg, said that thanks to his skill, he was already healed. Hansu looked at him and said that if they increase their stamina, they will rest and recover faster. He again ordered to collect their runes as quickly as possible. Tisung looked at the handful of runes and mentally asked, "Is this all he got?" He noted that the hero was very strict in distributing. Sanchin silently began to take his runes, which the blonde looked at. He loomed over the frail guy menacingly in order to take his runes. He bared his fangs. He called Sanchin. He looked at him. The guy asked, "Does his whole family have no conscience?" Sanchin wanted to be indignant, but Tisung grabbed him by the throat. He lifted him up and smiled menacingly. Sanchin was writhing in pain. He grabbed the blonde by the arm and grunted. Tisung smiled evilly and told him to listen, because the guy couldn't even throw a Molotov normally, or had he forgotten how he almost died because of him? Sanchin grabbed him with his other hand and tried to say something. Then he looked at the blonde in fear, asked what he was doing and asked him to let go quickly, because he was going to strangle him now. Tisung pushed Sanchin away. His headphones flew off. Sanchin grabbed his chest and began to breathe. Tisung came up to him and told him to be more careful next time and to assess the situation sensibly. He leaned over to him, grabbed the guy by the hair and said that not long ago he was crawling with his head down and seemed to have forgotten his place. He said to just follow the others for the rest of his life, like his father, and not to show off. He turned to the runes and said he would take them for himself, but the hero's dagger was stuck between his hand and the rune. Tisung looked ahead in confusion. Hansu calmly said that it was not his share. Tisung waved his hands hysterically and asked if he really wanted to give the runes to this donkey. He said that it was the same as throwing them in the trash. He asked what the guy did to deserve them. He said that they could divide them. He did not stop and said that they could manage without him. He gritted his teeth and asked if he was right. Hansu only calmly said that the distribution should be fair and it was not for him to interfere with anyone's means of survival. Tisung turned around and said that this was nonsense and asked him not to regret this decision later. Hansu looked at Sanchin and said that he had better learn to defend his own share. Everyone began to pick up the remaining runes. Minhee watched the hero. She walked up to him sheepishly and asked if they were annoying him. She was fiddling with the strap of her backpack and said that given the situation, she thought the hero might be annoyed by watching them fight. Hansu looked ahead and said that it was fine and he wouldn't complain about what they were bad at. Minhee caught up with them and asked if that meant he would travel with them until the end. She felt like Hansu was acting like he could leave them at any moment. Hansu stopped. He looked ahead and said that they were the ones who decided to follow him. He said that they were doing well, so he asked not to worry about it. Minhee looked at the hero's back sadly. Hansu walked past the corpses of the mermaids and thought about how most of the runes that had dropped increased strength and endurance. He supposed that it was impossible to ignore the body's stats, and it wasn't a bad decision either, considering how important strength and endurance were now. The hero took one of the runes, taking into account that these were the characteristics he needed. He used only one rune. His stats increased. Hansu looked at the light ahead. A fairy appeared in front of him. She said that the sum of his stats had exceeded 50. The system notified the hero of his first achievement. Behind him, they began to ask what kind of creature it was and why it had come here again. The fairy pointed at the hero with her hand and said that he was the traveler who had raised his hand first. She said that she had wondered who was so fast among them, and it seemed that she was not mistaken about the hero. She circled around the hero and said that they always loved those who tried their best. She lay on the hero's head and said that she would like to give him a small gift as the most active traveler. The fairy looked at Minhee while asking if the hero was curious about what it would be. Minhee's hand was shaking. She said that it was a bit unfair. She said that they had different stats from the beginning. The fairy chuckled and said that there was no need to be afraid because it wouldn't even touch her. It began to fly around the frightened girl and said that they don't kill someone just because they don't like them. The fairy became menacing. She bared her fangs and flew up to the girl, saying that there are exceptions and she could be one of them. The fairy leaned back, began to laugh and said that she was just joking while Minhee was terrified. The creature pushed the girl in the shoulder and told her to forget about the dishonesty, because she wasn't comparable to others in some ways either, right? Minhee realized. The fairy pointed at her and said that she was in no hurry to get rid of it to be on par with the others. The assistant of the abyss said that life had always been unfair. She laughed, flew up to the hero and said that it was time to reward the hero. He knew what kind of reward it would be. The fairy smiled slowly and said that the reward for overcoming a certain number in the combination of physical characteristics is 3 runes to choose from. Hansu calmly looked forward. The fairy clicked and asked what runes the hero wants: agility, perception, healing. The fairy showed the rune, said that it is expendable, but can heal a hole in the belly and save from most poisons. It is like a spare life. The hero thought that it would be useless with a torn off limb. The others looked at the fairy in amazement, hearing that she was talking about a healing rune. They understood that this would allow them to survive a deadly situation at least once. Hansu looked at the fairy and began to think, while the others hoped that the hero would spend at least 1 rune on them. Hansu looked down and asked if there was a rune of immunity to magic. The fairy froze. She showed the runes and said that there was one. People had a feeling that the hero didn't care. Wasn't such a trick something special? Hansu looked at the runes, thought that healing runes were useful, but immunity to magic and physical damage was hard to get in the training area unless you were lucky like Kangti. Increasing stamina just affects the cost and recovery of strength, while resistance to magic and physical damage is a much more fundamental defense or even immunity. With experience, he can resist physical attacks. He scratched his cheek because magic attacks are a different matter. Hansu opened his stats. He thought that this should be enough to avoid immediate death. The fairy opened a portal in space and said that he did his job and was leaving now. He said that he was counting on the hero. She blew a kiss to the hero and asked him to continue in the same spirit. These words seemed to shock the others. Hansu turned to the others and suggested that they move on. He looked at the shocked comrades and asked what was wrong with their faces. After a while, Minhee was fighting the mermaid. She wiped the sweat from her face and thought that everything had become easier. She looked at the hero, who was doing something again. She put her finger to her lips and froze. Hansu turned around. They asked him why his movements had not changed. Then he approached the hero, said that he had received many runes, so why was his speed the same? Hansu noted the girl's observation. He showed a glowing inscription on his hand and said that this was the reason. The others looked at him questioningly and asked what it was. Hansu said that this was a way to store runes. He told her to just stretch out her hand. Thinking about storing a rune, he was asked how he knew this. Hansu adjusted his sleeve and said that it was all thanks to his superpower. Minhee leaned over and said that she should try. Hansu stood up and said that she shouldn't repeat after him. The girl asked why. Hansu looked at the runes lying around and said that for a start it slowed down the hunt, so he couldn't store many runes. He took out a rune and said that they would lose their meaning if he died. He said that the runes he stored like this would drop if he died. Sanchin looked at him and asked why he was collecting them then. He said that he wanted to exchange them later, and he thought that even though it was difficult to do so now, once the rules settled down they could be used as a substitute for money in the training area. He said that they shouldn't do that. He told them to just use them one by one. Tisung raised his hand in irritation and asked how dare he look down on them just because they listened to him. He asked why he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Hansu sighed heavily and thought about how these people still didn't understand where they were. He supposed they would come to their senses when they came down and were cursed. He looked at the dull blade. He looked at his group and decided that he needed to reorganize everything. Everyone looked at him questioningly. He told them to listen to him carefully. The hero looked at them and told them to follow him or collect runes. He said to do whatever they wanted. He didn't care. He threw the blade at his feet and said in a menacing voice that right now, however, he wanted them to listen to him. In a calm voice, he told them to give him all their weapons. Tisung smiled hysterically and asked if he really wanted to rob them. He said that he had his weapons, so why was he asking him, to give him their weapons? Hansu pointed to the blade at his feet and said that they can't fight with this. He said that the blade is too crude, so it's practically useless. Besides, he needs extra blades. Tisung exploded. Hansu just calmly asked if he understood him. The boy in return asked if the hero didn't think he would just leave it like this. He was shouting and asking what they would fight with if the hero took all their weapons. They would have to fight too. He smiled and asked if he really wanted them to stand there sucking their fingers behind his back. Sanchin nervously touched his hand and said that he would give everything to the hero but suddenly Tisung interrupted him, telling him to shut up. He stood between the hero and the group. He looked at the hero. Hansu calmly asked if the boy wanted to fight. Tisung smiled nervously and said of course, he had nothing to be afraid of here. He always hated his condescending look. Hansu scratched his cheek. He expected the guy to say no, but he wasn't surprised. The guy didn't know what was down there. He looked at the blonde coldly and decided to draw a line. He raised his finger and said that he would give 2 options. The first was for him to leave and for them to do everything on their own. Then he pointed at the group and said that the second option was for them to stand aside and watch him cope alone. Hansu looked at them coldly and said that the choice was theirs. Sanchin started stroking his hands and said that he would stand aside. Minhee worriedly said that she was too. Since the hero said so, it must be very dangerous there. Taesung looked at them nervously and said that this was the reason why they should fight together. He offered to help each other in these dangerous times. Sweat was pouring down his face. He said that the bastard behind him wanted to leave his friends behind and take all the spoils for himself. He asked if they would let him do that. He clenched his fist. The hero looked at him and thought that he didn't care that loser Sanchin was a coward, but since Minhee had decided to step aside, it put him in a difficult position. Hansu looked away, thought that the word friend was a good word. He decided that the guy should be glad that it wasn't Keldian who went here. He would be wandering around the blue or purple zone by now. He thought that he couldn't stay here. He looked away and thought that he should get there as soon as possible. He put his hands in his pocket and said that they would think about it downstairs. He wouldn't say anything if they could fight. Taesung glared at him and said that if they had come to this, they should have done it earlier. He thought that if the hero was so eager to go alone, he must know what was down there. He thought that only a fool would pass up such a chance. He looked at the dark passage into the depths. Eventually, all three of them ran out to the surface. They screamed and squinted. Minhee screamed that she was right, that it would be dangerous there. A minute earlier, all three of them were looking in horror at something in front of them. A monster of a completely different level stood in front of them in the form of a huge snake. Now Taesung was looking back. He could not believe that the hero was going to fight that creature alone. He thought that the hero was out of his mind. Hansu looked forward seriously. The snake looked expectantly at its prey. It hissed loudly. It shot up. Hansu became wary. He turned around. He covered his ears with his hand. The snake shot a beam from its mouth. The hero hid behind a column. It began to collapse under the powerful onslaught. Hansu peered out from cover. He expected this and looked at his stats. He succeeded thanks to his immunity to magic. Strong sound waves generated by magic and scales that an ordinary blade could not penetrate. The snake looked at the result of its work. It hit the column with its tail. Hansu ran forward. This monster was not an easy opponent. The tail continued to catch up with him, but the hero knew the weaknesses of this monster. He looked wildly ahead, swinging his knife. The monster's scales may be strong. He thrust the knife under the scales. The snake screamed, blood spurted, the gaps between the scales were not protected. Hansu jumped off the snake's carcass. The knife remained sticking out of the body. The snake screamed. It tried to hit the hero with its tail. He dodged. It rose above the man, its mouth open, shot a beam, hitting the hero directly. He squinted in pain and began to sweat. The beam disappeared and the tail was right in front of the hero's face. Another powerful beam hit the hero after he was thrown back by the tail's strike. Dust rose on the battlefield. Hansu, pressed against the wall, thought that the monster had finally begun to regenerate its wounds. The snake began to look around. The hero knew that this was a training area, and despite his high physical defense, he was still vulnerable to poison. Blood flowed from the snake's wound. Hansu fell to his knee. He only had 5 blades left. He took another one with a trembling hand, knowing that 1 or 2 would not make a difference. Hansu attacked with a cold gaze. The snake opened its mouth, attacking back until the hero had the effect. He should be having fun. Everything was shaking. Minhee looked ahead in fear. She looked into the darkness of the tunnel, thought that they were quite far away, and yet the echo could be heard all the way here. She touched her hand anxiously, trying to figure out if Hansu would be okay. Taesung turned to her and asked why she stopped. He said that they didn't even have a dagger with them, so they should run back to the store. A drop of worry ran across the girl's face. She ran ahead and said that she would go check on the hero. Taesung gritted his teeth, thinking about how he had been ignored since they came here. The boys ran after the girl, while the blonde once again cursed everything in the world. The 3 silently ran forward. Minhee looked ahead in horror and asked if everything was okay with. She did not finish. Her words shuddered. The snake bit through the hero's hand. He was hanging from its mouth. He angrily looked into its mouth. Minhee screamed. The hero thought that he had wasted too much time. He breathed heavily, looking at his clenched hand. But his free hand was clutching a knife. He thrust it into the snake's mouth. It screamed, its jaws wide open, and the hero began to fall. Hansu landed. The snake was shaking. Hansu thought it was good that he was able to thrust 3 daggers into it, but it bit his arm pretty badly. He looked at his torn jacket and thought that he would have to change his clothes, but thanks to his stats, it would recover pretty quickly. He knew that at later stages, monsters showed increased resistance and healing abilities due to their evolved characteristics. There was no point in these poisons since they were ineffective, and using abilities made things even more difficult. He thought that at early stages, paralyzing poison was quite effective and he would not have been able to last this long without it. Hansu intercepted the knife. He thought that everything was much easier now. The snake fell to the ground, its eyes went out. Minhee ran to the hero and began to ask if he was okay. The hero walked past them calmly and asked if they were still here. Minhee looked at the hero worriedly and said that she was worried about him, but it seemed she shouldn't have. She asked how the hero's arm was. Hansu sighed and said that it was just a scratch and it was already recovering, so she didn't have to worry. Tisung looked at the dead snake in shock and couldn't believe that the hero dealt with this horror alone. He looked at the hero, realizing that he was strong, but not expecting such a big difference between them. He wondered how he could compete with him. Hansu crouched down next to the monster's corpse and chuckled. Minhee walked up to him and asked what it was. He was holding a rune in his hands. The hero looked at the shockwave of the needle snake and thought that it was a pretty strong monster. The reward. He put his hand in his pocket, deciding that this rune would be useful, but he needed a magic rune to use it. Tisung looked at the hero with satisfaction and asked if the hero planned to use it. Judging by the size of this viper, the rune must be good. He said that he envied the hero, but the hero said that he would not use it. He reminded himself that his skill limit was 7, so he was unlikely to use it, much less preferring weird things from his mouth. Sanchin butted in and asked to give the stone to him. Tisung elbowed the guy in the chest and said that he would not be able to use it normally, so the hero should not even think about giving it to him. He asked to give it to him. Sanchin wiped his bruised chin and said that Tisung was already there. The blonde turned angrily at him and asked if he really thought he would be useful with this rune. Had he already forgotten his mistakes? Sanchin looked down in embarrassment and said that if he had a strong rune, he would be on par with him and even better. To these words, Tisung objected harshly and Minhee tried to calm them down. Hansu looked at the two guys irritably and asked what they were both doing. He raised his hand where he had put the rune and said that there was no word that he would give it to them. He said that he would rather sell it, and if they wanted to buy it now, then so be it. He would give them a 5% discount. He said that he was waiting for an offer. The three were taken aback. Tisung asked if it was possible to pay in installments. Hansu said that if someone was vouching for them, then let them do it for each other. Minhee turned around. The hero approached her and asked if they had decided. Minhee put her hand on her chest and said that she would take it. For Hansu this was expected, because they both did not trust each other, so only she remained. Hansu handed the girl a rune. Earlier the hero noticed how she picked up the rune of magic. He decided that she should not have hidden the rune, since she herself knocked it out of the monster, but nothing surprising, because the more cards you hide, the better. Hansu watched how the rune was being transferred. The hero decided that Minhee was much more ambitious than it seemed at first glance. She approached the hero and said that there were 3 runes of agility and perception, and 7 runes of strength and endurance. Hansu began to take the runes for himself, said that with a discount he would only take 6 runes of strength. Minhee smiled and thanked the hero, saying that he was very kind. Hansu turned around and asked them not to think that he was rude. He said that if they got used to getting everything for free in a place like this, then they would not live long. He said that in this world, nothing is given for free. Minhee looked at the rune and thought. Hansu silently walked forward. It was already time to go. He looked at the deposits of Zeuteria. He came up to a large number of growths. He broke off one piece for himself. The group looked at the hero questioningly. Everyone was trying to figure out if he was using his ability again. Minhee and Sanchin hung on the sides of the hero, trying to figure out what he was doing now. Hansu abruptly stood up and walked back. He took a knife out of the snake. Minhee and Sanchin watched the process in fascination, while Tisung was confused and asked what they were both doing. Hansu gutted the snake. Its organs fell out on the ground. Tisung looked at the hero with confusion. He took out the pot again. He was asked if he was going to make a new poison. This time it was something different. He put together the ingredients from the scales of the needle snake. The scales were strong, but not strong enough to use as a weapon, so it had to be created by himself. 11 and 134 combinations for creating weapons that can be made from monsters and materials in the training area. Training 1-11, the needle has a limited range, which makes it difficult to inflict secondary damage, such as bleeding. But if you know the enemy's weak points, then by making pinpoint strikes, you can turn the disadvantage into an advantage. Hansu looked at the needle. The tip was a little dull, but it was homemade, so he had no other choice. Hansu slammed the ingredients together. Sweat was pouring down his face. A bright light was shining. The hero was trying to achieve at least this level of strength. Considering how much time it took the alchemists to figure out the combinations to create the best weapon that you can get at the very beginning, it was worth it. He sharpened the blades, made some improvements to break through the defense. The monster that he must defeat to get the second hidden part. Hansu wrapped the handle in leather. He looked at the resulting sword, assessed it and mentally said that now it really looks like a weapon. He stood up. Tisung did not take his eyes off him and said that if he came across a Takoko lizard, he could create a better weapon. A needle snake is also not bad, so it is unlikely that a weapon better than this one can be found. Tisung pursed his lips in surprise. He pointed to the sword and asked the hero if he could buy this thing. He said that he would give the hero all his runes for it. He looked at the needle, thinking that considering how much time and effort the hero spent, he was sure that this thing would be better than what he had. Hansu said that it was an unusual weapon and he would sell it since he was so interested. but he couldn't make another one since he ran out of materials. Taesung hissed in irritation and called the hero selfish. He fixed his hair while Hansu was packing his things. He thought that there must be something better ahead and he just needed to be patient for a while. He looked at the light from the doors and assumed that this was their next destination. The carriage opened up. The boy thought about how there was electricity and an empty carriage, plus their Mr. I can do anything had gone quiet. He assumed that there would be no battles and he could get a reward. The group began to enter the carriage. The hero asked why they were doing this. Hansu froze and said that the carriage was only for one, so the rest should get out. He turned around in irritation and said that the carriage was only for one, so they should get out. He calmly sat down on one of the seats. Sanchin asked if the hero was mistaken. He fixed his hair and said that there was so much space in here, how could it be for only one person? Taesung threw his hands up and asked what rule said that only he could go. After all they had been through together, why was he the only one who had the right to choose? Hansu sighed heavily. Taesung shouted that it was only thanks to them that he got here. He looked at the group and asked angrily. He looked at the faces of his companions and thought about how pathetic it was, although of course it was good that they wanted to seize the chance, but they still did not take one thing into account. Hansu stood up and said that there was no rule, that there had to be only him. He slammed his sword on the floor and said that it was because there were no rules in this world. He waved his hand and said that they could leave now or stay and argue with him. He pointed the needle at Taesung and said that if they found a lawyer, they could try to file a complaint against him if they wanted. Hansu grinned angrily and told them to choose one of the two. Taesung gritted his teeth in fear. The train left, leaving the three at the station. Taesung was checking his teeth for strength. He cursed the hero. He looked ahead and tried to figure out if the hero was serious. It seemed to him that he looked like he was about 40 years old, but he was doing complete nonsense. He looked at his partners and thought that if the three of them attacked him, they would have a chance, and if they defeated him, they would get all the items. His hand reached for the handle of the knife. He thought that if they lost, they would just ask him for forgiveness. He wouldn't kill them, would he? He decided that it was worth a try. He remembered the silhouette of the hero, his cruel gaze. Taesung froze. He realized that the hero would kill him immediately if he tried to move. He understood that the hero was too strong. When they parted, he said that they would see each other later. The guy tried to understand how he could freeze from just one look. Then he stroked her hand and said that they shouldn't have pushed him so hard. She fixed his hair and said that they shouldn't have provoked him either, since he had been helping them all this time. She turned around and suggested that they leave here. Taesung silently looked ahead and mentally said that they both wouldn't live long, since what's wrong with wanting to become stronger? The guy's body was filled with negativity. He asked, isn't that why they came here? He decided that he would become stronger. If you put together all the information about this place, this is what you get. First, the train stops at 20 stations along the way. Second, at each station you find a random artifact. Third, there is no way back. You can't return to the previous station. Hansu folded his hands together and waited, thinking that this was a structure that caused psychological conflict, and even if he reached the end of the journey, there was no guarantee that he would survive, so he had to be careful. He opened his eyes. He was already at the 12th station. Bracelet, Laruna, kettle claws, steel glove. He had already collected 8 weapons. They were pretty good for a beginner, but useless for him. The Laruna bracelet along with the perception stat helps identify the weak points of monsters. Hansu went out to the station. He already knew the weak points of all the monsters, so there was no use in them. He closed his eyes, thought that he had a weapon and he should focus on something else. He hoped for something with movement enhancement. With such a thing he would be able to move freely during the fight. Hansu looked ahead. His eyes widened in surprise. On the monument lay a Cloud Maniac's neck. He didn't think that this thing could appear here. After the first drag, the stats would increase, and as long as the hero continued to smoke, they would continue to grow. After smoking 1 cigarette, all his stats would be increased by 20%, and the effect would last 10 minutes. Hansu smiled. This was what he needed. Even though they can't be used outside the training area, there's no better artifact than this one. He looked at them and said that they hadn't seen cigarettes for a long time. He remembered Urs, who had asked reproachfully if the hero was smoking again. She had said that with each cigarette, the hero was aging faster than he thought. Hansu remained silent. He remembered the girl in front of him. She had taken the pack from his hands and said that they were ruining him. She had smiled and said that if the hero continued smoking this crap, he would ruin his pretty face. Hansu lowered his hand and mentally asked the girl not to worry, because this time they were different. The doors of the carriage opened. Hansu returned to the snake's corpse and asked if they were really gone. He walked forward, thinking about the fact that there were still 4 days until another hidden artifact appeared. He needed to decide what to do in 2 days. Focus on hunting and getting runes or try to complete the remaining tasks. He decided that the choice was obvious. Hansu looked at the pot and decided to take a look. After all, he completed a couple of tasks during the journey, so he put the pot in his backpack. He didn't know what he would get, but he would try to complete tasks with good rewards. Among the tasks, there was one with a promising reward and quickly completed. As a reward, he could get a sage stone with a clumsy mage as a follower. Hansu rubbed his chin. He knew that this stone increased all of the user's stats by 10, including its own, and healed fatal wounds. He began to climb. It was a good reward, and this kind of artifact is rare not only in the training zone, but also in the red zones, but the one who completes it must be a psycho, and if you remember who did it. It was her, Anvi, a member of the death squad. She was summoned to the abyss along with the criminals while volunteering at the prison. He heard that she had her most trusted people with her, but once the training began, they all betrayed her, and their anger unleashed their abilities. Over the course of 7 days, she tore everyone apart and ate their hearts. After that, she wanted to commit suicide, and then this quest came up. Hansu rubbed the bridge of his nose. This quest didn't suit him. He decided to skip it. After all, it also conflicted with his goal of saving as many people as possible. An idea occurred to him. Since it should be night now, he remembered the quest with a good reward. He imagined a bag of food from a selfish and rich man as a reward. He walked forward. First, he needed to complete the quest, and he also needed to make sure his stamina was enough, because he would be too busy to take time to rest. He walked into a looted store, thinking that he needed to get something to eat first. All the shelves were empty. Hansu walked forward and saw a hole dug in the floor. He said that his companions were scoundrels. He threw the backpack on his back, said that the moon would soon rise, and they dared to do such a thing. He grinned and said, "Let's see how brave they are." The sunset was over the destroyed city. People in jackets were unloading boxes. A group of survivors looked at them from behind the shelter, asking how they could take all this. The girl said that they should stop them. The blonde screamed in a whisper that they were in a hurry to run away as soon as they heard them, and because of this she did not have time to take anything. She said that they even took her cash. She began to ask how quickly they managed to take everything. Then he looked out from behind the stone with anxiety, said that they might be strong. Sanchin weakly noted that there were too many enemies. They outnumbered them even though their stats were higher. He said that Hansu hadn't returned yet, so they shouldn't get into trouble. The blonde girl shockingly told her boyfriend that she had never seen Sanchin talk so much. Minhee thoughtfully rubbed her chin and tried to figure out how they could know where the convenience store was. She thought they still had time. Seongho turned around and started to hurry his men. He smiled slyly and waved at the heroes. The whole group backed away. The blonde girl leaned forward and asked if he was waving at them. Tisung said that they were just trying to provoke them. He glared at them and said that there was no point in responding to them, so they needed to get out of here. He turned around and started to walk deeper into the alley. He said that they needed to find resources and food elsewhere. The others watched him with concern. The blonde didn't understand why that guy waved at him, but he still did his job well. Suddenly, someone came out of the alley. Seongho started asking who it was. Tisung slyly said that the guys needed food. He offered to check the subway. He smiled and said that it was better to get it now. Before the others came, he offered to show them the way. Then the blonde thought that the hero would have to fight with those guys for food, but defeating such a crowd would not be easy, so he would have to ask him for help. Seongho grinned and asked why they should trust him. He said that the blonde was trying to pit them against that guy Hansu. Tisung angrily walked up to him and asked if they understood what situation they were in. Seongho began to be indignant, but a fist flew into his face. The man fell and began to scream. He grinned and asked why he would make a trap for such weaklings. Seongho looked at the cocky blonde guy in shock. His nose was bleeding. Tisung stepped back and said that he was giving them a chance, so he asked them to think about it. Meanwhile, the group of heroes took refuge in one of the buildings. Minhee opened the door, seeing Hansu walking down the street. The girl's cheeks turned red because the hero had just returned, and she already felt very relieved. Tisung smiled contentedly, thinking that there was no need to be nervous. Besides, no one knew that he had set this up, and even if he was caught, he would find a way to get away with it. Hansu entered the building. The girl said that they were in trouble because people took things from the convenience store. The hero said that he saw them on the way here. Hansu walked to the table and asked how much food they had left. There was a small handful of food on the table. They said that they tried to collect as much as possible, but Tisung smiled slyly and said that anything can happen, but since the hero is here, will they be able to get everything back? The guy smiled nervously and swayed from side to side, said that it would certainly be difficult to cope with this alone, but he could help. Hansu sat down at the table with a smile and offered to eat first. The veins on the blonde's face bulged. It seemed to him that the hero had just snorted. He hung over the hero and said that this was somehow wrong. He smiled nervously and asked, "Does the hero really have no shame at all?" Hansu looked at him with displeasure. The blonde said that they risked their lives for this food, so why shouldn't he offer something in return? He turned to Minhee and began to demand something from the hero, and if it was something good, he would think about giving the hero food. Minhee smiled sheepishly and said that they had collected food for everyone. Taesung indignantly raised his hand and asked if they were really going to give him food for free. He reminded them that they had risked their lives for this food. He smiled and said that even among friends there should be honesty. Hansu didn't lift a finger for that food while they were fighting for it, who said you can't expect anything for free. The couple in the blue jackets nodded. Taesung smiled. This was his chance. If he could get everyone on his side, the hero would no longer be a problem. He looked at the gloomy hero and decided to see how long the hero would be so annoying. Hansu said angrily, "What a pity." He turned and said that he had nothing to give in exchange for the food. What should he do then? Taesung smiled and said that the hero must have picked up a lot of stuff there. The blonde looked at the hero and asked what he found there. Taesung turned to them and said that the hero just came out of a secret place and he definitely found something good. He should share it with them, right? Taesung laughed and offered to share the spoils. Since the hero was going with them anyway, he handed him a chocolate bar and asked why he should be like that. He suggested not to take things to the point of stupidity. Hansu looked at the guy silently. He sighed and said that the blonde had learned his lesson well. The guy asked what he was talking about and asked him to simply answer him. The hero stood up abruptly, mentally telling the guy that he needed to act more subtly, but in general it was not surprising that he saw everyone else as equals. Taesung looked at the hero in bewilderment, trying to understand what was wrong with him. The hero thought that the problem was not that. The problem was not that he took them with him because he needed them, since he did not even need the runes from them. Hansu turned around abruptly. The blonde angrily began to ask where the hero was going. The hero mentally said that he came here because of Er's words and he did everything he could. He looked away. He remembered the furious Kang Ti, who threatened his offenders with death. The hero did not understand how he could say such a thing, because he himself was now feeling ashamed. The hero opened the door and told them to take care of themselves and save their strength for the future. Minhee and Sanchin were tensely silent. The blonde intervened and began to ask everyone to control themselves, because before this they had managed without any problems, so she suggested not to throw it on the fan. She looked at her friend with enthusiasm and said that they would go and bring the hero back. Taesung fixed his hair and said that the hero should go if he wanted. Why should they stop him? Hansu silently walked outside. The blonde mentally told him to get lost, because he behaved like an arrogant hypocrite until the very end. He squinted at the girls following the hero and said that the hero was putting on a show, but if they gave him anything for free, he would come crawling back himself. He said that they didn't need this fool. He shouted, turning to Minhee, that they could handle it themselves just fine. Minhee froze. Taesung was still pressing on her. The girl ran out into the street and asked if she could go with the hero. She looked at the hero pitifully. He coldly replied that he couldn't take her. Minhee reached out her hand to him. He asked, didn't he tell her? He looked away and said that people decide for themselves whether to join him. Minhee smiled happily, her cheeks turning red. But the blonde shouted after the girl that she couldn't leave. She turned to the ragamuffin. Taesung looked at her angrily and said that she didn't get her runes. Maybe he gave her his, but not Sanchin for sure. He was going to let anyone go except her. Sanchin came up to him from behind and said that everything was fine. He anxiously leaned forward and said that he was going with them. Taesung laughed and slapped the guy on the shoulder, asking if he understood what he just said. He widened his eyes in anger and said that the guy couldn't do something like that. Did he really think his father would let him off the hook? He slapped the guy on the shoulders and said that he picked up a stray dog, and now he dares to crawl away. He asked if the guy forgot his master's name. Sanchin angrily adjusted his headphones and asked what he would do. He said that they wouldn't even be able to go outside normally now. The others didn't even know that he was alive. He asked how Taesung would tell his father anything. Taesung listened to the guy in surprise. The guy said that none of that mattered at the moment. He glared at the blonde and said that he had no reason to listen to him like before. Taesung's eyes widened, even after everything he had done to break him. He yelled after them as they walked away and said that they had all the food anyway. Did they really think it would be any different in other places? He clenched his fists and said that they would come back here sooner or later anyway. The three continued their way through the night city. Sanchin looked at the girl with concern and said that they didn't have that many supplies in their bags. Hansen walked over to the hanging jacket and thought about it. A moment later, he put it on and said that it would be useless anyway. The boy and girl looked at him questioningly. Hansu sheepishly adjusted his new jacket and said that they still had things to do. Sanchin looked at the hero in confusion, trying to understand what he was even thinking about. He looked after the hero. He had the strength to do anything. But why? If Hansu got into trouble, everything would be pointless. Hansu carefully looked at the busy guy. It was obvious to him what he was thinking. He thought it was not surprising, considering that he did not know about the moon. Hansu cheerfully turned around and said that it was because it was almost midnight. Minhee looked at the hero questioningly. She shuddered. She pointed to the sky and said that something was wrong with the moon. The moon grew and glowed more and more. Its equator began to swell and cut through. Suddenly, its surface shifted, revealing a cosmic eye inside the planet. He was looking at the city. The girl looked at him in shock, trying to comprehend what had happened to the moon. She looked at the crumbling chocolate in Sanction's hands, who was also asking what was happening. He looked at his chocolate in fear and said that the food was turning into sand. Then he reached into her backpack and said that this could not be happening. Her entire backpack was filled with sand. The guy looked ahead in fear and said that something was glowing there. In front of the group, silhouettes of people appeared all over the city streets, visible from everywhere. Then he began to examine herself and ask if they glowed too. Sanchin said in fear that this way it is impossible to detect people nearby, but at a distance everyone glows. Then he shuddered. Because people glowed even through walls, she thought to herself that everyone can see who is where, but this literally pushes people to fight each other. Sanchin looked at the hero and asked if he knew that this would happen. Hansu just grinned and asked him not to talk nonsense. He may have superpowers, but he could not know about such a thing. The guy thought that the hero was too calm for this to be true. Screams began to spread. Sanchin looked ahead in fear. People were shouting who stole their supplies. From the silhouettes of people, it was clear that many of them were fighting each other. Hansu languidly looked at the people arguing over food. He said to himself that this world is truly bad. He was looking up, that's why he said not to take much food. Because when the moon appears, which only exists in this world, all the food that anyone has simply disappears. Sanchin looked at the hero leaving and asked where he was going. Hansu calmly replied that he was going to do what needed to be done. Meanwhile, the group that remained in the building had their food scattered into the sand. Tisung said that all their food had completely disappeared. The scared girl began to ask what they should do now. Should they go look for food? Her boyfriend looked ahead and said that most likely all the food from the store had already been taken. Tisung leaned on the table and thought about how the hero knew about everything from the beginning. He angrily looked under his breath, mentally asking the hero, did he really want to beat him? He cursed his superpower. The blonde looked outside in fear. They saw the glowing silhouettes of people wandering around the city. Sunho and his henchmen looked around. They were looking for Tisung, who tricked them. The man asked how dare that guy trick them. Tisung looked out the window in fear. He knew that if they ran into them as a group, they would have no chance of winning should they run away now and attack them when they dispersed. The blonde walked up to the guy and suggested going to Hansu. Tisung pointed his finger in her face and asked, to that bastard who left them here and begged for help, he asked if she had any self-respect. She screamed and asked what the guy was going to do then. Did he really think they could handle it together? She said loudly that sitting here wouldn't change anything. She pushed her boyfriend in the arm and asked him to think carefully, because if they couldn't find them, they would go after Hansu and they would be able to offer him their help, right? Her boyfriend laughed and said that they wouldn't fight if there were too many of them, so maybe they could come to some kind of agreement. Tisung turned away in irritation. He knew that the couple was right and a temporary alliance wasn't such a bad idea. He smiled. He didn't like it, but the possibility of making the hero his debt was too tempting. He said that the couple was right and they should go help them. Tisung looked out into the street and said that if they moved quietly, they wouldn't be noticed. He knew where to go, so he asked them to just follow him. Suddenly, the guy's legs were covered in green slime. The guy fell to his feet, not understanding what was happening. He tried to remove the unknown substance. He reached his hands towards the couple and demanded that they pull him out. Someone approached them and asked if they were sure they would be okay if they dragged him along with them. The jacket boss calmly said that he doubted that the men would be able to escape. He offered to come over because he wanted to talk to them. The blue couple looked at the bandit boss in fear. Both of them ran away while Tisung was screaming, who was left behind. The boss leaned over the blonde and asked how he could use such rude words. He said that the guy was still too young for that. He calmly looked at Tisung and said that it was Oren's duct tape. While he was busy with his cunning plans, they were not idle either. He sighed and said that when there were so many of them, everything became less interesting. He stood up and said enough chatter. He asked why there were only 3 of them. He asked where the others went. Tisung was tensely silent. The man swung his leg. Blood spurted. Tisung screamed. His leg was now injured. Tisung threw his hands up nervously and said he would tell everything he knew. He said they could ask him anything and he could tell them where the others went. The boss looked at Seongho and said it was good that the guy understood the situation quickly, but before that, someone wanted to talk to him. Seongho smiled contentedly. The boss suggested that they leave after they decided on this issue. Seongho hovered over the guy and asked if he was doing well. He didn't think he would get better until he did the same to him. Tisung gritted his teeth, cursing his friends who abandoned him. Seongho nodded to his henchman. The boss told him not to get too carried away. Seongho picked up and told the others not to get too carried away with beating the guy. A moment later, the blonde was being kicked. He watched the couple run away, not understanding how they could have abandoned him. He covered himself with his hands, looking forward fiercely. In his mind, he screamed that he would kill them all. After a while, the couple looked forward questioningly. In front of them, meat soup was bubbling in a pot. The hero and the others were sitting on the ground and eating. The couple asked what they were doing. They looked at the steaming soup and asked if they were having a picnic. The blonde twisted her mouth, realizing that the hero knew all about the spoiled food. She smiled and started to approach the hero, offered to eat together. Hansu stood up. He waved his sword in front of the girl's face. She looked at the hero with fear. Hansu pointed his sword at her and with his mouth full told her not to come closer. He turned around. They started asking him what kind of childishness this was. The blonde started asking what they had done to them. After all, it was all Tisung. The couple stopped. The guy asked what would happen if they did come closer. Hansu grinned and said that his superpowers said that this would not end well for them. The guy frowned and asked if this ability told him everything in the world. Hansu lowered his sword and said that it really did tell him a lot. For example, that they had brought danger with them. The couple turned around abruptly. Someone said that the hero was observant. A squad of jackets appeared from the darkness. The boss smiled slightly. The hero silently looked at them. He was silent. Then he looked at the hero with anxiety. Sweat was running down her face. The hero imagined a bag of food from a selfish and rich person. The conditions for obtaining this item are quite simple. Cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon is in the sky. This condition seems simple, but there is one more. There was sliced meat on the board. The one who cooks and eats the most food without sharing with anyone will be the only one who gets the reward. In a situation where everyone is running around frantically trying to get their hands on the food supplies, they will have to overcome all obstacles and greedily gobble up the food. The creators of this task have a strange sense of humor. Hansu stuck a knife into the soup. He pulled a piece to his mouth in front of everyone. He had to remain calm, even in such circumstances. Someone began to approach. The jackets were leading the beaten Tensen. They began to ask him if he was okay, but the guy screamed, telling the girl to shut up and began to ask, why did they leave him? The couple looked at the guy in fear. The blonde said that they ran for help. Tensen gaped and asked him to stop talking nonsense. He said that if it weren't for them, he would have. Seonho looked at him and told him to calm down. The boss patted him on the shoulder and asked him to calm down a little. He smiled, looked at the hero and said that it was nice to meet them again. He said that Hansu was quite skilled. He asked where the guy got the meat. He asked him to be kind and show him. Hansu pointed at the remains around and said that there was meat everywhere. Why was he asking him? He didn't need to explain what meat looked like. The jackets looked at the remains, confused, trying to figure out if the guy was really eating this. They had forced some people to try this meat and they were still suffering from dehydration and poisoning, but the hero was eating it as if nothing had happened. The boss came closer to the hero and noticed that he had figured out how to cook this meat without harming his health. The hero said that if he boiled the meat in goblin blood, everything would be fine. He suggested that he try it himself. The boss haughtily fell silent. He remembered that Tisung said that the hero had superpowers, and he also said that Hansu had obtained something valuable at the station. The man decided that today was the perfect day to attack the hero. Despite the difference in skills, they had a numerical advantage, and their opponent was a 20-year-old civilian. The boss smiled, guessing that the hero was used to fighting monsters. But that didn't mean he knew how to fight people. Tisung looked at the man with fear, and they asked him what he was waiting for. The man smiled and suggested going out to eat and having a few words with his friend, because that was normal for friends. Tisung frowned in displeasure, not understanding why he was being given orders at all, but it would still be wise not to show off in front of a crowd of people. Hansu stood up again, and Minhee looked at him with fear. Tisung slowly approached them and offered to actually talk for a while. Minhee screamed in fear and asked them not to cross the line. Tisung twisted his hands and told them to shut up and just wait. Hansu started to raise his sword. He said that this was the end. He mentally asked Urs not to blame him. Tisung looked at the hero in confusion after the blow to his legs. He began to fall. He hit the ground. He was shaking all over and asked in horror why. He looked at his severed legs and gasped. He screamed, clutching the stump to himself. The jackets gave way in surprise. The couple in the jackets also jumped back. Tisung screamed in pain and asked how the hero could call himself a human after this. He asked how the hero could do this to him. Minhee closed her eyes in regret and fear. Tisung continued to scream and ask, was this all because of a piece of meat? Sanchin opened his mouth in shock and began to sweat. The blonde looked at them and said that they better be careful with the hero. After all, he did this so as not to share food, and if the hero becomes stronger, do they really think that he will not turn against them? Tisung looked at the jackets. He shouted that the hero will kill them for the runes. He shouted that the hero should be killed right now, or do they think that they can compare to him? The boss frowned and told them to get ready. Seongho looked at him doubtfully. He looked at the hero, thought that he can't say that the guy is wrong, but the hero does not intend to fight them now, but if he becomes strong enough in the future, he will easily defeat them. Everyone took out their knives. Seongho thought that they had weapons with them, and because of the moonlight, the hero will not be able to escape from them. He understood that they needed to get rid of the hero right now. Hansu looked at them with a cold gaze. Seongho tried to understand what kind of student must be to have such a gaze. What had he been through? Hansu sighed. He looked at the crowd. He remembered that Urs and Keldian often quarreled. Even after they decided to work together, Urs said that he should not make enemies easily. But Keldian said that if the enemy is already in front of you, then you must completely crush him. Because if you do not, you will be crushed. Urs and he agree with this statement. Hansu smiled. He looked at his hand with runes. With a smile, he pulled out the runes. They began to ask him what kind of tricks did he decide to use. The jackets screamed. Seongho ordered to kill the hero. The men ran to attack. Hansu squeezed the hilt of the sword he created, said that since they started this before the end of the night, he stood on his toes and jumped up. He ran towards the crowd and asked for permission to test them on the conditions of the task. Seongho winced, not understanding how the hero could move so fast. Hansu calmly said that it would hurt and hit the first enemy. The hero rushed into the crowd, throwing everyone aside. There were groans. The boss looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He looked around, wondering if the hero had absorbed all the hidden runes and if this continued. He screamed and told them not to run. He said that there were more of them and they should use this advantage too. Hansu appeared in front of him and he grabbed the knife tighter. He raised it fearfully, asking if he really thought he would back down. Hansu slowly approached him and told him to think about it. The boss smiled nervously and asked if he really thought he would be okay if he took someone's life. He said that it was different from killing monsters. Hansu approached menacingly. The man screamed that he was committing murder and began to repeat the word louder and louder. His eyes filled with horror. He said that this was not something that a kid should take so lightly. There was a swing. The boss froze. Hansu began to approach, stabbing him in the stomach. Blood spurted. Hansu looked at the fallen man. His gaze was cruel. The wounded and killed jackets lay on the asphalt and groaned. Another bandit was killed. The couple in jackets watched in horror. Hansu plunged his sword into the back of one of the men and said that the couple was still there. He smiled and asked if he should take this as a desire to fight. The couple exchanged glances, and then they ran away while the hero shook the blood off the sword. He put it in his belt, approaching the other couple. He sat down, took the meat and blew on it. He started chewing, looked at his partners and asked, "What's wrong?" Then he looked away in confusion and said that everything was fine. She sat down on the ground and began to stretch, while Sanchin digested what he saw, and there was a mountain of bodies lying nearby. Dawn was breaking. The moon looked at the atrocities in the city, and slowly began to close its eye. The eyelids closed. Hansu stood up and walked forward, holding a bag in his hands. He ate about 3 days worth of food. He felt like he was going to throw up. He looked ahead gloomily, realizing that he had failed all the tasks focused on people, but it was worth it. He looked at the bag in his hands. The fairy said that the bag protected the food from the gaze of the moonlight in the subspace where you can put anything. The hero knew that it was 5 times larger than it looked, so it could fit almost 2 weeks worth of food. The couple behind him looked at the hero with concern. Then he asked if the hero was sure everything would be okay. He turned around. She said with excitement that the hero had not killed them. Hansu was silent. He sighed with a smile and asked who the scary woman was. He smiled, turning away, and a blushing Minhee began to shout that she was not like that, she was just worried about him. The girl looked at the hero's back and thought that it was no wonder that the hero did not do it, because there was nothing they could do even if they managed to rise, just because he was going to become even stronger. Minhee stepped forward and thought that she should not worry about the others now. However, if the hero killed them, he would get their runes and become stronger. She looked at the pouch on the hero's belt. He thought that considering what she was thinking now, she fit in well with the new reality, because this is how you should perceive the world. Hansu looked away grimly. He could have done that if his goal was just to become stronger. He looked forward. He went to the past to save as many people as possible, minimize conflicts, and unite forces, because the most important task for him is to set rules. And the first of them is not to kill people for runes. He could kill those people and take the few runes they had, but he still couldn't replace their contribution to the cause. He thought about how hard it would be to enforce these rules, but they would be more easily followed if someone with power did the enforcing, which was why he couldn't let anyone see him mindlessly killing people. Of course, a purge was necessary, but there were too many prying eyes. Sanchin trailed behind. Hugging his arm, the hero thought that someone would stumble upon these runes sooner or later. Sanchin stopped and said that he would stay here. Minhee looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The boy scratched his arm awkwardly. He didn't think he could walk any further with the couple. Minhee looked at the boy worriedly and asked why the hero said now, without turning around, that the boy could do whatever he wanted. He sighed and said that he respected personal preferences. Sanchin turned around and walked away. She watched him go. The hero asked why she didn't do what she really wanted. Then he was scared because the hero turned to her abruptly. The hero looked at the girl coldly and asked if she wasn't afraid of him. Minhee was taken aback. She looked away, said yes, but he remembered the hero among the bodies and said that she just shouldn't cross that line. She looked at her feet, but she plucked up her courage and looked at the hero and said that he wouldn't let her come back if she left now, so she would be with the hero until the end. Hansu was silent. Minhee tried to endure the stress. The hero noted her excellent intuition. He smiled and turned around. He said in that case to move on. The couple began to go down into the subway. Some time later, at the site of the battle, T-Sung was shaking, trying to throw the body off himself. He screamed that jackets only know how to yelp. He screamed that the hero should have just killed them all. In his mind, he said that the hero had made a mistake. His minor wounds were already healing, and as soon as he was healed, he would kill these worthless people. The guy crawled forward. He was going to follow the hero. He was writhing in pain and crawling forward. The guy was indignant and asking how they dared to abandon him, especially Minhee. He said that he would not leave him like that. A shadow hung over the guy. The man in combat boots was looking at him. It was Sanchin. He was looking sadly at T-Sung, who did not understand why he was approaching him right now. He realized that this could be his chance. T-Sung smiled and asked the guy to pick him up. Sanchin silently looked at him and asked again, from which the blonde exploded and began to ask, was the guy really going to leave him here after what happened? Sanchin looked at the guy with eyes in which something bad was born. T-Sung looked at the boss who had recovered and asked if he was trying to look scary. While T-Sung was scoffing, Sanchin reached for the knife on the ground. He took it. The cold blade gave off a scary aura. While T-Sung smiled and looked at the boss, Sanchin silently looked at his enemy. T-Sung turned around. Sanchin slowly approached his head. T-Sung asked in confusion why the guy was walking towards him. At that moment, the guy's hand reached out to him. He grabbed him by the collar. T-Sung grabbed his hand and asked what he was doing. Sanchin gloomily said that now he understood. The blonde was trying to understand when Sanchin managed to become so strong. Sanchin pulled the blonde to himself and said that he was going to take advantage of the chance that came his way. He said that he should have done this much earlier. T-Sung did not understand what kind of nonsense the guy was talking and demanded to let him go. Sanchin's look was terrifying. T-Sung froze. His pupils narrowed. The knife sank under his rib. He reached for the headphones on his neck, cursing the guy. His hand was shaking. T-Sung asked how dare the guy. The headphones fell to the floor. Sanchin reminded him that T-Sung himself said that he should know his place. He said that now it was the blonde's turn to know his place. The guy coldly said that T-Sung himself was nobody. He said that all this time he enjoyed mocking and using his father to mock him. A tremor ran through the blonde's body. Sanchin began to laugh quietly. The bloody knife fell to the ground. Sanchin knelt down. He covered his mouth with his hand. He began to hit himself in the face, demanding that he pull himself together and asked not to do this because of such a small thing. He was sure that it was a trifle for him. Under his hand lay the runes of dead T-Sung. Sanchin stood up. The boss reached out his hand to him and asked if they could talk. He said that if the boy spared him now, they would unite. But Sanchin understood everything now. He stopped near the wounded man, who continued to talk his ear off. Now the boy understood why Hansu did not follow him. The man was reaching out his hand to the figure of the boy with the knife. Sanchin asked the hero how pathetic he was in his eyes. He did not want his protection. If only he was brave enough to fight by his side in a dangerous situation. If only he himself became stronger instead of being afraid of his strength. He remembered Hansu's aloofness. He asked if he could stay by his side. He took D-Sung's runes in his hands. He knew that if he was strong, the hero would not reject him. That was what had not changed from the past. He remembered the humiliation in school when he cowered every time, walking like a minefield because of one person. He was going to prove himself. Sanchin looked ahead grimly. He was going to become stronger, just like the hero. And if he uses fools and catches up with him. He walked forward, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He said that the hero would look at him differently later. Mutated birds circled over the ruined city. One of them opened its beak wide and screamed. Minhee stood on the ground below them. She took a deep breath. Her powerful scream deafened the birds hovering around. One by one, they fell to the ground. Hearing a strange sound, the girl turned around. The bird, which had not been hit, was flying towards her. The blade of a sword flashed in front of her. Having destroyed the enemy, the protagonist took a step towards his ally. Smiling sheepishly, the woman said that she needed his help again. Approaching the dead bird, Hansu noted that being independent and doing everything alone were two different things. Having handed over the runes to his friend, the guy explained that it was quite logical to ask for help from a comrade if she had gaps in her skills. Taking the remaining runes, the young man asked his ally to try to understand the strengths and weaknesses of her skills. Smiling, Minhee thought that her friend was always very strict about distributing trophies. Pushing her hair behind her ear, she realized that 2 days had already passed since their arrival here. Standing in front of her status window, the girl decided that it was a great idea to buy skills from her comrade that increased mana and stamina recovery, because without them, it would be quite difficult to catch up with his level. The woman looked away in embarrassment, thinking that she was still trying not to rely on him. She sighed heavily. Looking at the stats window, the Reincarnator realized that he had managed to increase all of his stats to 42 units. Scratching the back of his head, he decided that the best method of development was to keep all of his stats at about the same level and that he did not even have to bother exchanging runes since his ally had low strength and stamina. Hearing someone's voice in the distance, the guys looked up. The stranger asked the survivors to immediately return to the starting position and added that those who were late would be punished. The protagonist looked away with displeasure. Minhee thought about the fairy, frowning worriedly. Taking a step forward, Hansu called her to follow him. The heroes walked along the street of the destroyed city. The girl watched her comrade with embarrassment. Seeing that her cheeks had turned red, the guy asked her to explain what was going on. Looking at him furtively, the woman agreed. Closing her eyes, she asked if her friend had a girlfriend. The young man shuddered. Smiling nervously, Minhee asked herself if this was too personal a question, and thought that it was not quite right to think so, but her ally seemed unusually generous. The young man looked down tensely. Holding her shaking hands in front of her, the girl thought that she wanted to ask a completely different question from the beginning. Looking to the side, the Reincarnator realized that his friend was shy but still spoke frankly, and decided that Kang T would be happy with this question, even if it was empty politeness. An image of an embarrassed comrade and dissatisfied Keldian and Urs appeared in his mind. At first, the ally was so afraid that she could not even speak. The shaking woman wanted to ask a question, but decided not to. Looking down, the protagonist introduced his beloved and remembered that they had not even met yet, but he could not afford to lose her again. Minhee raised her eyebrows in surprise when her friend replied that he did not remember it. She lowered her head. The guys silently walked forward. The survivors gathered in the parking lot. The girl looked around, noticing a lot of people. Among those gathered in the square, there were many familiar faces. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, feeling the strange atmosphere. The fairy smiled broadly and asked if everyone was there. The devil spread his arms and said that, unfortunately, they had gotten here too quickly. Deciding to get straight to the point, the assistant said that he had 2 pieces of good news for the travelers, and the people's mouths opened in fear. The monster raised his index finger. Closing his eyes, he said that they would be able to leave this place if they held out for another 72 hours. Putting his palms together, the fairy said that this was simply wonderful news and that he was pleased to hear joyful exclamations and applause. The survivors looked at him in horror. The devil narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked why they were not reacting. The people, their eyes white with fear, began to clap, and the assistant said that he was pleased to see how happy they were. Snapping his fingers, he decided that it was time to introduce the star of this event. The stones lying on the ground trembled. Feeling the earthquake, the people raised their eyebrows in fear. A huge shadow hung over the heroes. The monster explained that what they saw was the most important place of this event. A magical altar rose above the city. Minhee's eyes widened in amazement, wondering what it was. A clawed paw hit the bars. The monster opened its mouth. The fairy said that a very cute animal was waiting for the travelers inside. Spreading its wings, the devil asked if they could see it. A huge eye of the monster appeared behind him. The assistant explained that this baby was called a carnivorous beast. The pale people opened their mouths in horror. The fairy said that for their sake no one had fed this beast all day, so it really wanted to break free. The walls of the altar shook. The devil banged his fist on them and warned that although the altar looked beautiful, it was not as strong as the survivors would like, so its walls would soon break down. The huge monster bared its fangs and roared, and the assistant asked how many of the travelers would survive if it broke out. The monster's face was tied with a ribbon, and someone wondered if they would have to fight it if the altar fell. The fairy smirked and suggested moving on to the second piece of news. Laying his head on the pillow, the devil explained that there was a way to make him fall asleep. Then the carnivorous beast would not even scratch the altar, because he would not even try to escape. Blowing a kiss to the survivors, the assistant asked if anyone had any ideas on how to do this and promised to bless the one who guessed. Noticing the dejected faces, the monster threw the pillow away and called them 2 boring actors. Raising his index finger, the fairy declared that the method was very simple. Baring his fangs, the devil declared that they should simply feed him 5 people a day. The girl frowned, and the assistant calculated that they would have to feed the monster 3 times to last 72 hours. Standing in front of the huge crowd, the protagonist realized that there were only a little more than 60 people left, which meant that they would have to use a quarter of the people here as a sleeping pill. Snapping his fingers again, the fairy declared that whether or not to take this advice would be on their conscience, and decided to show something to those who doubted their decision. A video of a huge monster destroying a city appeared on the system window. People died under its massive hoofs. The flames of madness burned in its eyes. Screams were heard. The monster raised its head and threw the man into its mouth. Putting his hands behind his head, the devil explained that this recording showed people from another training area who had decided to try to defeat him together. Hansu looked around and noticed the other survivors arguing with each other. The assistant said that they only had one choice, because fighting such a monster sounded like an unfunny joke. Someone raised their hand to get attention. A frightened man in a red cap asked how they were supposed to choose who to feed. The fairy asked why he was being asked, and the stranger flinched. Putting his hands behind his head, the devil explained that they had to decide for themselves, either by force or by drawing straws. Narrowing his eyes, he added that either option would work if they used living people. Spreading his arms, the assistant said that the survivors had to make a decision within an hour, that way they would be safe for the next 24 hours, and then they would have another hour to choose their next victims. A timer appeared on the blue system window. The monster hoped that the travelers would make the right choice. The heroes stood in a crowd of people who did not understand what to do. Looking at her friend, Minnie asked which choice he thought was better. Closing his eyes, the boy asked who cared if everything was already decided. Raising his eyebrows, the man in the hat said that they should be honest. Raising his hand, he suggested drawing lots to choose 5 people for the first day, and then for the second day. Someone smirked and asked why they would do that. The people looked at him in fear. The girl's mouth fell open in shock. Frowning, Sanchin asked why they should be honest. The survivor, along with a group of his comrades, approached the man. Looking at him from under his brows, the boy asked if they had any reason to be honest. Pointing at it, the man in the hat asked what he proposed to do in that case, since it was impossible to abandon an idea without offering an alternative. Turning away from him, Sanchin suggested using the most reasonable method. The boy put his hand to the pole. At that moment, the pole broke in half. The travelers opened their mouths in fear. The traffic light fell to the ground with a crash. Raising his hand, the survivor suggested starting with those who were of no use and choosing 5 victims from them. Looking at him, the people trembled with fear. Minnie looked at her former ally in horror. Smiling, Sanchin thought that he had gained power, so now everyone was listening to him, and he liked it. Spreading his arms, he said that they could not waste time, since another 100 people had disappeared before them, and it would be impossible to defeat those who were far ahead one by one. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. The tall burning altar shook. The boy explained that they had to unite, because they might have to fight this monster soon. Looking at the man, the survivor added that there was no place for weaklings like him in their alliance. Frowning, Sanchin asked if it was not logical to send the weakest into the beast's mouth first. Hansu looked up when asked what he thought. The heroes stood opposite each other. The boy thought that he had become completely different, not like Tisung, and decided to help his former comrade because he did not want to become his enemy. Remembering how the blonde grabbed his hair, the survivor realized that here he would have a chance to start his life from scratch, but for this he needed help. A smirk appeared on his face. Sanchin was sure that his friend would make the right decision because his judgment was perfect. Raising his hand, the boy stated that this was not a bad method, but he had another option. The boy put his hand to his chin and suggested that they would survive if they followed his advice, so there was no need to sacrifice anyone. The boy asked how that was even possible, his mouth hanging open in shock. He narrowed his eyes, unable to believe his ears. The man widened his eyes in surprise and asked if the traveler was suggesting that they all fight the carnivorous beast together, since the recording from the other training area suggested that it was impossible. Imagining the monster devouring its victims, the man in the hat asked how they would defeat a monster whose health increased with every person it ate, even if they tried to outnumber it. The boy looked away and noticed that he had not suggested fighting. The survivor asked what they should do then. His eyes wide in fear, and suggested that his comrade was going to fight him alone. The Reincarnator smirked and confirmed that he had meant exactly that. The people's mouths fell open in shock. Sweat was running down their tense faces, unable to believe that someone was going to take on the monster alone. The fat man spread his arms and asked what they were talking about, since these weren't goblins. Pointing at the boy, he reminded him that they would all die if they didn't make a decision within an hour. According to the timer, they had 49 minutes left. Sanchin clenched his fist tightly as the others discussed the situation. Looking up, the boy wondered if his former comrade had become so strong that he could take on such a monster alone. The survivor watched the protagonist. Hansu rolled his eyes and said that he wanted to fight the carnivorous beast, but it was difficult to do so now. Sanchin realized that even someone like him would need help in this situation. Smiling widely, he said that the strongest should come out to fight, and suggested that they fight together. The boy was indignant that he was not even given the chance to finish. The boy pursed his lips in displeasure, trying to figure out what he wanted. Raising his hand, the survivor asked what he had to offer. The young man closed his eyes to think about it. The girl wondered if she would be taken along. Looking at her friend, she decided that this was definitely not going to happen. The Reincarnator explained that he could defeat this monster in a one-on-one fight if he increased his strength and endurance by 30 points. The people raised their eyebrows in surprise. The woman's eyes widened in amazement. The two survivors narrowed their eyes in disbelief. The protagonist promised to destroy the enemy if everyone else gave him their stat-boosting runes. The monster hiding in the altar opened its mouth. Hands placed his hands on his belt. The travelers realized that he needed 60 runes, and wondered who exactly should hand over the runes. The boy thought that he could handle it if he used his items and increased the value of his characteristics to the maximum, There was a pack of cigarettes in his breast pocket. He knew how to deal with this monster thanks to his combat experience, and he would also be able to get the second hidden treasure. Even Keldian, Urs, and Canthe could not handle it. Clementine held a clot of energy in his hand, only he managed to figure it all out. But even the king of berserkers, despite his perfectly suitable features, was able to get the treasure, almost dying. Clenching his fist, the young man thought that he needed to become several times stronger and faster this time because the treasure was at stake. Looking down, the Reincarnator said that he did not care who gave the runes and promised to go to the altar immediately after he had all the necessary runes. The timer was at 41, wasting precious time would not lead to anything good. The fat man frowned and asked how the weaklings had so many runes since they would be so much stronger if they had them. The survivor spread his arms and called for everyone to hand over their runes, suggesting that they draw lots if things couldn't be resolved easily. Hearing himself called selfish made him turn around. The stranger took a step towards him and asked why they should give their runes to someone like him, since it was obvious that he would be the first to be thrown out if they started with the weaklings. As she approached the man, she noticed that the difference between first and last place was astounding. Smirking, the girl asked if it was because he had so few runes overall. The woman's brows furrowed in disdain, realizing that weak people like him were trying to run away because they couldn't hand over their runes. Gritting his teeth, the man asked how dare someone talk to him like that. Putting her hand on the handle of the knife, the stranger asked him not to be impudent and threatened to break all his limbs and throw him into the altar. Covering his face with his hand, the survivor realized that it was all about strength and reminded them that elders must be respected. Trembling with fear, he asked if they did not live in a democracy. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl suggested voting since they had a democracy. Grinning, she suggested that her comrade either give up the runes to survive or prepare to be eaten. Hearing that the voting would be anonymous, as in a democracy, the people's eyes widened in horror. The fat man raised his eyebrows in fear. Approaching the young man, he said that he had the opportunity to simply take away someone else's runes. The survivor added that this could easily be done by killing several strong people. Someone was indignant and hit him in the face. Grabbing him by the collar, the man in the hat asked if he really wanted to die. The fat man said that he had to survive because his family was waiting for him. The people suggested throwing him into the altar. The protagonist looked at the timer. Hansu opened his mouth and sighed heavily. Watching as the travelers began to attack each other, Hansu realized that they did not know when to stop and that he needed to resolve the emerging conflict. The people looked around when they were asked to calm down. Extending his hand forward, the guy said that they had several options. Pointing his finger at the others, he explained that they had 5 options and that this was the order for the week. The fat man said that this could not be. With his mouth wide open, the man in the hat asked if they really wanted to sacrifice them to the monster. The parents hugged their child to their chests. Someone asked if they would really be thrown to the monsters to be eaten just because they were weak. The young man grinned. The timer showed that they only had half an hour left. Minnie stood in front of the altar entrance. She had a frustrated expression. The man behind her said that she could have gone with him if she was going to act like this. Walking up to his former ally, Sanchin suggested that she could have gotten closer to the boy. The girl blushed in embarrassment and asked if he still hadn't figured out what Hansu was really like. The boy pursed his lips in displeasure. Putting her hands behind her back, the woman said that she wanted to go with him too. Smiling, Minhee noted that she couldn't just follow him and stay behind him all the time. Turning his head, the survivor asked what she was going to do now. Taking a step forward, the girl replied that she wasn't going to just stand there and wait for him to return. Looking back, the woman explained that she would only earn her friend's displeasure if she did that, since she would be no different from everyone else. Standing in front of a crowd of people, the protagonist asked what they were doing while the others were doing important and difficult work. The survivors looked up in fear. Hansu said that it didn't matter how bad they were, because they had to understand the consequences of their decisions. Frowning sternly, the boy explained that it wasn't the leaders who left them behind because they were weak, but they were not strong enough to catch up with them. He asked if the travelers really expected to be taken care of here. The weaklings looked away guiltily. If they wanted to have a chance of survival, then each of them had to take 2 runes. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man said that they had to decide for themselves who to hunt for the next 3 days to find the runes and repay his debt. Smiling, the Reincarnator warned those who decided to run away without paying about the consequences of such a decision. Turning away, Minhee said that her friend always kept his promises, so he could figure it out on his own. With a determined frown, she decided that she should hurry up and catch up with him. Looking down, Sanchin invited her to join him. Hearing that the rest of the team would be happy to have her, the girl shuddered. Smiling widely, the woman thanked him for the offer and stated that she would give her answer a little later. Minhee turned away and walked away. As he watched her go, the boy thought that he didn't need to see her in action to tell her that she had become stronger since their last meeting. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Clenching his fist, the survivor knew that he had to show results because what he had now was not enough. Narrowing his eyes, he decided to show his value. Pointing a finger at him, the stranger stated that they needed to talk. A smirk crossed her face. Raising her eyebrows, Sanchin asked what she needed. Placing a hand on his ally's shoulder, the man asked what was bothering her so much. Soyal extended his hand and introduced himself, explaining that his friend was shy. Gesturing towards the group, the man in the formal suit explained that the leaders of the two different teams were about to have a quick word. The boy gaped, surprised to be called the leader. He sheepishly shook his ally's hand and explained that his friends were simply following him. The man stated that this was what they called leadership and remembered that the survivor knew Hansu. Raising his eyebrows, Soyal offered to talk about him for a bit, if that was okay. Smiling nervously, Sanchin agreed. A purple portal lit up inside the altar. There was a dispenser on the floor. Goblin poison would not work on a carnivorous beast. Taking up his sword, the protagonist realized that he would have to use paralyzing poison instead. Putting on the rosary, Hansu thought that it restored some stamina when strengthening, so it was quite a useful thing, despite the fact that it was obtained through hunting. Throwing the rosary into his mouth, the boy decided that it would help in battle. As he went down the stairs, he thought that overall the odds were not in his favor, but he had no choice since it was not enough to fight this creature. The monster opened its mouth wide, from which steam came out. Taking out cigarettes from his pocket, the young man decided that he would have to use a lot of cloud snacks. The Reincarnator took one cigarette in his teeth. Looking down, he realized that he had not done this for a long time. Putting the cigarettes back into his jacket, the protagonist hoped that he would be understood correctly. Hansu looked away. Bright energy swirled around his body. Frowning decisively, the boy thought that a rune suitable for this world had finally been created. The gray rune began to shimmer with different colors. This happens when its stats exceed 100 units. The colorless one becomes red, the red one becomes orange, and the orange one turns yellow. A status window appeared. Judging by the inscriptions, the cloud snack added 20% to the stat value. Although the difference between 99% of normal runes and 1/100% of colorless runes is small, the higher their level, the greater the gap between them. The monster's eyes lit up. The carnivorous beast was not the kind of monster released during the first training round, so a colorless rune would do. Stepping forward, the young man thought that he could do it faster if he had the essence of a troll, then the Berserker King would go crazy. The Reincarnator stopped. Jumping off the tower, he remembered that only one person managed to find the hidden treasure. Lightning shot out from his eye. The protagonist realized that the more difficult and impossible the task seemed, the more amazing the reward in this damned world. The monster looked back. Swinging his sword and heading towards the enraged enemy, Hans decided it was time to begin. There were many huge monsters in the air. All of them had racial skills. The carnivorous beast was born with 2 such skills. The monster slammed its hand on the ground, destroying it. The boy looked ahead, remaining calm. The monster raised its head. Its eyes lit up. This was the first skill, intimidation. The young man narrowed his eyes and held out his sword in front of him. The carnivorous beast extended its hand towards him. Claws rushed forward to grab the victim. Jumping to the side, the Reincarnator dodged the blow. Jumping back, he remembered that this skill makes the prey freeze in fear, after which the creature eats it and restores its stamina with the help of carnivory. Having lit another cigarette, the protagonist realized that his behavior remained the same and was very glad that his strength did not increase. The monster stuck out its tongue and screamed. Usually after using carnivory, the blood-drinking swamp skill was used, which sucked all the blood from the prey's body. The monster's red eyes widened. Hansu ran to the side to avoid the blow and thought that it would be very difficult for him to cope with such an enemy. Looking to the side, the guy realized that simply attacking the enemy did not make sense, but he knew the most effective method of dealing with this creature. The young man stopped in place and turned around. He needed to limit the enemy's movements. Lightning ran along the body of the carnivorous beast. The Reincarnator took a fighting stance, seeing the enemy approaching. Dodging its clawed paw, he thought that stabbing the sword in random places would not produce results. Swinging the sparkling blade, the protagonist decided to try to hit the nerves to infect them with poison. The nerves were located between the joints. Several traces of injections appeared on the monster's hand. Lightning stretched from the tip of the blade. Opening its mouth wide, the monster screamed. Leaning on the sword, Hans thought that this should be enough and decided to wait for the poison to take effect. Judging by the timer, there were 12 minutes left. A bright light illuminated the altar. The guy struck with the sword. At the moment when the carnivorous beast swung its paw, he jumped back. Due to the sharp breaking, dust rose under his feet. Baring his teeth, the monster did not take his eyes off him. Suddenly, his pupils darted in different directions. The young man smoked another cigarette. The monster swung its clawed paw. The effectiveness of the unique skill intimidation depended on the individual willpower of the victim. A bright energy appeared around the Reincarnator. He was helped by immunity to magic. Putting his sword in front of him, the protagonist thought that this creature was simply worthless compared to the monster that awaited them further. Hansu spat out the finished cigarette. being completely confident in victory. Dodging another blow, he remembered that he had honed his senses with combat experience and knowledge for many years in order to survive and be different from the rest. He was amused by the fact that Kangti once said that anticipation is the most important thing in battle. The guy took a new cigarette out of his pocket. Now he could see all the enemy's movements in advance. The monster turned its head. Dodging its paw, the young man realized that he could clearly see where the enemy was aiming. Looking down, he decided that it was still very difficult. Exhaling smoke, the Reincarnator realized that he wouldn't have been able to attack and dodge like that if he hadn't increased his strength and endurance. Still, fighting inside the altar was the right decision, plus he still had time in Cloud Snacks. Someone was watching him from the top of the tower. The woman crouched down and noticed that the boy wasn't joking. She couldn't believe that the boy was fighting a monster alone and called him crazy. Smiling, Soil decided that he was very confident to come here, plus he looked quite relaxed. Sanchin looked at the people, who decided that Hansu had actually taken the runes from them on purpose, since he apparently didn't need them that much. Turning away and heading towards the stairs, the man clarified that they came here to do what they had to do and suggested that they quietly go down. Raising his hand to his mouth, the boy shouted that they came here to help. The protagonist looked around in surprise. Looking down, the survivor asked him to wait a bit while they went down. Looking at him, the group leader asked what was going on. Putting a hand on his ally's shoulder, he reminded them that they needed to sneak down as quietly as possible so that the monster wouldn't notice them. Sanchin stated that his comrade needed to know that they were here. Spreading his arms, Soil explained that this way the monster would also know about their presence. Scratching the back of his head, the boy agreed with him and said that he didn't think about it. Smiling nervously, the man laughed and said that such things happen sometimes. Turning away, he called his comrade stupid. Looking back, the survivor apologized for that. Noticing him, Hansu smirked and laughed. Frowning, the group leader decided that they couldn't lose because of him, but in reality, there was nothing to worry about. The spiral staircase led down. There was a fierce battle going on downstairs. Soil explained that they would get rid of the boys once they relaxed after defeating the carnivorous beast, because then they would not have time to pay attention to them. As he went down, the man thought that this man was dangerous, judging by his fight with the beast. The young man stood in the center of the altar. He had a tense look. The guild leader thought that this was not a man in front of him, but a wild beast that behaved calmly only when it was full. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He thought that he simply could not forget what he saw that day. On the very first night, the Reincarnator fought a huge crowd of people alone and without any hesitation. It seemed that he even enjoyed it. His cut body flew into the air. The protagonist grinned. Moving further up the stairs, Soil decided that he could not allow such a dangerous creature to continue to accumulate power, and once it was gone, all the other people, including Minhee, would be under his control. Looking back, the man asked his ally to go down and check what was going on. Watching Hansu fight the monster, he realized that if things continued like this, they would have nothing to worry about because the carnivorous beast was already slowing down. Sanchin opened his mouth in fear. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Frowning sternly, the woman said that their comrade had become suspiciously quiet. Hearing the roar, the people shuddered in horror. The stairs shook under their feet. An explosion sounded above their heads. The stairs were destroyed. Finding herself in the air, the girl asked what was happening here. Falling to the ground, she wondered why the stairs had collapsed so suddenly. Rising to her feet, the stranger realized that they had already been discovered, but the monster was gradually losing strength. The monster swung its tail. Putting its hand to the ground, the carnivorous beast bared its fangs. His bloodshot eyes trembled. Covering their heads with their hands, the people felt the pressure, which was several times stronger than above. Turning his attention to them, the monster opened its mouth. Gritting his teeth, Soil thought that although the surprise attack failed, everything would be fine because Hansu was with them. Seeing the guy on the stairs, the woman asked what he was doing there. Turning around, the man asked if they shouldn't defeat this monster because if they do it together, everything will work out. The leader of the group was afraid that their comrade might give up when the job was almost done. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the young man looked back. Exhaling smoke, the Reincarnator said that they had ruined everything, and now this monster will restore all its stamina. He managed to dodge the enemy's attacks only thanks to the cloud snack. The people raised their eyebrows in fear. Turning away, the protagonist realized that they could not cope with this creature. Soul frowned tensely, twisting the bottle of paralyzing poison in his hands. Hansu thought that it would be rather difficult to continue the fight once the monster had dealt with the group of travelers. Putting his hands on his hips, he decided to plan a second approach and suggested that the survivors try to kill the enemy themselves. Running up to the stairs, the woman asked if their comrade was really planning to escape. Furiously knitting her brows, she reminded him that his friend was also here. Turning away, the girl asked if the boy would mind if they used his friend as bait. Descending one step, Sanchin asked who she was looking for. Smiling, the boy noticed that they had all fallen down the stairs. Shocked, her eyes widening, the stranger realized that the traitor had overheard their plans and broken the stairs on purpose and threatened to kill him. Lowering his gaze, the survivor said that she would not have time for that. The monster licked its lips, waiting for its prey to freeze in fear of it. His shadow loomed over the group of travelers. The carnivorous beast was enjoying the scene with its mouth wide open. Looking up at him, Soil shouted that it would be worse for them if the monster regained its stamina. The man narrowed his eyes tightly and thought that they should cooperate with this man as much as possible in order to survive, and repeated that it would only be worse for them without them. Looking around, the young man realized that they no longer had to worry about the monster breaking the stairs, and asked if the travelers had really come here voluntarily to sacrifice themselves. The leader of the group raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what that meant. Soil looked back, trembling with fear. In his memory, the grinning fairy had told him that the survivors had to sacrifice 5 people every day. Looming over the people, the monster opened its mouth wide. Its tongue touched the shocked man, and a shrill scream was heard. The Reincarnator silently watched from the side. Thanking them for such a noble sacrifice, the protagonist headed for the exit. Approaching his friend, Hansu asked why he did it. Squinting, the boy explained that he knew about his intentions and said that he should have been more careful with his choice of words. Looking down, Sanchin said that he realized something. A smile appeared on his face. Raising his eyes, the boy said that he could be useful. Frowning sternly, the survivor asked his comrade to use it. The young man looked at him incredulously. Putting his hands on his hips, he asked why he would do it. Sanchin said that he knew that his goals were different from the goals of other people. The Reincarnator silently took a drag on his cigarette. Looking at him from under his brows, the boy added that his friend always thinks several steps ahead and acts without stopping. This became clear during the battle with Tisong and the bandits. The wounded people were lying on the ground. Despite the unconditional victory of superior forces, the protagonist did not kill any of them. Although this could lead to problems in the future, someone looked ahead with displeasure. At that moment, when the altar rose above the city, no matter what anyone said, Hansu could easily get rid of all competitors by force, but he did not do this. Then he raised his hand and called on everyone to come to an agreement. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the survivor said that he did not understand why his comrade did not kill anyone, because everyone understood that it was not in his character. The guy continued to silently look at him. Extending his hands to him, Sanchin offered to stain them with blood instead of him. Looking at his friend, the boy asked to take him with him and offered to travel together. Closing his eyes, the young man smiled. Passing by his comrade, the Reincarnator said that he could not give an answer after what happened. Clenching his fist, the survivor explained that there was no other way to deal with them that time, so he was caught. Turning around, he promised not to let that happen next time. Watching his ally walk away, Sanchin swore that next time would be different, saying that there would always be people in his way. Many hands reached out to the protagonist. The boy promised to get rid of each of those that his comrade could not let go ahead of him, so that he could focus on his goal. Frowning sternly, the survivor decided that he would follow him and become stronger. Looking at his friend's back, he thought that he would do anything if the boy allowed him to follow him and tell him about his goal. Suddenly, Hansu turned around. Narrowing his eyes, the boy asked what his comrade would do if circumstances did not allow him to join him. Grinning, the boy asked what would happen if he had to fall behind. The heroes looked at each other in silence for a while. Thinking that this was a hint that something would happen in the second training, Sanchin smiled and promised to become stronger in order to find him, and then he would be accepted as an ally. Closing his eyes, the Reincarnator asked him to leave. The boy shuddered in surprise, unable to understand why his friend was still refusing. Rushing after him, the survivor asked to give him just one chance and allow him to correct all the mistakes he had made. The protagonist put out his cigarette with his boot. Looking back, he said that his comrade had misunderstood his words. Heading towards the exit, Hansu suggested meeting at this place tomorrow. Taking out a pack of cigarettes, the guy explained that the monster would no longer be here the next day. Surprised, Sanchin asked what that meant. Looking at the remaining cigarettes, the young man asked his friend to take the runes that were left after killing those people and suggested that they meet each other with a smile tomorrow. The boy was left alone. He fell to his knees in despair. The Reincarnator thought that he was still not sure about him, but it might be useful to him later. Kneeling down, Urz asked her comrade to remember that his main task in the past was to save humanity. Long hair covered her eyes. The girl said that there would be those who would prevent him from doing this, so for such purposes he would need a punisher, that is, someone who would act in his place. There were many people standing around the woman in armor. A punisher is a necessary figure that not only she has, but also any monarch. They dirty their hands instead of him and help their master get closer to the goal. The warrior raised a knife in front of him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist thought that he initially wanted to choose Andy for this role, being a Punisher in a past life. Sanchin raised a glowing rune. Hans decided to give him a chance, despite the uncertainty of whether he can be trusted. When the second training begins, the survivors will disintegrate into blue particles and be forcibly scattered to different corners. And when that happens, he might change his mind. The boy looked back. Smiling, the boy decided that if he could get a useful Punisher with several hands and 8 cloud snacks, then it was quite a useful investment. Turning away, the young man realized that he could not do anything if he failed. Now he should focus on obtaining the second hidden treasure. The carnivorous beast opened its mouth when it was hit in the chest several times. Looking at the conditions for obtaining the second hidden treasure, they are quite simple. The Reincarnator leaned on the hilt of his sword. Debris fell from the ceiling. The only condition was to destroy the monster before it managed to destroy the altar and break free. The protagonist stabbed the sword into the chest of the fallen monster. Gritting his teeth, he thought that no one would dare to fulfill this condition. A golden portal appeared at the end of the room. When Hansu entered it, the system reported that the hidden task had been completed. The boy extended his hand towards the glowing treasure. A smile appeared on his bloody face. In his hands was the ring of the Vampire King, Nirma. Looking at it closer, the boy realized where the Berserker King had managed to get it and why no one else had been able to get it. A white gemstone sparkled on the ring. There were many artifacts floating in the background of space. There were different standards for indicating their level, the most important of which was color. Ordinary artifacts cannot be more valuable than those with a superior color, but there are always exceptions. Multicolored runes sparkled in the air. As travelers gradually developed runes, an absorbing type artifact absorbed runes and changed its color. The most desired by each person were single artifacts. A flash appeared on the pedestal. A fire lit up in the person's hand. Number 9 was the Nirma ring, which symbolized Clementine. The Berserker King covered his face with his hand. Single artifacts were named so not because there were a limited number of them, but because each of them had only one owner. It was no coincidence that the Nirma ring became a symbol of Clementine, because in the face of his 8 authorities, people were literally torn to pieces. Holding the ring in his hands, the Reincarnator could not believe that such an artifact appeared in his hands. Putting it on his finger, the protagonist realized that this was not some random trifle thrown in a random place, judging by how difficult it was to get. He clenched his fist. The system reported that the user can use 1 power at a time. There were 8 in total. But now, being colorless, the ring allowed only one, the power of destruction. Energy burst out of the ring, which deactivates the opponent's features and abilities, including even passive skills. A red warning about the time limit appeared in the air, after which the effect will be removed. But the very fact that it can be used to nullify the opponent's powers at the first desire gave a huge advantage. A status window appeared in the air. In order to use the ring to its fullest, at least one characteristic must match the colorless rune. Raising his hand to his chin, the protagonist realized that he would need a huge number of magic runes and decided to deal with the alignment of the characteristics a little later. Hansu came out of the portal. He walked forward along the street. Then he ran to meet him. She raised her eyebrows in joy and asked if her friend had actually managed to kill a carnivorous beast. Hearing the roar, the girl looked away in horror. A huge shadow loomed over her. The timer had run out. The altar in front of the heroes had disappeared. The guy looked at his girlfriend and asked if he hadn't told her about it. Smiling, the young man reminded her that he had promised to take responsibility for destroying it. A blush appeared on the woman's cheeks. Minhee turned away in embarrassment. Looking up, Sanchin realized that he had been right to trust his choice. Looking down, the Reincarnator said that they still had some time before the start of the next training. Heading towards the people, he asked his girlfriend to go hunting. Lowering her head, the girl said that she wanted to go a different way. The protagonist looked back in surprise. Without raising her gaze to him, the woman said that she was not good enough to be by his side, so sooner or later she would have to rely only on him. She closed her eyes and added that the boy had suggested that they go together. Looking at his team, the survivor confirmed that she could go with them and that everyone would be happy about it. Looking at his friend, Hansu realized that it was really best for them to split up now, no matter how sad it was. Realizing that the start of the second training would separate them anyway and that meant he was just thinking about her position, the boy raised his eyebrows and called it a good decision. The girl silently watched him go. Taking a step forward, she asked him to stop. Resolutely knitting her eyebrows, the woman promised not to give up on their next meeting. Smiling, Minhee suggested that they meet again. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the boy's face. Turning away from his friends, he agreed. Sanchin flinched when he was called. Without turning around, the Reincarnator reminded him of his offer and said that the choice was as if his words were said seriously. The boy smiled happily, his cheeks turning red. A week later, the fairy spread her arms in front of the assembled travelers and declared that they had been waiting a long time for the second training to begin. The devil raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Looking at the remaining participants, the assistant noticed that there were many more than expected. Smiling maliciously, the monster declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The protagonist watched him closely. Snapping her fingers, the fairy suggested changing the scene first. A bright light erupted from the ground. Looking down at his feet in fear, Sanchin asked what was going on. The girl grabbed her father's hand. Looking up, Hansu realized that it had finally begun. The man touched the floor. Materializing in an empty room, the people asked what this place was. The schoolgirl began to cry from the strain. The system asked if everything was in place and suggested recalculating before starting the second training. The brunette raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. The men gritted their teeth in displeasure. The voice said that from now on they had to make sure that no more than 7 people remained in one room. The system promised to continue as soon as they completed this task. The people gathered in a circle. Gritting his teeth, the man in glasses realized that there were 8 of them. The voice explained that each team would have different situations, but everything should start the same way so they could discuss it among themselves. Crossing his arms over his chest, the brunette was not surprised by this because lately everything had been too easy. He noticed a strange needle-like weapon on his competitor's belt. The guy was standing in the middle of the other survivors. Looking at him, the traveler thought that he had not personally seen his abilities, but he had heard that he was a really worthy partner. Raising her hand, the stranger said that they would have to act together in any case, but they could not ignore the fact that someone would have to leave. Closing her eyes, the girl suggested introducing themselves and trying to make a good impression. Spreading her arms, she added that this impression would prove their own importance as a person. Taking a step forward, the man decided to go first. Holding a fiery knife in his hands, Dichel introduced himself and expressed his confidence that no one in this room had a skill that could defeat him, making him very useful. The man in the formal suit raised his eyebrows in fear. Squinting, the young man realized that he was talking about the Kai art skill. A red aura was darting around the knife. This runic skill allows you to use magic to increase your stats and strengthen your weapon. Kai art was a unique and quite good skill, but not very effective for this location. Being confident in himself, the man clenched his fist. Raising his glowing hand, Kangman introduced himself as a healer and said that since we were talking about important skills, his abilities definitely counted among them. Displeased, crossing his arms over his chest, Hanchel stated that he had a combat skill. In horror, the man in the suit asked if they really had to kill someone, asking for an exception to be made for him since there were members of his family in the room. The warrior raised his hand in front of him. Dichel noticed that someone had not introduced themselves and suggested that she set a good example for the others. The stranger narrowed her eyes. Closing her eyes, Jimin said her name. Grinning madly, she decided to show her ability right then. Gritting her teeth, the man asked if she should have approached him and said that she would not be well. Embraced by purple energy, the girl came close to him. The tip of the blade was covered in blood. Finding herself behind the warrior, the woman pierced his chest with a knife. Hanchel opened his mouth in fear. The man in the suit covered his family with his hand. The bloody blonde fell to the ground. Jimin said that she was very lucky. Picking up a red stone, she explained that the chance of this rune falling was small. Pointing to the other runes, the girl suggested that everyone divide them among themselves. Frowning, the brunette realized that they should be more careful with the one who could kill a person so easily. The protagonist crossed his arms and sighed. Looking to the side, he thought that this woman had made life easier for those who had no skills. The mother was hugging her frightened daughter. In their past lives they had died, which meant that now the future had changed. Smiling, Hans decided that the development of events was only getting more interesting. Peeking out from the rift, the fairy announced that they were the first to reach the number of 7 people and decided to explain the task to them. The heroes found themselves on a flying island. A chain of islands connected by bridges formed a path of ascension. Now they had to climb up for 3 months to reach the dormant volcano in the center of the 2nd floor. This was their first goal. Pointing his index finger upward, the devil explained that a world of adventures would open up before them as soon as they completed this training. The assistant wished them luck. The people looked ahead tensely. They walked forward on the suspension bridge. Hanchel smiled and said that they would have to be together for a while, so they should become friends. Frowning in displeasure, he asked where their ally was rushing to. The man widened his eyes in fear and asked everyone to stop. The bridge behind him began to collapse. The guys ran forward so as not to fall into the cliff. The guy looked back when the squad members caught up with him. Flying over his head, the fairy said that over time, parts of the lower islands would collapse, and the bridges would fall even faster, so they needed to be careful. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man wondered if they couldn't have warned him about this in advance. Rising to his feet, he asked where his ally was going. Frowning, the soldier called him antisocial. Smiling, Jimin suggested that they follow the man, since his confident expression suggested that he knew where to go. The Reincarnator looked ahead. The survivors were walking along a forest path. The bright sun was shining above their heads. Looking to the side, Hanchel said that they had been wandering here for hours, but they still hadn't seen any bridge up there. He wondered if their comrade knew the right way. The girl waved away a fly, saying that she didn't know. Frowning, the man thought that they had seen this place before and that there was nothing here. Seeing that their leader was chewing something, the soldier asked what he had been eating all this time. Holding a piece of oak bark in her hand, the protagonist explained that it acts as an antidote if eaten. Hanchel asked why he needed an antidote now. A huge snake was crawling along a tree. Its tail fell from a branch. Hansu grabbed his ally by the collar. At that moment, the snake opened its mouth wide to attack. Squinting, the boy realized that he had found it. The heroes managed to jump back in time to avoid being hit. Looking up, the man asked how his comrade knew that this beast would attack them. Holding a piece of bark in his teeth, the young man replied that these were superpowers. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the soldier wondered what this could mean. The snake bit his hand. He waved his hand and threw it back. A knife was stuck into the reptile's neck. The rune snake opened its mouth. The system reported that the nature of these animals depends on the constantly changing pattern on their heads. Looking at the bite, Hanchel realized that the enemies were attacking non-stop, not even giving time to heal, and that at this rate, his body simply could not withstand. Looking at the couple with their child, the man asked why they weren't fighting and urged them to stop hiding behind them and join the fight. Raising his eyebrows in tension, the man in the suit stated that he had people to protect, so he couldn't risk his life for others. Looking around, the soldier thought that it shouldn't matter since they were all trying not to die. Seeing his comrade standing by a tree, he asked what was wrong with him since he didn't have a family. Adjusting his glasses, Kangman asked how his comrade planned to heal without his help if something happened to him in battle. Hanchel wondered if he needed the sword for show. Raising his index finger, the healer said that the healing would cost him 3 power runes or 1 magic rune. The man's eyes widened in shock, thinking that was too much. Turning around, Jimin asked if they were just going to leave things as they were. While the couple was negotiating for treatment and the others were fighting, the soldier thought he was the only one who thought the situation was too bad. The man with glasses raised his hand and asked him to move faster. Hanchel thought he was being too cocky just because he had a healing skill. The man looked away when someone called out to him. Someone asked how they liked the place they were in. Looking down, the soldier replied that it was better not to talk about it and asked how things were on their side. An icon of 2 machine guns appeared in the air. Someone replied that things weren't that bad for them because there was a rescuer up there. The voice asked his comrade to find useful recruits along the way because they needed to expand their ranks. Hanchel scratched his head in displeasure and replied that he wanted to do that. He didn't know if he should take the man with self-proclaimed superpowers. The protagonist looked ahead. Jimin held out her sword in front of her. The cunning doctor looked away. The woman stroked her daughter's head. The man scratched his neck tensely. The voice reminded him that the most important thing was survival and promised to see him later. Hans looked back. Seeing the icon on his ally's hand, the boy thought that too little time had passed for those in whom the traits of a monarch would blossom. A golden crown sparkled in the air. All monarchs like Urs or the king of the berserkers had certain personality traits. They allowed a person to lead other people. The girl raised the flag, standing in front of a crowd of people. The monarch gave the clan members his symbol. For some it was a ring, for others a magical mark. The owners of this symbol felt a strong connection with each other, which also allowed them to talk to each other. The man pierced the snake's body with a sword. There was a limit on the number of those to whom the monarch could give his symbol. That is why they are busy looking for worthy people. Picking up a rune from the ground, the young man decided that he should get down to business if one day he would have to compete with them. Looking to the side, the Reincarnator realized that the leader had to gain strength so that the others would listen to him. There were many dead snakes lying on the ground. Taking a step forward, a member of the squad asked if they had really left the monster's habitat, since there were many times fewer of them. Pushing aside a bush, the protagonist realized that the mutated snake's lair was waiting for them ahead. There was a fallen tree in a small clearing, and Hans realized that his goal was already very close. A huge runic snake wrapped itself around the tree. A symbol was painted on its face. The guy looked back when the man in the suit asked him to stop. Raising his hand, he asked if they really should fight this monster, since they could just walk past so that the snake would not notice them and attack. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that he would fight alone and that he did not care if the others went ahead and climbed up first. Seeing his ally turn away, the man said that was not what he meant at all and asked why he would do such a stupid thing if they were supposed to go together. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, the Reincarnator explained that he had no intention of going with them in the first place. Passing through the bushes, he stated that the squad had been going in the same direction as him and that now was the time to part ways. Closing her eyes, Jimin realized that there was nothing she could do about it. The man asked who would fight them. Smirking, the girl explained that they couldn't force anyone to go with them and asked if her teammate really wanted to stay here. The man in the suit's eyes turned white with shock. Hanchel watched his ally tensely. Putting his hand to his chin, The soldier thought that he couldn't just leave him here like that. Kangman asked what was stopping him. Frowning, the healer asked him not to even think about dragging the boy along with him. The man asked why. The doctor explained with a disdainful squint that this man was the only one who had never asked him for healing in all this time, and that people like this, who are used to the battlefield, do not listen to others. Turning away, Kangman added that people like this do not live long. Looking back, Hanchel was upset that he would have to lose such a talented person and thought that it would be difficult to control him. The devourer snake sank its fangs into the tree trunk. The monster opened its mouth. The beast avoided the enemy when the magic rune was active and attacked when other runes were active, with the exception of agility. The symbol on its head changed. The protagonist struck it several times with his sword. Standing in front of the bloodthirsty creature, Hansu thought that this snake was faster and stronger than ordinary reptiles, but still could not compare to a carnivorous beast. When attacked, it activated the resistance rune, reducing damage. Lighting a cigarette, the boy realized that a long battle would not put him at a disadvantage, but it would cause unnecessary trouble. The rune snake bared its teeth. The way to win was to focus on the trees in the center of the open area, which was the lair, and ignore the snake. The boy rushed forward. If you attack the lair, the monster will instinctively begin to defend it, forgetting about self-defense. The monster rushed after the intruder. The Reincarnator stopped abruptly. Several blows fell on the body of the huge reptile. The protagonist turned away smugly. The dead beast fell behind him. Hans thought that it happened faster than expected. On a bed of leaves lay the egg of the rune eater snake. It trembled. The boy took it in his hands and brought the rune to it. The shell hatched. The eye of a newborn snake appeared from it. The baby smiled as it emerged from the egg. This beast was incredibly small compared to its adult relatives, but it had a special feature. Its eyes sparkled as the runes fluttered upwards. It ate the runes and immediately spat them out. The snake swallowed the stone. Having eaten any 3 runes, this animal could spit out any 2 that the owner wanted. The reptile spat out the stone. Someone might think it was wasteful to give 3 runes in exchange for 2. After stroking the pet, the young man decided that getting specific runes for himself was more important than saving up all the others, because he needed to focus on increasing his magical and physical resistance. Looking at the beast, the Reincarnator asked it to rest and thought that he could achieve his goal with its help, so it was time to move on. The girl asked where they should go. The man, holding a map in his hands, asked her to be patient. The map that everyone received after leaving the room was not very detailed. Looking at the piece of paper, the man in the suit thought that they could not mindlessly go forward without knowing what awaited them next and where the safe place was. Everything would have been different if they had not been abandoned. Looking at the bush, the woman said that rustling was coming from there. Covering the family with his hands, the survivor was afraid that it could be a monster or another traveler. The main character came out of the bushes. The people were happy to see him back. Approaching them, he asked what they were doing here. Smiling widely, the man asked if he had managed to escape from the monster. Scratching the back of his head, Hansu replied that he had caught him. The man in the suit could not believe that his friend had only received 1 small scratch. The survivor flinched when asked where everyone else was. Some time ago, Kangman crossed his arms over his chest and urged the family to leave here. The man asked what they were talking about. Raising his eyebrows in concern, he explained that it was better for them not to split up, as it was too dangerous, and besides, they had no reason to split up. Smiling, Hanchel asked if their squad member was planning on traveling comfortably by just hiding behind them. Looking back, Jimin agreed, as now that there was no big player, it would be even more unpleasant to travel with annoying people. The healer added that he didn't really care who gave him runes, but it was preferable to travel with strong ones anyway. Squinting in anger, the man in the suit explained that they were left alone, and that the rest of the squad had even blocked the way to prevent them from following. Noticing that their comrade had turned away, the survivor asked where he was going. The boy said that they needed to go, as they had already wasted too much time. Frowning, the woman motioned for her husband to follow him. The man raised his hand in front of him. The family followed the boy. Looking back, the Reincarnator asked what they were trying to do. The man in the suit raised his eyebrows, remembering his earlier words, and asked his ally to continue on his way, explaining that they were going on their own. Thinking that it didn't matter since he would have to fight alone anyway, the protagonist closed his eyes and said that they could do whatever they wanted. Hansu killed several boars. The fights were not easy, but thanks to this, his stats were in good condition. Releasing the snake onto the grass, the boy decided that starting with increasing his resistance was a wise decision. The cub ate the rune. Taking another stone in his hand, the young man thought that this would make it easier for him to fight. His family watched him from the bushes. He realized that he needed to get food for them. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Noticing that their comrade was getting stronger and stronger, the woman was glad that he did not care about them. The schoolgirl asked if they should fight too. Looking at her, her father explained that it would be foolish and reckless to interfere, so they needed to stay safe because the fact that their family was together was already a blessing from the gods. The heroes ran after the Reincarnator. Tian raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked where he was heading now. The protagonist stopped in front of a dark tunnel. The sun's rays fell on his face. The survivor covered his eyes with his hand from the bright sun. There were many other people ahead, and upon seeing them, the man asked if they had really been coming here all this time. The family was smiling happily, happy that they had managed to survive. Hearing them, Hanchul turned around. Hansu frowned upon seeing him. The soldier realized from his state that the rumors that he had managed to single-handedly destroy a carnivorous beast were not a lie. Leaning on her hand, the fairy was indignant that the latecomers were making so much noise, and decided to slam the door behind them since they were the last ones. The tunnel behind the family was blocked by a huge stone. Snapping his fingers, the devil suggested starting another large-scale event. Finding himself on the shore of a mountain lake, the assistant greeted everyone at the first floor dock and was glad that about 75 people remained alive. The monster announced that the event was a battle for tickets. Blue tickets appeared in front of the travelers. They could be used to move from this already collapsing island to the next one. Spreading her arms, the fairy explained that some islands were filled with monsters and surrounded by lava, but with due luck they could end up on the southern or central island, which were filled with treasures. But if you could get there so easily, it would not be so fun, so there are rules. There were boats in the lake. Each of them could only fit 3 people, and for the trip you need at least 3 tickets, but if 3 people use 3 tickets, they will end up on different islands. The diagram showed the distribution of people. Participants sitting in the same boat can end up on the outlying or central islands. On one of the islands, there was a question mark. If 2 people use 3 tickets, they will end up on the same island, but they will not be able to choose their destination. Hanchul and Jimin watched the devil carefully. Hearing that one person can go anywhere if they use 3 tickets, the family opened their mouths in shock. The guy looked ahead with displeasure. Raising a telescope to his eye, the assistant said that the islands will collapse starting from the outlying ones, and the difficulty of each island is very different, so the more advantages, the better. There was about half an hour left before the destruction of the starting island. A total of 25 boats were in the crater. The fairy grinned evilly and reminded them that they had to survive at all costs because it would be more fun that way. People started fighting each other, trying to take the tickets. Frowning, the young man realized that chaos was inevitable. He looked away when someone called out to him. The man fell to his knees. With his head down, the man in the suit asked his comrade to help his family just this once. Without looking up, the survivor explained that they needed more tickets to safely reach the central island. Smiling madly, the traveler asked if his strong ally didn't have the ability to get him tickets. Raising his head, the man said that if his comrade took a few tickets and gave them to him, they would be able to reach the desired place with ease. Putting his head to the ground, the man in the suit asked him to save their innocent lives. Looking away, the Reincarnator declared that it was time to take responsibility for themselves and asked them to mind their own business. The survivor asked if he had no sympathy, and Hanchul stepped forward and asked him to be quiet. The soldier kicked the traveler. Grabbing him by the collar, the man asked if the boy was just going to listen to such a talkative and annoying person when he just wanted to get the tickets and be done with it. Walking up to the protagonist, he offered to go with them and promised to give him the tickets if he needed them. Looking back, the man explained that he didn't like anyone, even though they were on the same team. Clenching his fist, Hanchul called his ally strong and asked why he didn't team up with someone of similar level to him. Extending his hand with the symbol, the soldier explained that it was the power awakened by his friend, not a skill, so the boy could get it too. Hansu silently looked at his hand. The man said that his leader had already agreed to give him the mark, and said that traveling alone was too much trouble. Shaking his head, the boy declined his offer. The survivor gaped in surprise and asked what that meant, trying to explain that they weren't as insignificant as everyone else. The man suggested that he still hadn't realized how valuable the clan was, and the young man turned away. Thinking back to all his comrades walking through the forest, the Reincarnator thought he remembered that connection very well. Looking ahead with determination, the protagonist decided to follow the Monarch, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Smiling, Hanchul realized that they weren't even going to listen to him and said that he had no other choice. He threw his ticket at his ally's feet. Looking at the family, the man explained that he stole it from that worthless man. Waving his hand, the soldier was upset that his comrade refused and said that he could not waste his time here anymore. Grinning, the survivor said that he was going to meet the others on the central island and asked them to consider it a gift for the future because they would definitely meet again. Looking at the ticket lying on the ground, Hansu thought that these tricks did not work on him and that all this did not matter at all now. Seeing the ticket on the ground, the rest of the travelers decided to take it. Many people rushed forward to get the ticket. Someone managed to grab it first. The boy stood to the side and watched as the survivors fought for the right to enter the island. Tian attacked the man with a knife to protect her father. Grabbing her by the vest, the man realized that they were from the same family and decided to give them a dramatic joint death. The fairy watched as the parents mourned their daughter. They were deliberately placed in one group to force the others to watch this spectacle. It was obvious what the higher powers wanted. The devil controlled people like puppets. It did not matter to him who did what on the set stage, but here even death happens according to the script. The young man flinched when someone asked why he refused Hankal's offer. Jimin crossed her arms over her chest. The Reincarnator replied that these were personal reasons and asked what she wanted. Smiling, the girl explained that she also wanted to make an offer. Taking off her glove, she offered her ally to go with her. The protagonist shook his head negatively. The woman decided that this was expected and expressed a desire to ask one question before leaving. Turning away, Jimin asked if her comrade was going to stay here because of clumsy sympathy. Narrowing her eyes, the girl stated that he was not that pathetic. Hansu looked down at her. A smirk appeared on his face. She was the last one. Everyone else who could go up had already done so. The boats flew into the air. There was only one boat left in the crater. No matter what happened here, no one would know about it. Many people were lying on the ground. Many of them were killed. They would not even be able to protect themselves. The shadows behind the boy begged him to take them with him and save them. He thought that he should help them all. However, it was impossible, because in the training area, the fairy's powers were too strong. The devil was circling in the air. Turning around, the boy realized that he had to do what he had to do, because failure would mean that everything was in vain. The Reincarnator took the sword in his hands and asked for forgiveness from the survivors. His hands shaking, the protagonist thought he knew the fate of those who couldn't go to the next island. The remaining travelers plunged into the river of acid, begging for help, and the fairy watched with pleasure as they melted. Hansu spread his arms and said that they could complain as much as they wanted. His blue eyes lit up. Instead of leaving them to suffer for the amusement of his assistant, he decided to show some kind of mercy. Islands hovered above his head. A snake sat on his shoulder, eating runes. The boy called it amazing and was upset that it was all over too soon. Crossing his arms over his chest, the assistant said that this was to be expected from a rising star and explained that they never just chatted. Grinning, the devil said that he would look forward to their next meeting. Looking down, the young man decided that he would not regret what he had done. Clenching his fist, the Reincarnator realized that he had not returned to save everyone, but to win, so he could not hesitate. Looking at the sky, the protagonist thought that he should continue moving forward. His next goal would be the central island, the boat slowly sailing across the sky. In the center of the island was a clock tower. The system congratulated the nearly 2,000 travelers who had made it this far and welcomed them to the land of opportunity. Above the tall, bright castle with red roofs was a clear blue sky. On the central island, it was important to know 3 things. It was necessary to protect the crystal in the castle. You can increase your own strength thanks to the dungeon unique to this region. And lastly, a wave of monsters was approaching. The giant pink crystal shone brightly in the rays of the sun. The wooden doors were slightly open, letting in streams of bright light. An army of skeletons with bright eyes and protective gear were moving forward. The hero ordered to stop them. The men on the castle walls were defending themselves against the advancing skeleton army using bows and swords. The boy screamed, saying that they were almost out of men. The hero opened his eyes in fear, holding his blade out in front of him, stopping the skeleton's attack. The skeleton swung his sharp sword, cutting the girl's neck. The hero screamed that if they could hold out here, they could survive another day. The boy narrowed his eyes and stretched his hand forward, saying that he couldn't do that. He asked how they could expect him to be able to hold out here for another month. He needed help. The hero ordered them to hold their formation. Bright streams of energy lifted small debris into the air. A loud scream was heard. The boy put his palm on the ornamental table, saying that they needed to establish some rules. The hero stood up, saying that their defenses were broken through on the very first day. They suffered serious damage. He asked how much longer they were going to sit here. Jungkook frowned, saying that if this continued, not only would they not be able to protect the crystal, but they would also be slaughtered by the monsters. Jaehyun clasped her hands together in front of her, suggesting that they discuss this when the other monarchs arrived. Shia folded her arms and raised her eyebrows, saying that the strongest were already here, so the rest were not that important. Gukti raised his eyebrows, asking what he was suggesting to do. Jungkook spread his arms out to the sides, saying that the biggest problem was the lack of protectors, so they would need to bring people who had not yet joined the clans here, by force if necessary. Shia raised her eyebrows, asking if they had no way to control these unaligned travelers. The man frowned, saying that they would have to put pressure on them, although he did not think that words would help them in any way with this lawless mass. He leaned his hands on the table, saying that the next attack would come in 3 hours, and they couldn't guarantee that they would survive this time either. The hero asked if they would just let it happen. Gukti raised his eyebrows, asking what would happen if their clan alliance joined forces with them. Did the man guarantee that they would be able to do so? The hero remarked that the increase in the number of people going into the dungeon was a serious matter. The heroes could be seen sitting at the table from the window. The voice said that since their numbers had increased significantly, they had become equal in number to the clan alliance. These people had formed a ridiculous group called the Basement Alliance. Considering that they had started to act actively, they were already beyond their control. The question was, would the clan alliance, which was focused solely on defense, be able to deal with them? He imagined a group of people in front of a wooden gate. Jungkook turned away in displeasure, suggesting that they send the clans from the front lines into the dungeon. Jaehyun jumped up, asking how they would be able to defend the castle then. The girl opened her mouth, saying that if this was his plan, then the smaller clans should go first to reduce losses. Shia closed her eyes, thinking that they were just discussing their wishes. This was stupid. She bit her finger and looked away, thinking that it would be good if only the first 1,900 people focused on defense. Initially, everyone participated in defense because survival depended on it. But after someone returned from the dungeon with powerful artifacts, becoming significantly stronger, the clans went there one after another. Near the sword stood a group of people, covered in bruises and wounds. The girl held a precious stone in her hands, and the guy a gold necklace. Shia thoughtfully bit her nail, wondering how they would protect the crystal this month. A girl entered the room. Shia nervously clenched her teeth and raised her hand, saying that she didn't have time for pranks. Jimin smiled, saying that she wasn't here for that, she had important news. She received news that some crazy guy was currently fighting the Basement Alliance. Shia's eyes widened, asking how that was possible. The voice called for help, saying that he didn't promise them not to go. The heroes looked away in surprise. The guy fell on all fours and raised his head, saying that he planned to hunt for 2 more days and then switch back. He would join once he got stronger. He asked for a peaceful solution. The people around him widened their eyes and froze. A bright trail appeared in the air. The guy was hit in the shoulder, he fell back, his mouth wide open and his hands raised. The hero with a cigarette in his mouth said that the guy was fired. From tomorrow everyone was fighting upstairs. Today they were all hanging around doing nothing, so tomorrow they would work. The hero put his hand in front of him, telling him not to come closer. The dark-haired guy came closer, thinking that he clearly felt that the hero's rune characteristics were lower than his, but he could not defeat him. He stretched his hand forward, saying that he needed his weapon. The people around frowned, asking who this guy thought he was. The hero with a knife, the blade of which had bright streams of energy, rushed at the guy, wishing him death. The guy turned around, thinking that the knife had a skill that increased its cutting properties. He opened his palm in front of himself, thinking that this was a very good artifact for a colorless rank. The guy grabbed him by the throat. The people around him were shouting, asking him to kill the hero. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that the knife skill didn't work, and the knife didn't pierce him. Did the hero really have defense? The dark-haired hero asked if it was his turn now. The guy stabbed him in the face, leaving bruises and abrasions on it. The hero noted that it was quite tiring to fight them without killing them, but it couldn't be helped because they were an important resource. The guy fell to the ground in front of the other people. He noticed that they wouldn't listen to his words anyway. The people's eyes widened, looking at him. The dark-haired guy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he had one last cigarette left, but that would be enough. Jungkook and Shia went outside. They froze, raising their eyebrows in surprise. A voice asked who this guy was. The unknown person was sitting at the table in front of the other monarchs. Shia and Juhyun frowned. The hero frowned, thinking that this was the guy Hanchul mentioned. He wondered what the magical beast was doing on his shoulder. The dark-haired guy folded his arms, saying that from tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance would join forces and would switch between defense and hunting. If anyone had any objections, they should say so now. Hansu looked at the people sitting in front of him, saying that they couldn't be commanded without their participation, so they should take as many useful people as they could. They should be forced to join the clans, and he would make the people outside follow their orders so there wouldn't be any problems. Shia's eyes widened, thinking that this would be beneficial to them and not to him. She didn't understand what he was really planning. Gukti raised his eyebrows, asking what the guy wanted. He smiled, saying that someone unrelated to the plan and with such power was making a fuss, and after all this, he claims that he has no personal motives. The protagonist frowned, saying that as long as the basic rules and systems are in place, he has no intentions or motives. Gukti looked at him, saying that you can never be sure in case the protagonist suddenly changes his mind and decides to get rid of the alliance. Hansu stood up from his seat, saying that he has no desire to engage in a pathetic debate, but since they are worried about it, something needs to be done. He smiled, making his body transparent. Jungkook frowned, saying that he has disappeared. The heroes reached for their weapons. Shia told everyone to prepare for battle, since he is probably going to attack. Gukti frowned and pulled out a sharp sword, saying that it is a simple invisibility skill. The guy cannot leave his seat. Hansu appeared behind him and pressed a knife to the boy's throat, asking if he thought the hero couldn't attack if he wanted to. Gukti's eyes widened, wondering if this wasn't some simple trick, but a dragon that broke the senses. He couldn't believe that the boy had tricked him so easily. The protagonist noted that he had received one thing shortly before coming here, so he would continue the trend. Gukti fell to his knees, resting his hands on the floor. Hansu closed his eyes, asking them to calm down, because he had no evil intentions. Now was the time for them to unite. He suggested that each of them do their best in their place. That was the plan. Gukti rose to his feet, pressing his hand to his throat. Hansu walked down the corridor of the castle, thinking that they had been fighting each other so far, so it would be hard to unite. But there was time, so he wouldn't push them. This was just a start, but there was still something to discuss later. Jimin appeared in front of him. She asked him to wait, because he would upset her if he just left. The protagonist frowned. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if he remembered their previous conversation. Now she wanted to hear a different answer. She asked what he thought. Bright particles swirled in the air of the room. The girl noticed that she had asked him earlier if he wanted to join their alliance. Jimin came closer. She approached the guy's chest, saying that she wanted to give him a real invitation. Jimin reached her hand to his shoulder, asking what he thought about it. Wasn't he too lonely traveling alone, or did he have someone in mind? The protagonist frowned and looked away. The girl remarked that she had heard that he was with a girl named Minhee at Gangnam Station. Jimin looked at him carefully, thinking that his reaction meant that it wasn't true. She smiled and walked past him, saying that it was no problem, but it would be great if the boy joined their clan. The boy froze, thinking about what he needed to do to the city walls. Jimin turned around and raised her eyebrows, asking if he wasn't even going to pretend to listen to her. She called him an annoying bastard. From the castle window, Hansu could be seen closing his eyes and sighing tiredly. The heroes were standing on a half-destroyed castle wall, with injured people to the side. A voice told them to drag the bodies here. They needed more essential items. People with support skills should step aside. The boy raised his eyebrows, turning to the sergeant and saying that the southern wall was more or less fortified. The man looked at him, saying that it was good. He had ordered the wounded to go down, and the rest could rest. He asked how their clan was holding up. The hero replied that this time they had managed to make a significant defense. They had enough for all the posts without exception. There were skeletons on the ground, their skulls pierced by sharp blades. Those who had joined from the Basement Alliance were initially reluctant to cooperate, but they had done their job well. The heroes sat to the side, breathing heavily. The boy looked forward, saying that thanks to them, they had not suffered serious losses. The sergeant smiled, saying that given the thin ice they had to walk on, they could not afford to slack off. He looked at the mountains of skeletons, asking if they had any other choice if they had to confront such a monster. The protagonist stood on the castle wall. He wiped the sweat from his face, looking away. The hero remarked that it was incredible that the boy could fight so many enemies by himself. The sergeant smiled and imagined himself addressing Hans, who evaded the question. The hero thought that if only the boy had any manners, he could invite him to join the clan, but God be his judge. The man looked ahead, thinking that at this rate they would be able to repel attacks time after time. The boy shouted, telling the sergeant that there was a gap in the air. The image of the ferry assistant appeared from behind the white clouds. She smiled and walked forward, asking if they had been waiting for her. The fairy asked if they had rested well for the past 2 days. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise and raised their heads, thinking that the appearance of this devil was a bad sign. She noticed that they seemed bored, so it was time to start the real fuss. The fairy clapped her hands and smiled slyly, saying that from this day on, demons would participate in the battles. These were powerful creatures, but they should not worry too much, because the undead they had met so far did not give them anything, but killing a demon would bring them many crystals. She imagined an image of a powerful demon, in front of which were bright gems. The fairy assured them that this was a real chance, because they would be able to exchange these crystals for amazing artifacts in a shop exclusive to this place. The people opened their mouths in surprise, looking at the pop-up windows of the system in front of them. Hansu raised his eyebrows, looking at the system window. The fairy noticed that these were not only artifacts, these crystals could also be used to buy escape tickets and leave this place. The hero turned his attention to the icons of the sections in the crystal shop. His gaze fell on the icon of a running man. The cost was 600 crystals. The fairy asked if they all wanted to leave this place quickly. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that if they got the crystals, they could just leave this place. The hero standing nearby noticed that it said that up to 5 people could go together. The fairy cried out happily, telling them to put all their efforts into getting the crystals. A bright stream of red energy appeared in front of the castle. A demon's hand with long black claws appeared from the portal. There was a creepy wide smile on his face. He arched his back and laughed loudly. The hero screamed, saying that this creature was coming towards them. The demon smiled, moving forward. The group of people froze in place, thinking that someone should go out first and meet the creature, But they do not even know how strong the demon can be. They all wanted these things, but it is very dangerous. The hero moved through the amazed crowd, telling them all to step back. Hansu pushed off the wall, flying up, a sharp sword in his hand. He went straight to the demon. The protagonist swung his arms, striking with the sword. The demon put his hand forward, stopping his attack. The creature smiled, gathering streams of bright energy in his free hand. The monster swung his arm. The guy managed to jump back, thinking that this was to be expected from a demon, albeit a degraded one. Hans looked ahead, thinking that he could not deal him fatal damage with normal attacks and he had no cloud snack left. He had improved his defense and resistance with the help of a snake, a rune eater, but his attacking abilities were not so good. The demon smiled broadly. Bright streams of energy came out from behind his back. Streams of energy appeared around the protagonist's shoes. He thought that now he would have to artifacts obtained in the dungeon. The system reported that these were light boots of a scoundrel, which increased the wearer's speed for 1 minute. The hero decided to bet on speed. Hans rushed to attack, leaving behind a bright zigzag trail. He hovered in the air behind the demon. The monster turned around and put his hands in front of him, stopping his attack. Bright traces from the swings of a sharp blade remained in the air. Hansu struck the demon's hands in front of him over and over again. The boy frowned, looking ahead. With one sharp swing, he cut the demon's chest, leaving a bright mark in space. The creature opened its bright eyes wide and raised its hand with a stream of energy to attack. The demon extended its hand forward, releasing a stream of bright energy at the protagonist. The boy extended his sword in front of him, parrying the blow. A bright explosion occurred on the battlefield, lifting stone fragments into the air. Hansu frowned, looking ahead from behind his sword. The first power of Nirma's ring, destruction, instantly neutralizes any skill or power upon contact. People looked at the hero from the castle wall, asking if he was really facing the demon alone. The sergeant frowned, asking how much stronger the hero had become. The boy next to him told Hanschel to get ready because they must not miss their chance. He raised his head, asking if the captain was suggesting joining the fight. He wasn't sure if that was the best solution. Jungkook frowned, saying that if they didn't, the others wouldn't miss out on the opportunity. People were jumping down from the castle walls, shouting that there was only one demon, they shouldn't stand aside. Jimin raised her eyebrows, saying that she didn't like it either. However, she suggested that Shia join in as well. The girl folded her arms, saying that they should wait for now. Shia widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that she wanted to see what Hansu could do. A group of heroes were approaching the boy from the castle walls. The people armed themselves, standing behind him. Hansu turned his head, looking at the crowd. The boy raised his eyebrows, thinking that this was impudent. After all, the monster could use its racial skill at any second, and he couldn't afford to be distracted by the other travelers. The protagonist stood in front of a giant demon with bright eyes. The guy guessed that since the monster hadn't used its skill until now, there was something wrong with it. The demon raised his eyebrows, looking ahead. The hero thought about how demons had racial skills that differed from demon to demon, making them unpredictable. The guy wondered if the demon had a skill that dealt area damage. Bright streams of energy were concentrated in the demon's hand. The protagonist turned around, telling everyone to step back, because they couldn't handle this demon. If they wanted to survive, they should stick to it. The guy with glasses frowned, saying that he had a bad feeling about this. He asked if they should step back and watch the battle from the sidelines. The hero in front of him raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about, because they should stand as close as possible to deal the finishing blow. The demon smiled widely and concentrated bright streams of energy in his palm. He used a racial skill, Hellfire. The demon made a sharp wave of his hand, leaving a bright fiery trail in space. The hero put a shield in front of him, saying that he had obtained the artifact Terribly, which would protect him from these small tongues of fire. The guy frowned, saying that if he dealt the final blow, the reward would be his. The hero screamed, telling everyone to run. Flames flashed. The guy opened his eyes in fear. People's bodies were engulfed in bright demonic flames. People screamed, saying that the demon was coming towards them. They ran back. The main character froze, putting his sword on his shoulder. He tightly gripped the handle of the weapon and laughed, talking about Hellfire. Hansu frowned and put the bright sword forward, thinking that it was time to use the power of the ring to the fullest. The main character swung his sword, leaving a bright trail in space. He used the skill, the power of destruction. People around exclaimed, asking what was that, because the guy was able to extinguish the flames with his sword. Hansu frowned as he looked ahead. There were deep pits in the ground, and a fiery fire was burning on the surface. The hero gripped the hilt of his sword, and a shudder ran through his body. The boy thought that this was no ordinary opponent, but right here and now, the only person who could fight the demon, the one who could match the abilities of the 3-meter demon from the underworld, was himself. The demon extended his hand forward, and bright tongues of flame appeared around him. The monster smiled widely and extended his hand with sharp black claws. He opened his burning eyes wide and moved forward. Hansu's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised, not taking his eyes off him. The demon raised his hands, looking down at the protagonist standing with his sword on the ground. Gukti frowned, covering his face with his hands. The boy frowned and opened his eyes wide, asking if the hero was really an ordinary traveler like them. He thought that they definitely started this together, so why was there such a big gap between them? Hansu swung his sword, stopping the approaching stream of fiery energy. They needed to come up with a plan, because if this continued, they would lose all the advantages they had. Jungkook frowned, looking ahead. Behind him was the sergeant. She pressed her fist to her mouth in surprise. Jimin smiled. The demon opened his mouth wide and raised his hands. Bright streams of energy appeared around his body. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the monster standing in front of him. The guy in the cloak raised his hand, telling everyone to prepare for the next wave. The clan members needed to gather near him. The change of the guard was taking place. Jimin stood against the wall, arms folded across her chest. The voice said that if she was waiting for him, then nothing would happen today. The girl looked away, asking what he meant. Hanchel rubbed the back of his head, saying that it was pointless to wait here because he too waited in vain every time. Jimin looked away, asking who he was waiting for. The man widened his eyes, saying that it was about Hansu, asking who else could they be waiting here. Hanchel closed his eyes, saying that he suspected her of being here on the orders of the Monarch. The hero widened his eyes, asking her to be honest since they were here alone, since she herself knew that the clan alliance had been shaking lately, and she probably knew the reason. Jimin looked at him, asking why he was telling her all this. Hanchel asked if it wasn't obvious. He wanted to tell her about the proposal from their side. The man widened his eyes and turned around. The girl asked what was wrong. The hero noticed that he thought he was being watched. The man turned around, asking if he was imagining things. Gukti stood by the window, saying how much time had passed since Hansu monopolized the demons, but he still hadn't done anything strange. The boy widened his eyes, saying that considering they hadn't received any reports about it. He ordered the clan members to keep a close eye on him, but it wasn't that simple. The girl standing in front of him said that other than defending the fortress, hunting demons, and going to the dungeon occasionally, he only rested a little. Thanks to him, defending had become much easier, but there was still another problem. She looked at Gukti, saying that those who hadn't joined any clan were still fighting the clan members. The boy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that he had expected this. Considering that a figure of his stature continues to refuse to join the clan, it is only natural for such troublemakers to appear, because even the clan alliance is forced to follow Hansu's words, which is why he prepared something. A group of people moved forward. Gukti smiled, saying that if the power was to falter, they would not be able to control the people properly. For the sake of their future plans, they could not allow this to happen. Among the crowd of people, there was a hero in a red robe. Gukti looked at the heroes who had come, saying that they had come in time. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, offering them to discuss the future of the clan alliance. Swords and spears were sticking out of the monster's fallen body. The protagonist bowed his head, holding the sword in his hands. He said that this was also useless now. The spear fell to the ground. Hansu opened his mouth slightly and held out his hand in front of the white snake on his neck, rejoicing that this was the 60th and he had finally received the amount he needed. High-level artifacts are sold in the crystal shop. In the crystal shop window, there were blocks with images of a shield, potion, sword, and axe. Most of them were exclusive to clans and had amazing effects. If the crystals fell into the hands of the clans, there would certainly be serious rivalry, so he had to stop it at the very beginning. The protagonist looked at the system window in front of him. Hansu raised his eyebrows, saying that he had a bigger goal. The system reported that the exchange had been made. 60 crystals were written off from the account. Among the bright streams of energy were iron chains. The protagonist said that he could use many types of weapons, but he liked this one the most. A sharp sickle appeared against the background of the chains. Hansu smiled and held out 2 blades in front of him, with iron chains behind him. The system reported that this was the judgment of the Decratos. The guy confidently looked ahead, saying that the coming battles would be easy. He spun the blade in his hand, saying that in that case it was worth trying this purchase. There was a lot of dirt on the ground. The protagonist spun the blade in his hand, standing surrounded by skeletons emerging from the ground. Hansu smiled, thinking that there were about 10 days left until the end of the siege, and he was very curious to know who would make their move in the remaining time. He imagined Gukti with wide eyes and a crazy smile. The hero also imagined a group of people. After 10 days, the fairy assistant appeared and with an ominous smile said that this time it was quite interesting to watch the travelers. He looked at the people and said that for those of them who survived the most, they prepared a special event. And the ground under the people's feet immediately shook, plunging them into incomprehension of what was happening, since it was not even time for a new wave. The outgoing force caught the corpses of the monsters. The eyes of the fallen demons opened again. The people did not understand what was happening since the corpses of the demons were gathering inside the fortress. Their remains glowed with a purple light. What began to happen inside the fortress as the remains of the demons began to mix into a single mass? Slowly, some features began to appear in that pile. From the mess of corpses, a girl with horns on her head emerged, who turned out to be the hidden quest of the central island. Liquid was dripping from her face when the fairy assistant announced the battle against the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen spread her wings, ready for battle. The fairy assistant warned that if he were humans, he would not approach the walls of the fortress, and in any case, there was no escape that way. He folded his paws on his chest and said that the humans had two options. The first option was that they stay here and try to withstand the approaching attack of the undead. The second option was to escape with the help of the crystal. However, the fairy assistant noticed that the new undead were different from the previous ones, so he advised them to wait for them impatiently. However, if the humans did not want to do that, then they had two choices again, one of which was to meet the summoned Demon Queen inside the fortress. One of the boys asked about the Demon Queen in surprise, to which the other replied that no one had mentioned anything like that. The fairy helper casually filed his nails, saying that he didn't want to mention the Demon Queen because there was a high chance that people wouldn't live to see her, so there was nothing to be done, since few travelers survive until that moment. The people were frightened to hear that the crystal would activate half an hour after the undead attack began and could only carry 500 people. The people began to look at each other, hearing that in other words, half of them would remain here. However, if they defeated the Demon Queen, then everyone would be able to leave. A timer appeared, and the fairy helper said that since this was a special event, he would patiently wait for their answer. The man cursed, saying that he thought they only needed to hold out for a month. Someone clapped their hands to get their attention. Gukti clenched his fist and started talking about how they only needed to hold out for half an hour and then escape with the crystal. Then he called for everyone to hold on and get ready, and he ordered the clan alliance to head to the crystal and everyone else to the front lines. The guy with glasses looked at him and was outraged that Gukti actually thought they didn't understand that he and the rest of the clan just wanted to escape. They glared at each other. Gukti asked about how it wasn't better to defend than to act recklessly, since they needed to think about how to protect the majority. The guy with glasses said irritably that Gukti truly voiced ideas worthy of a clan monarch, because he didn't care what happened to the others, since he was focused on preserving only those he could control. Gukti asked the guy threateningly if he had any ideas. He reminded that even the demon that appeared on the first day killed dozens with one attack, so he was interested in how the boy was planning to defeat the Demon Queen. Gukti's expression became frightening when he asked what the others would say, because he was interested in whether they would rather survive and go to the next island together or rush into death's embrace like moths to a flame. The glasses boy hesitated. Juhyun thought with a smirk that it was over since the atmosphere had already changed. She thought that they were in alliance with the Smog clan, so they would definitely be saved. Suddenly, someone came out from the crowd and said that the only way for everyone to be saved was to defeat the Demon Queen. Gukti and Juhyun's body tensed up. Hansu calmly said that in the end, if they defeated her, everyone who survived would be able to escape, and Juhyun thought that he was interfering again. Gukti stepped forward, asking if Hansu was sure that he would survive. He shrugged indifferently, since no one knew. He said that if they were heading for the crystal, there was no doubt that more than 500 people would die, maybe more. One of the girls said that in that case, they would follow the guy. She smiled and slyly remarked that in any case, they couldn't trust those clan bigwigs, so there was no reason to join them, and then asked what Hansu thought about it. Many people raised their fists in a supportive gesture, wanting to escape together. In that case, Jungkook and his clan decided to join, and after that, Shia said that they would also fight together with Hansu. Juhyun thought that with the way things were going, they would have to stop him even if they had to use force. He looked at the convoy and thought that it was important to break their morale now, and if a battle broke out, everyone would be fighting for their survival, so they needed to ambush him. Suddenly, Hansu gave him a menacing look and warned him to put off his plans to kill him. He abruptly attacked with his weapon, which crashed into the ground next to Juhyun. Hansu pulled the weapon back to himself and expressed concern that he wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath. Juhyun grimaced in fear, realizing that he was the one who had just escaped. Gukti said that he was suggesting that they team up now and wait for the right moment since they had time, and besides, it wasn't like they weren't expecting something like this. He thought to himself that for now, they would have to follow Hansu's plan, but they still had a chance to escape. It seemed like everyone had made up their minds. However, Hansu asked for a moment of attention before doing this. He approached the crystal, deciding to dot the I's and cross the T's. Hansu swung his weapon again. The chain wrapped around the crystal. Hansu yanked the weapon and cracks ran across the crystal. Finally, it shattered into small pieces. Juhyun and Gukti looked at the consequences of Hansu's actions in fear. Hansu heard an indignant cry about what he had done. The guy explained that since they were heading to the fortress, they would not need the crystal anyway, so the thought of escaping would only weaken everyone. The people believed that the guy was right, so they now only wanted to move forward. They raised their hands up in support again, shouting to follow Hansu and kill the demon queen. However, Hansu asked them not to follow him. He asked the people to look ahead for their own sake. The timer ran out as Hansu asked the people to fight for their lives. The door to the fortress opened, illuminating the hall with a thin strip of light. One of the men said that he couldn't believe that this was the same fortress they had seen before, as the atmosphere had completely changed. They walked through the hall, which was only lit by candles with purple flames. There were countless of them. At the end of the hall, there were no candles, so it was consumed by darkness, causing the people to stop. Many of them looked around tensely. Finally, the demon queen showed up, lamenting how long it took them to get here. As she said that the people had come all this way to have fun, so she couldn't just let them go, the door immediately closed. The force pressed down on the men, forcing them to duck as the system window showed that the fortress had been sealed. Rocks began to fall to the floor. The men screamed as the floor collapsed. The man warned the others that something was crawling up. The Devons, with their mouths full of sharp fangs, screamed. The man echoed them, frightened. The demon attacked him, but a chain intercepted the enemy. Hansu tightened his grip on his weapon, demanding that the men stop panicking, as these freaks were not much different from those they had fought before. Hansu turned to the frightened man and asked the men around him to pull themselves together. He thought that the real problem was not the demons, but the battle with the demon queen. Rocks began to rise from the ground. Pillars of fire appeared, through which the men had to pass. The gatekeeper demon appeared. His eyes were blazing with magic. The people realized that demons were coming out of the fire. The demons were wearing armor. Someone demanded that the others get out of the way as purple flames began to fill the hall. Hansu covered himself, defending himself from the attack. He told the others that they had two enemies, so they needed to split up and deal with them, then ordered the support to retreat back, and those who were good at long-range combat to come forward. Hansu demanded that those who were not skilled enough to deal with the flanks, to which Eunuch decided to warn that a reckless rush could put them at a disadvantage. However, Hansu did not listen to him, rushing into battle and warned the left side that he would attack first. Hansu thought that this demon was designed in the image of the gatekeeper in the abyss, so it was much stronger, but its movements were similar. Hansu fought, knowing that he could predict the enemy's movements. The chain twisted, dealing crushing blows. Hansu attacked without stopping. He thought with a smirk about something much more important, that he would be able to use the full judgment of Quadratus, namely the chains that stretched for tens of meters. Hansu used the power of Quadratus, and the chains wrapped around the demon's sword. He used suppression when each link glowed with magic. Something began to happen to the demon. He was completely in chains and could not move, and Hansu thought about how, by binding someone with suppression, he begins to draw magic from the opponent and casts a curse, lowering their characteristics. The guy breathed tensely when he thought about how using it also consumes his magic, but it is bearable. A ring flashed on his hand when he asked the people around him if they were going to continue to stand and watch like this. The people were discouraged by what was happening. Jungkook smirked and said that they cannot just stand aside, so he ordered the others to prepare for an attack. He demanded that his subordinates glorify the name of their clan. Shia turned to her men, ordering those with low resistances to help from the rear. The men rushed to attack. Explosions began to sound everywhere. The demons did not stand still either. Hasnu realized that they were trying to summon hellfire. Suddenly, light struck from the cracks in the floor. Hansu's chains clanged pitifully. The demon was able to remove his shackles. Hansu ordered them to continue the attack. He thought that it would be difficult for them to withstand if the demons hit, but if he knew the trajectory, he could cope. Hansu attacked again. The chains rushed towards the demon. A sudden beam of demonic flame almost knocked the guy off his feet. One of the girls managed to warn him that the flames would make his attacks useless. However, Hansu continued to attack, jumping on the demon. He thought that he simply had to get rid of it. His hand reached for the place where the hellfire was bursting out from, since that was where the ignition crystal was located. Finally, with great effort, Hansu pulled out the crystal. He grinned and crushed it. The people were dumbfounded, asking what it was, as the flames surrounding the demon disappeared. Hansu reminded the people of what he had said, and then again demanded that they stop attacking. He asked them not to worry about it, and to continue fighting, as he would not be able to use the flames anymore. Another cry was heard, calling Hansu to be careful. The boy managed to dodge the attack. Jungkook told his comrades to look at the demon that the non-clan members were supposed to fight. The people were lying on the ground, unarmed. The demon just stood there while they begged for help, to which Jungkook asked why they did not attack. The people began to say that it was too dangerous to help them, so shouldn't Hansu take care of this problem, because they did not understand what to do. Gukti grinned, thinking that the people had wavered anyway. He decided that now it would be easier for them. He stepped forward and asked Hans if he was going to keep pretending not to understand after sending people to their deaths because it was all his fault that things had come to this. Gukti pointed at the guy and said that he was the one who got them all into this, so he should take responsibility. One of the guys, fighting off the monster, demanded that Gukti stop talking and start fighting. He kicked the guy away. The guy was yelling that it was the Gukti clan that was doing nothing right now. Gukti smirked and asked the people around him if they thought he was standing by because he was weak, but the guy decided to show that he was different from the chatterboxes like them. He charged. Gukti demanded to see the power of the special forces. The warriors aimed arrows at the demon. They attacked him, striking one after another. The people stuck arrows and swords into him. The people around him started to whisper that it was unbelievable when the demon fell to his knees. Hansu turned to Xia and Jungkook and asked them to go to the other side as well. He promised to sort this out. Hansu went to attack. His daggers on the chains whistled in the air. The guy wrapped the chains around the demon. He swung the daggers. The blow hit the demon's tendons. Jahyun was surprised to think that Hansu single-handedly dealt with monsters that would have taken dozens of their warriors to fight. He asked Gukti what he was doing. He demanded that he finish them off already. Hansu thought that although Gukti would not create a special squad just to show off his strength, now he needed to focus on the current battle. He sent his weapon to attack. The chains wrapped around the demon again. Hansu struck, trying to cause as much damage as possible. Jungkook, gritting his teeth, attacked his opponent with his sword. Hasnu watched the battle sideways. Jimin rushed into battle with a mad grin, holding daggers in both hands. Hasnu's chain wrapped around the demon's neck and squeezed it. Hansu spread his arms to the sides, cutting off his opponent's neck. He turned around, looking at the creation of his hands. The guy wiped the dirt from his cheek. Gukti looked at him with a mixture of anger and fear. Hansu stood next to the defeated demon. He and Gukti looked at each other. One of the subordinates approached Gukti and said that there was a crystal, after which he offered to use it to buy valuable artifacts in the store. It turned out that it was Jahyun who said that they released a special squad with the help of the clan alliance, so its strengthening is a priority, to which the guy said that he thought that the Smog clan would use the trophies first. He smiled and said that he might be a temporary commander, but the special squad was a clan alliance squad, so he asked the boy not to worry. Jungkook frowned, as he wanted to know when the alliance had managed to create such a group, since from what he knew, they were keeping it a secret. Xia looked at Gukti with displeasure and replied that they had managed to control their unruly monarchs and create a full-fledged alliance, and the acute sense of crisis must have contributed greatly to that. Hansu, checking his system window, heard the girl think that there was no need to worry too much about the reason for the special squad's creation. Xia and Jungkook approached Hansu and warned him that it looked like the alliance was trying to bully him, to which the boy asked them not to worry since he understood exactly what was going on. Xia asked him in surprise if he had a plan, to which Hansu replied that they should just watch until they acted. He smiled as he had already made some preparations. More guys came up and said that the alliance would now have to fight on the front lines, so it would be a bit easier since they couldn't stand aside now that they were in the front lines. Jimin closed her eyes in displeasure and asked if he was sure about that, since what would they do if the alliance got together again and didn't do anything, and even if they helped them, they would continue to ignore them. Jungkook said that in any case, to get out of here, they would have to fight the Demon Queen, so if they wanted to live, they would have to fight. Xia thought about the current situation. There were many wounded, some couldn't move their arms, some couldn't continue fighting at all. Many of them thought that they would only have to fight the Demon Queen, so they thought that they might survive if they joined the clan, since they still didn't understand if they could fight properly. Finally, a demand was heard from the crowd to stop whining. One of the girls said that if they wanted to survive, then defeating the Demon Queen was the only way to do it. She approached Hansu, asking if that was true. She looked into Hansu's eyes and introduced herself as Sonian. She reached for Hansu's chest when Jimin almost exploded with anger and the desire to quarrel with this girl, and only Xia was able to hold her back. Hansu roughly slapped her hand away and asked what she was trying to do. Sunyeon slyly asked him if he was that heartless because she didn't want to do anything special, just introduce him to someone. She turned around and threw him a goodbye to let him know if he was interested. She smirked, saying that there was someone who was interested in him. Jimin cursed, asking what was wrong with her, and that Xia had asked him to move away from her. Jimin looked at Sunyeon and explained that the girl ignored them when they tried to talk to her earlier because she only interacted with clanless people, and even though they tried to deal with her, she ignored them. Hansu said displeasedly that if they were done preparing, they should leave, to which Jungkook complained that the guy was ignoring him again. The people set off. They stood in front of the wall, talking about entering it. The crowd asked haughtily if they were really going to fight the Demon Queen. The fairy helper, wiping away tears of laughter, said that travelers were funny Polly these days, so he had good news for them all. People gasped when the fairy helper said that defeating the Demon Queen was not necessary to open the portal to the next island. He explained that it was necessary to hold out for half an hour. Someone asked that they just had to hold out under the attacks for half an hour and the crystal on the throne would activate, to which the monster replied that the portal would allow all of them to go to any of the islands without any restrictions. The fairy helper smiled, saying that they could also buy the right to pass through the crystal shards, but that was not the official way. Hansu thought that it was obvious that the monster was only mentioning this possibility now. The fairy helper shouted at the people to hold on and wished to see them on the next island. Finally, they entered the hall with the Demon Queen, which was filled with various cocoons. The Demon Queen waved her hand and ordered the servants to rise. Eyes immediately appeared on the cocoons. Skulls began to break through the walls. Finally, the demons began to crawl out. The Demon Queen looked satisfied. Hansu thought hard about the fact that this was more than half the weakened version of the original sitting in the abyss, so he knew how she would attack. The ghost demons let out a heart-rending scream. The system window reported that monocrystals were used to purchase artifacts, and Hansu's hand glowed. He pulled out a pair of chain sides of Judgment Decrados and attacked with them. The demon began to scream again. The guy tightened his grip on the sides and thought about how he would attack using two unique skills of Judgment Decrados, namely Separation and Return. Many copies of his sides immediately appeared in front of Hansu. He attacked the Demon Queen with them. However, the demon took the blow and all the copies of the weapon immediately started to fiddle with it. The Demon Queen got angry. She waved her hand, cursing at Hansu. Red light filled the space. The chains also began to move, trying to reach the enemy. The Demon Queen smiled haughtily when the chains reached out to her. She hit several times in different parts of the weapon. One of her demons entered the fight, whom she ordered to tear the people to pieces. The demons were becoming more and more numerous. Hasnu turned to the people and said that he would deal with the Demon Queen, and let them deal with the summoned monsters. The guy turned to the guys from the Alliance and asked them if they would fight. Gukti ordered his people to stay behind and avoid fighting. Jimin shouted in irritation that she knew that these bad people would do this. Hansu understood how they decided to intervene. He asked to hold off the Demon Queen for a while, to which Jimin was indignant, as she didn't know how they would do it without him. The Demon Queen laughed madly. She raised her hands, and another demon appeared above her. A fist with exposed muscles rushed towards hands. Suddenly, the guy's face was illuminated by a green glow. One of the men covered him with his protective dome. He said that they wouldn't last long. Hasnu heard a request to come back quickly. One of the Alliance warriors said that there were so many people and monsters clashing there that he couldn't see what was going on, and another asked him if it was okay that they weren't participating in the battle. One of the guys asked if they needed to help with something and buy time, after which he immediately coughed up blood. Juhyun turned to look at the fallen guy. He looked at the one who killed the guy and asked what he was doing. Gukti said with a sinister expression that they should strike while everyone was distracted, which meant attacking now. Gukti said that it was time to get rid of everyone. Juhyun exclaimed in fear, did he think they would just let this go, and then asked why they weren't fighting. The people couldn't move when someone nearby said that he was prepared for this. The people didn't understand what was happening while the special squad attacked. Juhyun exclaimed that the battle was not over yet and they would clean everything up, and the Gukti clan would not survive this either. However, he didn't care. He smirked, as he thought of the others as trash, recruited only as extras, since they would all choose to die for the Monarch. Juhyun didn't understand which Monarch he was talking about. Gunti shouted that it was time for Johan to disappear and attacked him. However, the blade never reached its target. Juhyun fell down in fear. Hansu, who had arrived just in time, said that Gukti had finally shown his true colors. He thought that the boy's dirty tactics had not changed at all. Gukti did not understand why Hansu was here instead of fighting the Demon Queen, but it did not matter to him anymore because he thought that the boy was too late. The special squad rushed to attack Hansu. Hansu thought that the Monarch of Disguise had finally revealed himself because these were traces of the Black Monarch, a discarded pawn that he must eliminate in training at all costs. Gukti thought about the combatants and said that even if they could not defeat Hansu, they only needed to delay him because the Demon Queen would soon kill the rest. He was ready to sacrifice himself even if he died, but he was ready to take the boy with him, but Hansu thought that his opponent was a little mistaken. Hansu did not intend to stand in his way, he only wanted to make an offer. The boy smirked and asked if Gukti would listen to him, since this time the offer was not the worst. Gukti was silent, desperately thinking. Explosions were heard in the tower. The people were tired from the tension, wondering when Hansu would return. Hanchul cursed, saying that he had lost them. Hansu pushed off the floor. In a powerful jump, he attacked the demon. The chain immediately fettered the monster's face. The next moment, the demons that were linked were torn apart. Shia asked where the boy had been all this time, and that he said that he was preparing for what was about to happen. Shia asked him tensely. Suddenly, Jimin was blown away by the explosion. The Demon Queen said that she was getting bored. Her skinless hand clenched into a fist. Hansu jumped back, dodging it. He created a copy of the scythe on the move. He sent his weapon to attack. The chains and scythes surrounded the Demon Queen. They began to fly around. The Demon Queen screamed, her hands and feet bound. She became angry, asking how Hansu dared to do this. All her attempts to break free were in vain. Shia looked at this in surprise, but Hasnu waved his hand, demanding that she not come closer. Hanchel asked the guy in confusion why he was stopping them. Suddenly, a purple flash lit up the room. A bolt of power hit Hansu. People watched in surprise as the events unfolded. Black smoke filled the space. People didn't understand what was happening because they couldn't see him. Shia muttered that there was no way he would have fallen so easily. Finally, Jimin screamed that he was there. It turned out that Hansu had managed to climb high. He concentrated and made copies of his scythes. They immediately rushed to attack. The scythes hit the rings. The chain bound the Demon Queen even more tightly. She fell to her knees. Hansu hit her, causing the Demon Queen to scream. He cut off one of her arms, saying that the attack worked. The Demon Queen burst into laughter. She continued to laugh madly, raising her head and screaming that she liked it. Suddenly, her horns were enveloped in power. The demonic hand reached out to the Demon Queen. Hansu looked at it, wondering if it was planning to release its magic and use the power it had gained to fight it. He pulled the scythe towards himself since he didn't plan on dragging it out. He activated the white stone, thinking that it had enough power to end the fight. He clenched the stone in his fist. Suddenly, the demonic hand began to explode. Hansu jumped back. He charged. Hansu swung his chains, aiming at his opponent. The chains bound the Demon Queen again. The demonic hand clenched into a fist. Hansu called Hanchial and demanded a greatsword. He threw the weapon. The demonic hand almost crashed into Hansu. The hands fell to the floor. The people froze in shock. The ground beneath the demonic hands turned into crumbs. Hasnu suddenly appeared. The Demon Queen didn't understand how he managed to do this. Hansu swung his sword. He attacked the Demon Queen. She screamed, releasing magic from her mouth. Hansu stabbed her with his sword. Blood spilled onto the floor. The Demon Queen lowered her head, asking how dare he. Someone hesitantly asked if it was over. However, people were confused as to why the crystal was not moving. Hasnu tiredly said that it was not over yet. Suddenly, the Demon Queen stirred. She said that she had not felt such pain for a long time. The Demon Queen straightened up, spread her arms and threw Hansu away from her. There was an explosion. She made a sphere in her hand and said that for Hansu, she would now use all her strength. The blade flashed and rushed towards her. It hit the sphere right, breaking it. It turned out that she had thrown her weapon. The Demon Queen haughtily muttered that there were still some small things left. She set one of her demons on the girl. Jimin immediately rushed to her aid. Shia immediately praised her since they bought some time, so the girl suggested retreating for a while. The Demon Queen said that they could try to escape if they could, but she would soon make them all disappear. She pointed her finger at Hansu, saying that he would now receive a reward for entertaining her. The guy was kneeling near one of the columns. He tensed up. A beam of power hit the place where he was. The people who were blown up by the shockwave screamed. Dust and smoke filled the space. Jungkook could not believe that they were thrown back just by the shockwave from the explosion, so he wondered if Hansu survived. The smoke did not want to dissipate. A blue spark flashed from behind the smoke curtain. Hansu threw the scythe across the entire hall. The weapon hit the Demon Queen's heart. The boy heard her say that she was surprised that he still had the strength to attack even after being wounded like that. Hansu waved his hand at her and said that he could finally have some peace and quiet. The Demon Queen bared her teeth. She pulled out her scythe and said that she never thought that such a weak attack could hurt her, then cursed about the useless restrictions and the lack of time. The people listened tensely to her, saying that she could not use her full power. Finally, the condition was met and the crystal began to shine. The crystal opened a portal. The people rejoiced that Hansu had defeated the Demon Queen and that they had succeeded because they would all be able to move on to the next island. The demons' bodies began to shrink. However, flames immediately burst forth. Hansu tensed up because he thought that the Demon Queen's hearts were about to be destroyed. His eyes widened in surprise. The Demon Queen's body began to change as she began to say that she had just started enjoying herself, so they couldn't stop there. Her face became ugly as she said that even if she had to pay for it, she would bury them all here. The Demon Queen promised that before this fake body burned out, she would finish them all off. The fairy assistant appeared and said that that was enough. He grabbed the Demon Queen and laughed, saying that someone had to use their real powers in the training area. The fairy assistant reminded that breaking the conditions would result in punishment. A giant hand grabbed and covered the Demon Queen, and the monster said that she would disappear from here. The fairy assistant reminded that he did not give her permission to do so. A ghostly hand lifted the Demon Queen's body as the monster said that he was taking her according to the rules. The Demon Queen got angry, blaming him for coming here and now forbidding her to use her powers, and then threatened that he would not let it go and would kill them all. The fairy helper said irritably that this was the reason he hated dealing with half-breeds. The demon queen told him to shut up and immediately disintegrated into black flames. The people watched this scene tensely. The fairy helper smiled awkwardly and said that there was a small misunderstanding, and then asked the people not to worry since he had already fixed everything, which meant it was time to reward them. The fairy helper waved his paw and congratulated the people on defeating the demon queen, because not many people were able to participate in such an event. He looked at Hansu and said that there was only one reward for defeating the demon queen, so he would give it to the one who contributed the most. Hansu reached out his hand to take the purple runestone, and the system window informed him that when used, all rune stats would be fixed at 99.99% for 24 hours, but after that, he would have to pay a penalty, meaning that after the effect wore off, all the increased stats would drop to 100%. The assistant fairy said that he would take care of the rest, and then explained that to use the crystal, they just had to think of the island they wanted to go to, so he was waiting for them on the next island. Hansu looked at the runestone and thought that with this, he had achieved everything he had come to the central island for. In addition, the energy he had felt a while ago was definitely the energy of the abyss. He twirled the runestone with his fingers and thought that he still had a long way to go. Hanchial said in surprise that they had spent so much effort and only received one reward. Jungkook told Hansu not to worry since everyone knew he saved them, and Hanchial echoed him, saying that it wasn't like anyone was strong enough to try and take his reward just because they wanted to. Shia ran her hands through her hair, saying that she doubted the Smog clan would stay silent, even though they had been suspiciously quiet, so he thought it would be a good idea to contact the clan members in the back since they hadn't come out when they were fighting the Demon Queen. Jimin asked in annoyance as to why they didn't just deal with it now, to which Hansu snapped over his shoulder that it was probably over already. Hanchial looked at him worriedly, asking what it meant by over, which Shia was also curious about. The people in the back looked at their hands, wondering where the Monarch had disappeared to, since with the tattoos gone, they were most likely dead and had been captured after all. She was surprised that the Smog clan had betrayed them, so she couldn't believe that they had used a special squad to kidnap the Monarchs. Hansu smirked. The warrior stood in the LSU among the corpses. The man thought that it seemed that the cleanup was complete. A few minutes ago, the people led by Gukti came out of the portal. He looked at the tower that was visible ahead and said that he didn't know exactly where they were, but judging by that tower, they were in the right place. Gukti thought that his job as a monarch of disguise was to disrupt the monarchs of the central island and then kill them, but his life and the heads of these monarchs should be enough to cover up for not following orders. He thought that it was easy to set traps while the monarchs were afraid of Hansu, after which he turned to his people and ordered the monarchs to be tied up there, and then thought again that now he could give his clan great power. He remembered Hansu handing him the crystals and suggesting that he use the situation to rise up, as he could control the clan members by turning their monarchs into members of the special forces. But Hansu thought that Gukti already knew that, considering that he had already created the special forces. Then Hansu said that they just need to not cause trouble here, and he would turn a blind eye to what he would do to them. Gukti thought that Hansu was a fool, because they made a deal only to avoid conflict and a crisis situation, and then suggested that his people stay in touch since they were in such a place when one of the warriors said that there was definitely someone there. Gukti saw the blade cutting into the side of his warrior, so he worriedly asked who was there because he did not sense anyone. A voice was heard, causing Gukti to look back, saying that he really came, although he doubted, but it turned out that his preparation was not in vain. Gukti shouted to his men that they were not showing themselves, but there could not be many of them, so they should have an advantage. However, the boy immediately discovered that his legs were not moving because he was being sucked into the ground. The voice explained to the frightened people that this was a temporary effect because he had buried a trap artifact there. A silhouette appeared from behind, saying that the trap would activate after a certain amount of time, so it was useful to know where everyone would be. Gukti did not believe what was happening. He wanted to ask how he knew where Gukti would be, but he was immediately struck in the back. Jahyun begged for mercy, promising to do everything. However, the voice refused, and the next blow went to the boy. The unknown warrior slammed Jahyun's head into the ground and said that he did not have what he needed. He let go of the broken body. The warrior muttered under his breath words about waiting for the people from the central island to arrive and killing everyone. The warrior took off his mask, continuing to say that when he first heard about the central island and the tower, he didn't know what he was talking about, but as always, he was amazing. Then Hansu told him that since the warrior had asked to use him, and if he wanted to do things right, he would tell him something. Then the boy explained that if Win could withstand what he said, then he would become much stronger than those who started on the same terms, so he sent him to the place he spoke of and let him decide for himself whether he would follow him further. Then they simply parted ways. The boy decided that trusting Hansu and following him was the best choice in his life. He looked at the full moon, since now he just had to wait. The transition crystal was glowing brighter. The man in the forest cursed, saying that he was dead, and the woman standing next to him asked if they were talking about Gukti. She realized that the central island had screwed up. The man said with displeasure that the last time he contacted was from the Demon Queen Fortress, so that was probably how he died. However, the man had expected that this would happen, so it didn't matter, but it seemed like they had an irritant factor. He clenched his fist and said that they were coming to the Tower Island because it had more rewards than the remaining islands, and there was only one way in after using the crystal. The warriors surrounded the transition crystal with a ring. The man thought that no one who had arrived would pass through them unscathed. The island map given out on the Ascension Path shows hundreds of islands to climb. The islands are divided into 3 groups. It all starts with the first group at the beginning of the Ascension Path, then the second group, which includes the central island, and the third group is the end of the training. It is said that among the islands of the third group, there is one that contains especially valuable rewards. Tower Island. The decision to rush for rewards that will help you become stronger is obvious, however. In the throne room there was a huge yellow crystal and a voice was heard asking what he meant. The protagonist took a snack, answering that he said that if they wanted to go to Tower Island, it was just for good rewards. You should think twice, he finished, biting off a piece of meat. The guys looked at him in surprise while he ate. He also added that otherwise they would also be destroyed. You need to remember how it all ended when they rushed to the central island for rewards. Hansu looked at the boys from under his brows, saying that they should think carefully. This was sincere advice from him. Then he turned his gaze to the others and said that the same applies to them. Surviving on the Tower Island will be much more difficult than on the central one. There is no point in dying without any chance to become stronger. Hearing this, the people began to ask him excitedly what to do then. Shia stepped forward, stretched out her hand and asked, so he will not go to the Tower Island. While they were discussing this issue, they were being watched from the side. The protagonist said that there is always a way to get any reward from any island. The girl, hearing this, turned around and began to leave, while Hansu said that this is just a warning and the decision is up to them. Shia brought her fist to her mouth and looked away, saying in her head that she thought that he was the type to like risks, and then asked herself if she was wrong. He is right. A man's voice was suddenly heard from the side. He pointed to everyone in the room and said that their clan had grown by convincing the remaining travelers to join after the Monarchs disappeared, but everyone was tired and needed to rest. So going to a safer place was a good idea. He extended his hand to the protagonist and said that since they were planning to leave this place, it was Jungkook. He looked at Hansu with a smile on his face and said that he wanted to thank him for everything, since it was thanks to him that they were able to survive. The protagonist chuckled and said that they would see each other again if he was alive. After saying this, he stood up and Jungkook called Hanchul to leave. At this time, Jimin, who was standing behind Shia, asked her if they should also pack up. Shia put her hand to her chin and said that the protagonist said not to go to the island of the tower, so she thought that there would be nothing wrong if they followed his advice. Suddenly, a portal appeared near the huge yellow stone. There were conversations and questions about whether they should go somewhere, since they were already sick of such places. People looked at each other and whispered that it would be stupid to go somewhere where even Hansu couldn't handle it. The protagonist looked at the crowd and loudly told them to leave, adding that he still had things to do. Jungkook spread his arms out to the sides and said that then they would go first. He and Hanchul approached the portal and said that he wished for everyone to survive. Shia looked at her partner and said that she could say goodbye if she wanted. Hearing this, Jimin proudly raised her head and said that she would just go ahead. After that, Shia looked at the protagonist and said that she didn't know about saying goodbye, but they would see each other again. When no one was left, Hansu approached the portal. Suddenly, he turned around and asked the girl why she didn't leave. Sonyeon raised her hand and answered with a question why he shouldn't go first, adding that she wanted to check something. The protagonist turned away and said that if she insisted. His appearance began to disappear, and he whispered one last thing that they would meet on the next island. When he disappeared, Sonyeon asked what. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said that they were whispering, so she didn't know where they were going. But at least someone would go the right way, and a red mark appeared on the back of her palm, through which she conveyed this. After a while, a man with long hair stood in front of the portal and said that it had been a while since he received the message. He also asked if anyone was heading here at all. Suddenly, the sound of a portal opening was heard. He immediately grabbed his sword. The man moved his spear aside and asked to get ready. He shouted loudly that he would take care of it first, and then quickly rushed forward. He sped up, running closer and closer to the portal. It flared up brightly, illuminating the forest. The man frowned, looking ahead in confusion. Sonyeon was standing next to the portal, and the man shouted loudly, warning her to duck. A strong explosion occurred from the side of the portal, and the girl was thrown forward with all her might. With a distraught look, she quickly turned to the side. She sat down on the ground, resting her hand on it, and confusedly said that this was quite an active greeting, to which the man asked her why she came alone and where everyone else was. Sonian replied that she deliberately waited until everyone left and only then came here, after which she asked if anyone else had come. The man looked at her angrily and said that not a fly had flown by, and after a short silence, he asked if she was sure that she had stayed until the very end. He turned away from her and the girl replied that she had definitely seen everyone leave, there was no mistake, but she couldn't believe that everyone had fallen for that chain lover's trick. She told him how Hansu had said that it would be much harder to survive on the Tower Island than on the central one, and there was no point in dying without any chance of becoming stronger. She said that the guy had said it loudly as if he was trying to convince everyone. The man frowned and was indignant, saying, "Him again." He added that both monarchs had fled with their tails between their legs from that freak's words. Out of anger, he pressed his palm to the tree. Using force, he broke the tree into small pieces. He lowered his hand down and said that the protagonist was getting on his nerves. He looked at the bark of the broken tree and added that they hadn't been able to kill any of them, and that looking for a portal using his people was pointless. The man turned to the girl and asked if she knew what Lieutenant Hansu was doing. Sonian raised her hand and said that considering he was fighting on the front lines, it seemed like he wanted to protect people and he hadn't killed anyone. The man looked at her from under his brows and said that the boy would be a hindrance to his plans. He turned to his assistant and told her to tell the clansmen on the other islands that if they spotted Hansu, they should get rid of him. The girl folded her arms and said that the boy was as strong as a monarch and wanted to suggest something instead of a direct attack. The man asked if she hadn't said that the main character didn't kill people, and if the clansmen rushed at him, it might work, and they should be told not to hold back. He grabbed her scarf and told her not to forget their goal. She hadn't forgotten what those monarchs had done. He squeezed the scarf in his hand and said that they should remove any possible hindrances in advance at any cost, for the sake of those they had lost. He turned to Sonian and told her to describe the protagonist's appearance and use of weapons to everyone, and now they would head to the tower. Sonian looked after him and asked if he was not going to wait, to which the man replied that waiting was not his thing. He turned away from the girl and said that they were leaving. The portal burned with a bright flame. The protagonist immediately came out of it. He looked around and said that it seemed like everyone had left, and if he was the same as he remembered, then he would not wait. He stood for a while and said that he could pass now. Sanchin put on his hood and walked ahead of Hansu. He went behind a tree, hiding, and the protagonist asked how long he was going to stand there. Sanchin turned around at him, taking off his hood, and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he did as the guy said. The protagonist interrupted him and asked if the guy brought everything he asked for. Sanchin stretched out his hand and smiled and said that he brought the sexy relative's earrings, then added that he didn't know how Hansu was going to use them. The protagonist told him that he had done a good job, then took the earrings and said that he would now head to the next island. Sanchin immediately turned around in shock. Before the protagonist could finish speaking, he shouted, asking if it was because of the artifact. Hansu turned around and said that it would be difficult to detect him with this. He smirked and asked if they were going to the tower. Tower Island, first floor, main hall. There were many people on it. Among them, a voice was heard saying that there were more people on this side, but he would rather go where there were fewer people. The guy in the hat looked around and said that he was quite lucky to have come to a place where, apparently, they give out the most awards, but there were fewer people here than he thought what was going on. He noticed a girl with an earring on her left ear and said that by now that little bastard should have appeared and started explaining everything sarcastically. But he was not here. Taking a closer look at the girl, he asked himself who it was, adding that she looked familiar. The main character, in the form of a girl, turned right at him. The guy screamed in his head that she was coming in his direction. Hansu walked elegantly in his direction. An earring flashed on his ear and he said that the guy kept looking at him. He put his hands on his hips and asked if he really wanted to say something. The guy looked at the girl with confusion and asked if they had met before. A guy with glasses appeared behind him, asking if they were together. He lowered his head slightly and asked confusedly if he could join them since there was no one else in their group. The guy in the hat wanted to say that they were not together, but the protagonist pushed him aside and firmly called the guy in glasses with them. After a while, a question was heard if they should go already since they had enough people. 10 people were standing by the portal. The guy in glasses with a ridiculous smile on his face said that everyone was looking for their clanmates and teaming up with them, so it was not easy to find someone to go with, but thank God they found them. Then he pointed to the number 10 above the portal and said that there seemed to be a limit on the number of people in one room, adding that the higher you go in the tower, the more interesting rewards you can get. A guy from his team stepped forward and asked what he was muttering, since they just had to go inside. He walked up to the portal, turned to the others and said that they just enter the room, defeat everyone else who comes out and take the rewards, then asked if it was obvious that they weren't here to make friends, so what was the point of all this chatter. He also asked the guy with glasses how many of them he thought would survive. The girl from the same team looked at the guy with a cold sweat on her face. The guy with glasses, the guy with the hat, and the main character stared at the guy at the portal, who said that it was already possible to tell who was going to die soon, so it was better not to waste time. Hansu looked at the guy with disdain in his eyes, but said nothing. After a while, they were already in the portal, where they were fighting against huge ants. Someone was shouting that it was better to kill them one by one, so they needed to separate the monsters from the group. An ant suddenly attacked from a blind spot with a loud roar. He hit the ground, causing the girl to fall back before she could dodge. She fell, and the ant immediately approached her. At this time, the protagonist looked at this and said in his head that the earrings of the 7 relatives would cut his stats in half. He had not planned to fight head-on in this state. However, a weapon appeared in his hand. He had to assess his level a little. Hansu pushed off the shoulder of the guy in the hat, telling him not to stand in his way. Then he threw the blade, putting in a lot of effort. His weapon hit the ant's head perfectly. The protagonist jumped high and swung another blade. He landed on the ant and dealt a powerful blow to its belly. After killing it, he took out a knife and said in his head that if it weren't for the weakening, he would have dealt with them barehanded, but now he needed 2 hits with the weapon. The girl looked at her and thanked her for saving her, adding that she killed such a huge monster with such a small weapon. She raised her hands and asked with shining eyes if it was true that she had fought a lot on other islands. She also asked if she had seen many people stronger than her, adding that there was someone very strong she was looking for. She heard that he helped people and used a weapon on a chain. The protagonist listened to this with his back to the girl. The girl looked at Hansu with a smile and said that she really wanted to meet that guy. The protagonist got up from the monster and told her to stop asking meaningless questions, since they needed to move on. The guy in the hat said that a little talk would not kill them, so why was he reacting like that? And the girl asked if he knew, since they said that the guy had done a lot on the central island. She smirked and asked if it was true that his name was Hanso. They watched the protagonist walk away, and the guy in the hat asked the girl again for the name. He scratched his head and said that he kind of knew him since they started out together, and the girl happily replied that he was a good friend of his, which was adorable. The guy asked how she knew about Hansu, and the girl replied that she had heard stories from travelers about how strong he was, and then asked if the guy knew where the protagonist was. He turned away and said that he was always busy doing something, so even if he didn't know where he was, he thought that if there were rumors of a strong guy named Hansu, it must be the guy he knew. He looked at the girl with the short hair and thought that she looked a little like the protagonist. He had initially thought that the guy could only talk. He remembered Hansu asking him if someone had told him to fight. The guy in the hat looked at him and asked excitedly if Hansu really wanted to go fight alone. He knew that if the main character wasn't there, many would have died, so the guy was probably already far ahead of him. The guy from the other clan said that the ants don't leave artifacts, only ruins, and that's at best, and given the low difficulty and the large number of people, the quality of the artifacts is also low. The other guy pointed ahead and said that there was a door similar to the one they came in through. They walked up to the portal and were happy that they could now go to the next floor. They thought that maybe they would start getting artifacts when they left here, so they should all go together and find out. A man in the crowd shouted that he couldn't allow that. He cut off one of the participants' hands and blood began to splatter in all directions. He said that the fewer people, the higher the rank of the artifacts, so if they all went to the next floor, the artifacts would be disgusting again. He immediately grabbed the spear with both hands. With a crazy smile, he asked why he needed to look for a room with the least amount of people if he could kill everyone and take all the artifacts for himself. He immediately started waving the weapon and they began to beg him to negotiate. Blood sprayed in all directions. He rushed to run at Hansa and shouted that they were dying only because they thought about winning instead of losing, and they were all just weaklings, so they were so easy to kill. The protagonist looked at him indifferently, taking out a well-sharpened weapon. The man ran up and knocked the weapon out of his hands, and it suddenly stuck into the ground. He immediately fell to the ground, and the man replied that he thought she was the strongest, but she was even weaker than he thought. The guy in the hat asked the girl to hide behind him. He told her to run back as fast as she could on his signal. The girl ordered him to stand still. The guy opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. She pointed the crossbow at his back and said that if he moved, she might miss. She raised the crossbow from behind his head and shot the man standing over Hansu in the head. The guy in the hat turned to her with a smile and said that she was amazing for taking advantage of his distraction, to which the girl replied that it was her first time using such a weapon, so she was not so good. She pointed the crossbow at him and the guy replied that it was an excellent shot. The girl immediately said that she wanted to kill them both with one shot. She grabbed the crossbow with both hands and suddenly shot him in the head. Leaning on the ground, she said that when she got rid of everyone, it was worth seeing if she got a good catch. She put her hand to her ear and told the monarch that there was no guy with a chain in the room 10 times the first floor, but as a consolation, she took care of everyone else. She smiled and added that if she caught him, it would be a great gift, but she would let her know if she found him on the next floor. Hansu in his form approached her and asked if he was here. The girl turned around in horror, wanting to say something, when suddenly a chain flew towards her. The chains immediately enveloped her, immobilizing her. The protagonist smirked, holding a weapon to her throat, and asked if she was really looking for him. The protagonist tied the girl up with many chains so that she would not escape. With a knife to her throat, the girl said in fear that she definitely saw him fall unconscious. Hansu looked at the girl with disdain in his eyes and mockingly said that it seemed his acting skills were not so bad, adding that the girl should not even think about contacting her monarch. He brought his index finger to the shocked girl's mouth. His appearance changed back to the previous one, and he told her to be silent now and he would give his regards to her monarch. Having said this, he killed her with one movement of his hand. His chain fell to the ground next to a pool of blood while he was saying that it seemed like only she was sent here. The protagonist looked to the side and saw a snake eating white stones, after which he said that he did not expect that they would give up so easily. Looking away, he added that they would still meet sooner or later, so there was no need to be impatient. What he heard in the training zone in his past life. He descended into memories and remembered the guy who drank beer and said that hidden dungeons are not separate entities. The island of the tower has its own structure. According to it, in order to rise to the next floor, it is necessary to go through dungeons. This means that dungeons can also be beyond the third floor. This is the ultimate goal of the training zone. Leaving the memories, the protagonist went to the portal. Second floor, main hall. Hansu, in the form of a girl, stood by one of the pillars, saying in his head that he should do a couple of things before that. He looked at his spear and said that first, his current artifacts were outdated except for the growing artifact of Nirma's ring, and the effectiveness of the rest was already too low. After thinking about this, he looked to the side and said in his head that he should find new artifacts to replace the colorless ones. He turned to Kang Ti in his head and said that he would use the directions he gave him. He looked at the small group of people who were standing by the portal. Above the portal was the number 50, which meant that only 50 people could leave from the first floor. On the second floor, a fairy met the people and said that he would explain to them separately about the rooms here, but they had waited so long, so it was time to begin. He loudly welcomed everyone to the treasure island. With a smile on his face, he said that their insight led them to the right place. Of all the rooms on the second floor, this was the largest. They would need to defeat the guardian guarding the treasure, and then bring the treasure to the center of the island, where they could exchange it for artifacts. He showed a small golden ball in his hand. Then he said that their time was limited to 2 weeks, and of course, if everything were that simple, it would not be interesting. Only those who exchanged the treasure for artifacts could leave this room. The people listened attentively to the fairy, without interrupting him. The fairy continued to say that those who did not have artifacts would die. There was only one treasure, so they either got 50 artifacts and saved everyone, or chose 20 or even 1 artifact, but few would survive. He spread his arms and said loudly that the fewer artifacts, the higher their rank, so he hoped that they would make a wise choice. There were 128 guards on the map, and he would mark them all. The protagonist looked attentively at the fairy, listening to him. In his head, he said that he needed to overcome 128 guards in 2 weeks. He glanced at the girl with short green hair and said to himself that these were quite difficult conditions, so he wondered how she would cope. Suddenly, one of the people's legs turned around and a female voice was heard suggesting that they do so. The girl with green hair spread her arms in different directions and suggested that they split into 5 groups of 10 people. Each group would have to find and destroy 2 guards per day. She looked at everyone and with a smile on her face asked if it was true that everyone could handle it. Questions began to be heard. Was she really suggesting that the clans work together? Was there really only 10 people per team? People without clans would be at a disadvantage. The protagonist heard people whispering among themselves and said in his head that strategically, this was not a bad idea. Behind him was a girl with yellow hair and a guy, whom she gently tapped with her finger. Then the boy pointed his finger at the people behind him and said that they agreed. 2 guards a day sounded reasonable, and whoever screwed up would be the one to blame. Their clan had already split into groups. Hearing this, Hansu said in his head that it meant that the 2 who seemed the strongest were calling the shots. The people began to whisper again and said that for now they had no choice but to follow them if they wanted to survive. The boy said loudly that when they found the treasure, they would let everyone know and immediately head to the center. After these words, the people began to spread out. The protagonist heard the conversations around him, but continued to stand still and observe. He looked at the map, which marked the locations of all the guards, and said that they were distributed throughout the entire area since the dungeon was quite large, so he should move out. The yellow-haired girl turned towards the protagonist and asked where the woman went. Hansu carefully walked forward and thought that he should find the hidden treasure in this place. He was thinking about the Philosopher's Stone and the condition for obtaining it. Kang T pointed at himself and said that no one else could succeed, so he was saying this specifically for the protagonist, so listen carefully. He said that among the orbs obtained by killing the guards, there were no outstanding ones except for one shining one. He said that people were greedy for the treasure and threw away ordinary orbs that were of no interest to them. He folded his arms over his chest and added that they were not useless. He extended his hand to the protagonist and shouted that if he collected 32 orbs, he could exchange them for an artifact that was quite successfully disguised as a philosopher's stone. He shouted loudly and joyfully that finding hidden events was a piece of cake for him. Keldian adjusted his glasses, exhaling heavily, and said that the man was too talkative for someone who simply collected discarded orbs out of pity. The protagonist held a chain in his hands, carefully moving forward, and said that although it was not the fake that Andy ate, it had the same effect, so he should get it. He thought that the dungeon was not easy, and the number of times you can encounter them is limited. He grabbed his weapon abruptly. Hansu took his previous form and thought that he should go alone to deal with it faster, and he would be far enough away to not be caught. The ground suddenly began to move. A monster began to rise from it, throwing off stones. He rested his huge hands on the ground, trying to get to his feet. In his head was a blue crystal emitting light. The clansman looked up and heard sounds coming from nearby. The fairy assistant announced that the second guard was dead, already the second one that day, so at this rate, they would quickly deal with it. One of the participants shouted at the girl not to lose concentration, to which she got angry and shouted that she knew it herself. She ducked away from the monster, which had its mouth in front of her face. She jumped in the air, swinging her leg. With a strong blow, she threw the monster further away from her. An arrow from a bow immediately flew into its eye. The guy behind the girl, holding a bow in his hand, said that she herself was able to dodge without even looking in his direction, so why is he helping her at all? To which the girl shouted that he should have fought the monster alone. He said that they did not even find one guard, and someone had already killed two, and they only came across one small fish. The girl looked into the distance and answered that the second guard were not defeated by someone's group, but were defeated alone because she has such a feeling. The boy put his hand to his chin, thinking, and turned to the Monarch Manhwa, saying that it meant it was true. To which the girl abruptly turned away from him, exhaling heavily, and shouted at him not to call her that because this ability irritated her. She turned to the boy and told him to move, because it seemed that what was in front of them was no longer there, so they would turn right. Manhwa put her hand forward, stopping the clan, and said that something was coming towards them. She felt that ominous and powerful aura that was there at the very beginning. Another clan was making its way through the bushes. Their leader said that they should not hunt the guards, and even if they found the treasure, they would not be able to deliver it to the altar. He said that the other teams were full of strong travelers, to which his clanmate replied that they could not just sit around twiddling their thumbs. The leader frowned and replied that while the others were looking for the guards, they would take the chance to become stronger. He smirked and added that even hunting the monsters that were hanging around would give them enough strength for equipment, and then they would simply attack those who would return with treasure, since he thought that no one would notice that several people were missing. Manhwa folded her arms and listened to their conversation with displeasure, while the leader said that if they could not find the treasure in 2 weeks, they would all die. The girl peeked out from behind the tree and replied that if others started acting like that, they would get into trouble, but that strange feeling was not because of them. Hansu came up from behind and replied that he agreed. He folded his arms and added that in situations like this, order was paramount, when suddenly a guy from the clan shouted, asking who she was. Yeonwi looked at her and saw that her entire body was covered in bruises, after which she wondered why she was traveling alone. She frowned and thought that she was the source of that strange feeling. The protagonist abruptly turned around to look at the girl. The guy immediately pulled back his bowstring and asked why she snuck up on them from behind, what she wanted, adding that it seemed like she was alone here, so she should answer honestly. The protagonist did not move from his place, answering, nothing special, he just wanted to make one proposal. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised and asked with displeasure if she was crazy, why would they even listen to her? Hansu looked at the guys and said that it was right to be on guard, but they were afraid of the wrong person because he was not here to talk to them. He pointed at Manhwa and said that he wanted to talk to her. Hansu turned to them and said that she knew it herself, given her high intuition stat. The girl looked at the protagonist with fear, and with beads of cold sweat on her face, she said in her head that she was the reason for that strange feeling earlier, adding that it was not easy to recognize the monarch of the clan in her, but she was sure of it. Either her intuition was as strong as hers, or she stared at the protagonist and said in her head, or not only her appearance, but she herself was just an artificial shell. Whatever the case, something sinister was hidden inside her. Hansu put his hand on his hip, emitting an incredibly powerful magical energy. If she wanted to, she could. Suddenly, what Yeonwi saw made her very surprised. The protagonist said that there was no need to strain herself so much, and then asked if he hadn't said so. He looked at the girl from under his brows and said that he was only here to propose. The guy did not lower the bow that he pointed at Hansu, asking what he was trying to do, adding that if he continued to talk nonsense about the Monarch or something like that. Back, Yeonwi screamed with all her might, adding that she would talk to her. Hearing this, the guy looked at the girl in surprise and said in his head that their Monarch had never been so excited. Okay, he said. Yeonwi stepped forward and said in confusion that Hansu seemed strong enough to handle everything on her own, then asked why she was bothering to make any suggestions to them. She wanted to know the reason. She hid behind the guy's arm and said that even though she was strong, they wouldn't back down just like that. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that everyone had their own reasons. She needed someone to fight in the front lines instead of him. Hearing this, Yeonwi slightly lowered her head and asked if she really wanted them to deal with the group that had passed by earlier, adding that she understood what she wanted, but they couldn't handle a group of 40 people. Hansu looked at the guys in front of him and said that they would need to deal with 10 people at a time, plus those guys were weaker than them. He then added that Yeonwi should use her Monarch ability, start turning the strongest group into members of her clan, and increase its numbers. Hearing this, the girl was shocked. In her head, she screamed that managing even a small group was already a serious hassle, and she wanted her to recruit even more people. Who did she think she was? But her intuition hinted that saying it out loud could be dangerous. The guy from her team brought his fist to his mouth and thought about how she was already complaining about the large number of people. Yeonwi put her hand to her head and said discontentedly that she wanted to go through this room without doing anything, but it seemed like she had no choice, so she would try. The protagonist said to their backs that he would watch. The girl began to leave, telling her comrade that it would not work. After they left, Hansu opened the system screen and said that someone with intuition, which is difficult to get in the training area, could easily handle such a task. He looked up and said that now that he easily killed the guard and got the treasure, it was the perfect time to prepare for the next step with the Scout King. After a while, the masked guy was slammed onto the ground. Yeonwi's subordinates tied up the others, and her assistant walked up to her and said that those people refused to get tattooed. The girl turned around and said that they were already part of the clan, there were only 4 of them, so they could just tie them up. Hearing this, the green-haired girl raised her head and said that there was no need to tie them up, and the tied-up guy next to her asked if she was treating them like this because they were from a different clan, since they hadn't done anything. Yeonwi looked at them and asked if they thought she wanted this, while saying in her head that after all, she was doing as she was told. She looked at everyone else and said in her head that except for the tied-up ones, she had made everyone here into her clan. Putting her hand to her head, she said that all of this was tiring and how she didn't want to do this. Suddenly, the fairy announced that they had found a treasure. Hearing this, the girl began to look around, asking who had taken it. The fairy said that they should take the treasure to her for exchange. Yeonwi looked at the boys and asked who had found the treasure if everyone was here. Suddenly, a boy discovered something behind her and called her. He showed her a golden ball and said that he had found it under that tree. The girl looked at the glowing ball and said that she had said that it would allow them to leave here easily. Then she asked if it was true that this was the real treasure. After a while, the ball was handed over to the fairy. The fairy held it in her paws and replied that she confirmed that it was the real treasure, adding that it was a pity that no one had died, but they had done well. He examined the ball under a magnifying glass and said that, however, it seemed that they had not gotten it directly. Yeonwi put her hand on her hip and asked if there would be no reward. The fairy waved his hand and opened the system screen, saying that there was no need to rush or worry as he would give her enough time to choose. The fairy looked at the girl and asked what number she would choose, as she was the leader of the clan. The one and only golden cape would fly past her. The clansmen gritted their teeth and hoped that she would choose 50, as that way everyone would get an artifact. Yeonwi put her hand to her chin and wondered if she could choose one and kill everyone. The clansmen opened their eyes in horror and begged to be saved. The girl chose 50 and everyone jumped for joy, saying that they would serve her as their monarch. She put her hand on her hip and said that it was getting boring, so she suggested survival games. She grinned maliciously and ordered that all clan members either kill themselves or kill everyone else. The clansmen got angry and wrote down in horror, asking what she said. Their marks started to glow brightly and they shouted that they would never do that. They asked if Yeonwi really thought that they would follow her orders just because she was the monarch. The boys started looking at their hands, saying that the clan tattoos on their hands had disappeared, and asked if they were no longer clan members. The fairy lay down in the sky, asking displeasedly if the girl really thought that such a literally suicidal order would work without even the slightest loyalty, after which he added that they were very pathetic, and asked them to leave because soon the place would be sealed. He smiled and pointed to the portal that led to the 3rd floor. All the clans began to quickly run towards it, trying to get inside in time. The girl with green hair immediately shouted that she had come loose, so she decided to free everyone else and quickly report everything to the monarch. They said that he had gone ahead of them, so he should be on the 3rd floor by now. The protagonist listened to their conversation with his eyes closed. After a few seconds, he opened them, staring ahead with an angry look. He leaned against a tree next to the clan and the girl from it called the Monarch, saying that they could have killed everyone, but they were interrupted. The Monarch ordered her to come to him, to which she shouted that getting to the Monarch was the most important thing now. She shouted loudly for the entire clan to run to the 3rd floor since the Monarch was in danger. Hansu smirked and thought that they were caught. He thought that they should lead him to their leader. The clan quickly ran towards the portal and the guy thought that the path to the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor itself were quite vast since it was a dungeon. He thought that finding a specific person was almost impossible. He had only one solution in reserve, which he thought about. Hansu remembered Keldian saying that if they didn't capture the Dark Monarch in the training area and went to the red zone, everything they had done so far would be meaningless. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully and the Keldian boy added that they should block all the paths and direct him in one direction. He looked at Hansu and Kang Ti and said that the island of the tower was the perfect place to do this. Urs said that he was right because it would be impossible to do this on the first 2 floors of the tower, but the 3rd floor would be suitable. She adjusted her hair and added that there were hundreds of starting points on the 3rd floor, but once he got to the 3rd floor, he would need the help of his clansmen, so he would start calling them from everywhere. She raised her index finger up and looked at the protagonist, saying that this would be his only chance. She said that the 3rd floor of the tower was the threshold to the real other world. The girl explained that this place was a representation of the environment of the next red zone, and that it was different from the real one, but still similar since the monsters that lived there were on a different level. Kang Ti raised his index finger and said that they would lure him out. He said that once the Monarch felt that they were coming for him, he would immediately hide, and they should strike him when he felt in danger. He explained that the Monarch was very cautious, so he was betting that he would try to lead his real clansmen to the red zone. Kang Ti said that he was strong, but not as strong as him, but still not easy to defeat, then walked closer to the protagonist and pointed his finger at him, asking if he wanted to know what to do to get rid of him. Kang Ti held out a decent imitation of the Philosopher's Stone that he had obtained during his treasure hunt, and Hansu thought that his final preparations were complete. He thought that he had to deal with the crazy Dark Monarch on the 3rd floor before that. Hansu ran into the portal, thinking that he would finally get a good look at the Monarch's face. He began to jump forward, trying to run further. Yangwu leaned over to her clan and suggested that they follow Hansu. A terrifying magical energy was flowing in this place. The roar of monsters could be heard. The male monarch shouted for his subordinates to contact all of his clanmates and tell them to immediately head to the 3rd floor. He and his subordinates were surrounded by monsters. This place was filled with intense heat and poison. A dinosaur-like monster opened its mouth and it split into 3 parts, a place where monsters spawn endlessly. The monarch lowered his head and quietly said that this was just preparation for another world. He turned to his comrades who were fighting and said in his head that they said they would not interfere. It seemed they did not need to. The monster stomped on the ground with force. He raised his head high and let out a loud roar. The monarch did not stand still and dealt a powerful blow to his mouth. The monster bit into the man's weapon and began to press on him with all its might. Such incredible force pushed the monarch back. Gritting his teeth, he resisted as best he could. Suddenly, he applied all his strength and cut the monster's head into 2 pieces. At that moment, his subordinates shouted to him that more monsters had arrived. He stood with his foot on the head of the defeated monster and shouted to his comrades not to retreat, to stay close to him if they wanted to survive. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted loudly that they would not be defeated, so they should not let the monsters push them back. Accepted, shouted his clanmates, shouting that they must believe in their leader. The monarch heard this and said in his head that he must not die here. He cannot retreat. Gritting his teeth, anger appeared in his eyes. He said to himself that his clan was the strongest of those who entered this tower. He saw his comrades rushing at the monsters in a crowd and said that he had destroyed all these people to get here. He could not be wrong in his calculations, they would break through. After a while, the monarch looked around and said that there were few monsters here, after which he asked if it was all because of this shard. He directed his gaze forward and said in fear that he felt an unpleasant aura as if this shard was alive. Many dead people were visible in the red stone. The monarch, along with his people, looked at the cross-shaped shard and asked if there was really someone inside. A fairy appeared next to him and asked if the view was beautiful, isn't it, adding that this place could be a good attraction for tourists. Of course, there is something here besides beauty. With a crazy smile on his face, he asked the man to take a closer look, maybe he would even see familiar faces. If someone had passed through the training area, anyone could be found here. Hearing this, the monarch was shocked but did not show it. He immediately rushed to the shard and put his hands on it. He looked at the people inside. There, he saw a beautiful girl whose eyes were closed. His hands shook because he recognized her as Sajung. At what he saw, he fell to his knees because this was his daughter. He cried and said that if only he had become the monarch earlier. He remembered how a huge monster attacked them in the city. His partner shouted at him to leave everyone and run. The monarch's daughter crawled towards him and begged him to save her. He immediately rushed to her, shouting that he would come to her aid. Suddenly, the man behind him waved his hand, leaving him and ordering him to protect him. "But what about his daughter?" the man said with a trembling voice. The monarch beat his chest and shouted loudly that his job was to protect him, not these worthless wretches. He was his monarch. If he had known there were such monsters here, he would have sent them forward as cannon fodder. The man held his dead daughter in his arms and begged her to wake up. The monarch told the man to consider her an honor to die for the monarch. Letting go of his daughter, the man stood up and said that if he had known their monarch would treat his daughter as expendable, he would not have joined the guild. The monarch told him to shut up and ran away, adding that they had little time before they ate the bait. He wanted to say that the man could not resist his orders, but before he could finish, the man rammed him. He grabbed a knife in his hand and said that if a trash like him could become a monarch, then he could too. With that, he killed the monarch. Receiving the title of monarch was a sign from above. A red mark appeared on his hand. His destiny was to kill such parasites. The man clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would thanks to his ability. He immediately brought his fist to his mouth. Tears flowed from his eyes like a stream, and he thought that for the sake of his daughter, he would rule all the monarchs and would not stop until he found his son. He stretched out his trembling hand towards the stone, saying that he thought he would never see her again. He screamed that the Lord was giving him a sign again, and he began to ask how he could get her and resurrect her. The fairy assistant laughed and said that this was just a replica of where they brought them here from, and made a copy of this information and placed it inside this cross. He smiled widely and added that this was just a copy, but it had the same powers and memories, and maybe this meant something to him, and the rules were simple since ingredients were needed to create something new. He told the man to put someone alive inside. Sun Yon and the man's colleague watched as the man said in a trembling voice that his son could be there too, and all the dead inside that cross. He asked how they would find people to sacrifice. He looked away with a wild look, saying that he could only see one, and then thought that So Young would come back if he sacrificed the weakest. He looked around at his clan, wondering what would happen if he killed one of the people here. Fairy said he didn't think it would work. The man looked back at him, confused, and Fairy said that he couldn't use the clan members. He smiled and leaned his head on his hand, saying that it would be too easy and they wanted a more interesting show. He added that they couldn't come back later, so they had to choose carefully, and while they were talking, 4 more people entered the floor. He said that there weren't many people left alive in the tower, so he should have guessed earlier. The man slammed his fist into the cross with all his might, shouting that nothing could be done, despite all the way here. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, whispering that he had just gotten a chance to see his daughter. He covered his face with trembling hands and was immediately called out. The guy from the clan shouted that people were coming up to them, and those who were going up were defeated. The man with a mad look and a smile turned around. He shouted and ordered to capture them alive. The protagonist climbed to the 3rd floor and took careful steps forward. He rubbed his face and regretted that he couldn't get a smoke. He turned around abruptly and saw that they had finally arrived. To the side, he saw an approaching clan and thought that one of those who should be eliminated along with the Berserker Monarch. At the very beginning, there was a man named Wonkin who was a mad dark monarch. It would be a problem to even list his crimes. Of course, they were crimes from his past, but they would soon be fulfilled. The mad dark monarch, unable to resurrect his daughter, would focus on finding his son and would be dragged into the abyss. The protagonist stood in front of a mad clan, in which Wonkian would commit a massacre in his desperate attempts to find his son, becoming a killer far beyond his current level. Hansu grabbed his weapon and thought that he would have to end the man here, but he would save his son, and it would be better that way. Seonyo noticed the guy and shouted that it was him, with the chain. Wonkian laughed loudly, shouting that this was good luck. He smiled madly and said that the one they wanted to kill came here on his own. It must be a gift for Seojeong. He immediately frowned and yelled loudly that the protagonist's meaningless life finally had meaning. Hansu looked ahead, his fists outstretched. The man grabbed the spear and suddenly rushed at the guy. The ground suddenly began to shake, throwing stones up. Wonkin and Hansu abruptly turned to the side. A loud explosion occurred not far from them. A monster with a huge mouth jumped out of the ground, smashing the earth. Wonkin looked at the huge worm and yelled that if this creature was going to go crazy here, then they could only run. He ordered that the guy with the chains not to be missed, then turned to Sonian and told her to go back and keep an eye on him. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist loudly said that there was no need for that. His chains enveloped the huge worm. The next second, he abruptly pulled the chains towards himself. In the blink of an eye, the huge worm was torn into many pieces. He fell to the ground dead, and the protagonist said that the obstacle was removed. After that, he grabbed the blades tightly and said that since the monarch was not coming to him, he would go to him. After saying this, he rushed to attack. Wonkin looked at his opponent with fear in his eyes and said in his head that he was just a monster. He shouted loudly, ordering his clansmen to attack him. His subordinates rushed to attack Hansun. He flew into battle without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. His chains perfectly struck one of the opponents. He jumped and swung the chains in all directions, striking and killing opponents. The monarch looked at this and said that the rumors said that he did not kill, it seems they were lying. Then the girl behind said that Sonian's information was useless. Suddenly, a blade with a chain flew out of the smoke and dust. Sonian immediately reflected it, shouting that she knew that he was strong, but she wiped the sweat off her face and asked why he didn't use any abilities. He definitely didn't have any useful skills. Hearing this, Wonkian shouted that he would trust her once more, suggesting that they should defeat him with numbers, since if he didn't have strong defensive skills, they would be able to overpower him. After saying this, he shouted loudly, ordering all his subordinates to use skills. Then he ordered his clansmen with charge skills to lead the charge and not let him move. That's right, everyone shouted and charged, but the protagonist easily jumped over them and moved on. Seeing this, Sonian swung her sword and said that he was good. She jumped right in front of him and shouted for him to try to dodge it. A blade appeared in Hansu's hand and he said in his head that since he couldn't dodge it, then he should counterattack, he said, and block the opponent's sword. Lightning pierced through him, causing blood to spurt out. The protagonist felt a strong pain and said in his head that it was quite strong, adding that exchanging blows would sooner or later lead to his injury. The monarch shouted again, ordering them to continue pressing him with the crowd. At that very second, 3 opponents appeared above Hansu's head. He reacted in time and struck all 3 with a quick blow from his chain. Gray stones flew out of the dead. The small snake sensed them well. Pushing off the ground, she grabbed a stone with her teeth. She sat on the protagonist's shoulder and gave him the runes. The guys from the clan opened their eyes wide in surprise and asked if Hansu was really carrying a monster with her, because this creature eats ruins. Wonkian frowned and shouted for them to stop her and not let the monster absorb more ruins, after which he thought that the guy wanted to use them to become stronger. A strong explosion occurred immediately. Wonkian's colleague was enveloped in mana and stretched her hand forward, creating an explosion. Hansu's feet were covered in seals and he turned around in confusion. His foot was trapped by the seals and was being wrapped in vines. He looked up and saw Sonian flying above him, swinging her weapon. The protagonist managed to react and raised his chain up, thus blocking her opponent's blow. Wonkian shouted for them to not stop, because they had come too far to take revenge on the clans that trampled them into the dirt. He shouted furiously that they must destroy all the parasites that stood in their way and said that they must fight for their fallen comrades and dead families. Hansu stood in the trap, trying to swing the chain and attack the boys from the clan surrounding him. The mark on the Dark Monarch's hand lit up brightly and he shouted that his words would guide their lives and guide their revenge. The protagonist thought that if necessary, the man would force his clansmen to fight regardless of their condition. He looked at the clan and thought that even though it contradicted his words about not viewing his subordinates as expendable, he looked at his colleague standing nearby and said in his head that the man would try to weaken Hansu before giving it his all. He attacked the opponents and thought that the longer he dragged out the fight, the more injuries he would receive. Wonkian's eyes glowed red with rage. The protagonist sharply dodged the attack and thought that now was not the time to relax and needed to end this. Wonkian's colleague shouted that she would tie up Hansu. The protagonist grabbed the weapon covered in mana and replied that this would not happen. He jumped down, swiping the dagger in the air, leaving a magical trail. The girl stepped back, shouting that her skill had stopped working. Hansu quickly rushed past his opponents, knocking them down one by one. He suddenly flew up to a girl standing near the clan. She immediately smiled, stretching her arms forward with mana, and screamed that Hansu had fallen for her trick. There was purple mana behind the protagonist. He looked back and saw that his leg was trapped. He crouched down and saw a bunch of seals with traps in front of him, and the girl screamed, asking if the guy thought that she did not expect him to rush towards her. Wonkian appeared behind her and said that it did not matter how much he fluttered, because he was only one person and could barely breathe. He raised his fist in the air and said that it was time for him to pay for his bragging. The man immediately jumped towards the guy, trying to hit him. Hansu's body was immediately enveloped in ominous mana. The monarch smiled widely and shouted joyfully that he had won. He placed the huge sword on the boy's shoulder and shouted that his daughter would now live again. He laughed loudly and said that this was the first step towards his goal. The protagonist immediately asked if he had finished chatting. He immediately placed his hand on the weapon on his shoulder. Hansu began to lift it, noticing a deep wound on himself. Raising his head, he grinned maliciously and said that it was Wonkian who had walked into his trap. He looked around and reached for the weapon, saying that there was no one to protect the man. He looked up at him and said that he would see if he could escape from such a distance. Wonkian clenched his teeth in anger, and the protagonist looked at him with a grin. Suddenly, his scythe was deftly reflected. Wonkian took out a combat knife from his pocket and shouted, asking if he really thought he didn't have a backup weapon, adding that he had seen through all of his tricks and they wouldn't work anymore. Is that so? The protagonist asked with mockery in his eyes, adding that he seemed to have the wrong impression. A blade appeared in his hand. He said that he never said that this chain was his only weapon. He threw the blade at the Monarch, who screamed in shock, "What the hell?" The knife pierced Wonkian's stomach and blood spurted out of his mouth. His subordinate, seeing this, screamed in horror. She began to scream, ordering Hans to leave the Monarch. She screamed that she would not forgive him. The protagonist calmly stood up and loomed over Wonkian, who was kneeling. The Monarch raised his head and said that he didn't think he would use himself as bait, then shouted that this was their chance to kill him before he recovered from his wounds. His men immediately rushed to attack, while the protagonist said that if he wanted to kill someone, he should be prepared to die himself. He looked at his defeated opponent with disdain in his eyes and asked if he had the resolve to do something like this, then told the Monarch to watch his subordinates die like he always did. A few minutes later, Sonian was kneeling in front of him. Hansu was holding her by the chest. After letting go of her, he turned to Wonkian, who quietly asked why. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply and screamed at the top of his lungs, asking why he was going to such lengths to stop him, what he had done to him, that he was doing this to him. Was it because of the rules he had set? Hansu stood over him as he asked if it was because of that stupid rule of not killing travelers. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head and said quietly and again. He descended into memories and remembered Wonkian's scream, asking if it was because they had broken the rules his organization had made. For what reason did he chase him for so long? To kill him, to take revenge. The protagonist looked at him with contempt in his eyes, and behind him stood an enraged Kang Ti. The second one screamed, asking if he knew how many hundreds of people he had killed, even his clan members, because of this. Wonkian looked at the floor and breathed heavily. Kang Ti shouted at Hansu to step aside and let him crush the bastard's skull. And what would it change? The Monarch asked, pierced by a spear and a sword, adding that this world is what it is, and those people would have died anyway, even without him. But he could not raise his head, but he still screamed and asked why Sajung and Minty had to die first, what bad things they had done. Kang Ti says that he saves people. What right does he have to say such a thing? After all, he could not even save his son or his daughter. Suddenly, he looked at the boys with burning eyes and shouted that it was all because of them. The hypocrites and vile monarchs, all because of this damned world. That's why he tried to destroy everything, people and monarchs, even the world itself. At the moment, he fell to the ground and shouted, asking why he had to follow such laws. He looked at the protagonist and told him to look around. He himself was just a crazy maniac. After which he asked if he was not a hypocrite, or if his rule did not apply to him. Then Hansu answered that he was not killing them because they broke his rule. He closed his eyes and asked if he really thought he had a lot of free time. After asking this, he opened his eyes. He sat down next to the Monarch and said that there were limits to increasing strength by simply hunting. He descended into memories in which Keldian said that they were just a stepping stone on his path, his goal. He looked very seriously at what he was doing and saying, not just the unification of humanity. He closed one of the books and said that in addition to the 3 trials, they should prepare for the upcoming one in the future by any means necessary, even if it meant that. He lowered his head and firmly said, kill everyone in the training area. He turned to Urs, who was standing not far from the wall, and asked if he understood correctly that she had objections. The girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye, without answering. Kang Ti suddenly approached her, scratched the back of his head and told her not to worry, because he would handle such an important matter himself. He smiled widely and explained that he would kill everyone who stood in their way and take their treasures for himself, adding that he would become a famous hero and ladies' man. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of his face. Urs hit him with incredible force and loudly said that she did not agree to sacrifice the minority for the majority, adding that they really needed to become stronger since they did not know what awaited them in the hidden dungeon. The girl rubbed her fist and added that they should find a way other than killing everyone for power, while Kang Ti pointed to his face and asked Keldian what he said. Kang Ti closed his eyes, saying that there was no one better for this task than him, when he suddenly opened his eye and saw a beam of magic next to him. The protagonist asked what the calculations said. Kang Ti fell to the ground and answered that the hidden dungeon of the tower must be cleared for a good future, and Keldian added that it would not be possible to clear it with a normal hunt. He turned to Hansu and said that there were people who needed to be dealt with before the training ended, and they would need to get rid of them anyway, so they should do it usefully. Kang Ti raised his index finger and said that if they killed all the bad guys and obtained their runes, they would definitely become strong enough to clear that hidden dungeon, and they would also strengthen their bodies and become heroes. Hansu replied that if they all agreed, then so did he. Keldian placed a hand on his shoulder and said that there was no need to overcomplicate things, and anyone who got in the way of their goal, he would. The protagonist looked down at Wonkian and said that he was trying to kill him. He stuck the gun in the ground and said that the man had walked over people to get here, and then asked why he was pretending that he didn't deserve it, and wasn't it better to think that was the reason they were facing each other. He placed the gun to his neck, and Wonkian replied that he thought the protagonist was trying to act like a hero and asked who he really was with a smirk. Hansu thought that they had messed with the wrong guy, and what he had foreseen had come much faster than he expected. Wonkian looked up at Hansu and said that if he found his son to keep an eye on him, he had the same red eyes as the man. The guy exhaled heavily and said that he didn't have time for that. He added that if his plan succeeded, then everyone, including his son, would live. He said that he understood what the man was talking about, then grabbed his weapon and abruptly slit his throat. Hansu stood up, turning to the moon and looking up. He stood and looked into the distance. Yangwei folded her arms over her chest and exhaled thoughtfully. She immediately kicked the ground and screamed in displeasure, asking how much longer they would have to guard this place. The boy from the clan turned to her and said that she could just leave, to which the girl bit her finger and replied that she could not because she felt that there was something left since her instincts told her so. Yangwei said that she wanted to go after the woman, but she got caught and if necessary, they would ambush her. Hansu immediately appeared behind her in a female form and said that he left them for a reason, after which he asked how well they protected this place. Yangwei jumped up in fear and said yes, and they also grabbed the ones who came after them. The protagonist scratched his arm thinking that the girl didn't see anything and he was going to kill her if she noticed, but it was over already. She wouldn't get anything even if she went there right now. Hansu turned away and said that they did a good job, so that was it and they could go. Yangwei hung her head down in disappointment and asked if they could just leave. The guy said that it would be better to leave and if they didn't come back they could find another way, to which Yangwei said that they would go ahead. She said that she had to find out what Hansu was doing there. The fairy assistant started clapping her hands saying that it was incredible. He looked at the cross and said that they had another traveler, so it was getting interesting. He smiled widely asking if they would start. He looked at Yangwei and her clan. The girl looked at the fairy with interest while he wanted to say something about using the cross. The protagonist took a step forward, entering the portal. He took his previous appearance and said that there was no use for that appearance anymore. The participants began to exit the portal and headed to the place where the separated travelers gather after passing all the rooms from the first to the third floor. The fourth floor, the preparation area. The clan members gathered in one place. Hansu looked up and thought that he was getting closer to completing the task of reaching the island of the tower. The fourth floor, the preparation area. Preparations for leaving for the red zone will take place here. For example, boats can be created on the river to reach the islands needed to advance to the red zone. Materials can be obtained from beasts and monsters roaming nearby. Then the fairy asked if it sounded simple, but the guys already understood, right? He extended his finger and said that everything is not that simple. The rank of the created boat will depend on the material used. He made a paper boat and a human doll and added, but if they can make a boat, they can sail away with whoever they want, so a big boat is better than a small one. He also said that they will provide a list. In addition to the basic materials, some key materials are quite important. Their descriptions and other information are listed, so there is no need to worry. Now, everyone should start preparing to leave the training area and enter the new world. Many people looked into the depths of the forest. One of them said that there is a forest beyond the wall. He then looked at his partner and shouted that they needed a boat big enough to hold the entire clan, so they needed to hurry. The survivors from the other clan said loudly that their clan would help, as they needed to work together now. The protagonist stood behind and thought about how he needed to find that place, when suddenly a voice behind him said that he was later than he thought. Sanchin extended his hand and said that they had arrived quite early and had been gathering materials ever since, then asked if he had finished what he needed to do. Hansu glanced at the black monarch out of the corner of his eye and replied that he had, then asked if he remembered what he had told him. The boy replied that he had been preparing what he had told him on the first floor. After a short pause, he asked confusedly if he would return to that form again, to which the protagonist looked away and replied that he no longer needed to disguise himself. Then he asked if Sanchin didn't need to go, since the resources for a large ship would take a lot, and they were limited, and he should know that he didn't have much time. The guy smiled broadly and said that Minhee and the clan would take care of it. Minhee, Hansu asked in surprise. At that time, in the thick of the forest, several brightly glowing arrows flew into the monster's neck. The monster was able to and fell to the floor, and a hunter came out of the bushes. Sanchin said that he found her on the first floor of the tower, adding that she had changed. Minhee, holding a bow in her hands, turned around and said that she needed support. While the Dark Monarch was talking about how the girl would be happy to see Hansu again, he threw him a white snake. After that, he abruptly turned around and left, saying at the end that he no longer needed her, but he could find a use for her, but he was busy, so he would go. Stopping, he said that they wouldn't have many chances to gather and talk like this, because the red zone after the training was much more dangerous. Hearing this, Sanchin lowered his head and quietly said that he had become stronger thanks to him. Raising his head, he smiled and said that they would see each other again. Hansu looked at him out of the corner of his eye, without answering. After a short pause, he turned away with a smile on his face. Sanchin also began to leave, saying in his head that he didn't expect an answer, but Yangwei and his comrade looked at the dark monk and said that they were late, adding that they had wasted too much time near that cross. The guy turned to her and asked if they shouldn't have taken Wonkian. Hearing this, the girl immediately told them to be quieter because they could be heard. Sanchin heard this, which made him very surprised. Then Yangwei said that it was time for them and for him to leave. A man came out of the portal and apologized. It was Wonkian. He said he was worried about his daughter. Yangwei put her hand on her hip and said discontentedly that her guys were guarding the rear. What was there to worry about? And then asked if he really didn't remember anything. The man raised his hand and quietly replied that it was true. He didn't know what this place was, adding that he was jogging with his daughter. At that time, his daughter came out of the portal. Yangwei turned away and replied that she understood. At the same time, she said in her head that she wanted someone strong to go ahead, but she didn't expect that the resurrected ones would lose their memories. Thinking about this, she prepared to go out into the forest and told the twins to follow behind them because she needed to talk to the fairy who was giving them instructions. After that, they set out, and the Dark Monarch was watching them all this time. He watched everything from the shadows with disdain in his eyes. At that time, the protagonist was walking through the forest. Without a trace of worry, he walked forward, saying in his head that there was little here, since most of the monsters were in the center of the preparation area. Inside the tower, each floor and each room had its own environment. There were places that looked like the real sky or underwater space, but here everything was artificial. Hansu put his hand on the barrier. He rose high up, and the protagonist said that everything had an end. He did not lower his hand, saying in his head that they were making it look like the tower ended with the 4th floor, but in fact there were 5. A dungeon in which there was a hidden treasure. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and said that under normal circumstances, even reaching it was not easy. He began to swing it, leaving magical traces in the air. He thought that he was using Nirma's Ring Authority Destruction. He did this to punch a hole in the wall that represented the wall of the floor. He continued to break it, forming a hole. A loud explosion occurred, breaking the wall into pieces. The guy immediately leaned his hand on the wall and climbed to the other side. He looked ahead and said if he can't climb from the inside, he'll do it from the outside. Leaves gently fell from the trees and flew down along the building. Hansu turned to the wall and saw that it closed pretty quickly, so it would be difficult to do this without the ring. He leaned his hand to his head and looked down. The protagonist looked at his stats and thought that he had only raised them by 40, using the runes he had received after the Black Monarch's attack. He thought with disappointment that he hadn't reached the minimum, after which he jumped up, grabbing the ledge with one hand, and said in his head that now everything depended only on his ability to hold on. He squeezed his hand tightly, holding onto the edge. The guy pulled himself up and was able to lean on the ledge with both hands. His face was pouring with sweat and he looked ahead, saying, "Here it is." He quickly got to his feet and saw that the entrance to the 5th floor dungeon was being made in front of him. Hansu grabbed his weapon, thinking that according to Ralph Lauren, there was no telling what was inside the dungeon. A multitude of sharp swords immediately stabbed into the ground. The protagonist jumped to the side, defending himself with his weapon. He frowned and knew that he had to win at all costs. The portal glowed brightly, illuminating everything around him. The guy looked up and saw how the monster was being created, according to the memories of the invader. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face and he opened his eyes wide in fear. He plunged into his memories and remembered how he had seen this monster spewing lava before. Urs put her hand to her ear and screamed, asking where Kirill and Hansu were. Keldian held a book in his hand and screamed furiously that all of humanity was stalling for time for them. Kankti shouted that they could no longer hold their positions and they needed to go through the crystal ball. He immediately shouted that he was leaving command to Andy. He turned to the side and began to loudly call Hansu. The protagonist was sitting on the ground and holding Kirill in his arms. The girl's body was motionless and all in bruises. Hansu looked into her eyes and with a trembling voice asked why she did this, because if she had not tried to protect him. He immediately remembered how the girl rushed forward. He stretched out his hand towards her, trying to stop her. Kirill gently stretched out her hand to his face. She smiled and said, "Thank God." She stroked the guy's face and was glad that he was alive. The girl stroked the wound on his face and Hansu said that she could not stop not here. Kirill wanted him to promise her when suddenly she fell lifelessly into his arms. The protagonist clenched his teeth from mortal pain. He held the girl in his arms and looked up. Lowering his head, he tried to catch his breath. He immediately opened his eyes sharply, looking forward. In front of him, he saw a monster growling with anger. Hansu thought that he had finally met him. He examined the monster and recognized it as the golden dragon Bellium. The protagonist looked at the huge dragon Bellium and said in his mind that the hidden dungeon recreated the strongest enemy in the memory of the one who entered. He thanked the dungeon for now having the opportunity to defeat it. He lowered his head and said to himself that even if it was a weakened version adjusted to the red rune, he would have to give it his all. He raised his hand, which contained the red crystal and the reward for killing the demon queen, and said that all the items he brought were exclusively for clearing the hidden dungeon. The two items emitted powerful energy, and the system screen reported that the worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone was a consumable item obtained during treasure hunting. Hansu remembered exchanging 32 treasures for the Philosopher's Stone on the second floor. It is not perfect, but if he uses it. The stone was covered in cracks. The numerical values of his runes reached the lower red level. Incredible power was released from his ring. And if Hansu uses the Jade Demon Essence, he brought the reward for killing the Demon Queen to his mouth. He said in his head that this artifact alone was worth killing the Demon Queen. A day after absorbing it, he bit the sphere with his teeth. All of his stats immediately rose to 99.9%. His magical aura is terrifyingly incredible. However, this effect only lasts for a day, after which the stats drop to 0.1%. He looked at the dragon with a sly smile on his face and said that he was chasing the red rune just for this. Bellium felt the power of his opponent and roared loudly. Stones flew in all directions. The protagonist jumped back and slid across the floor. He grabbed the sword next to him and used the first power of Nirma's ring. A red aura covered the blade of the sword, and the power of destruction red became equal to 99%. The next second, Hansu rushed to attack the huge dragon. With a strong swing, he dealt a powerful blow to Bellium. Unexpectedly for him, his sword broke from such a blow. Hansu understood that his attacks were not deep enough. From his blow, only one scale came off the dragon. But Bellium did not want to forgive this, so he raised his head and began to release flames from his mouth. The protagonist saw this and immediately understood what was about to happen. His breath, he screamed in his head. A huge fireball was in the dragon's mouth. The next second, he released a terrifying stream of flames towards his opponent. A smile appeared on Hansu's face. At this time, a dead monster was lying on the ground in the forest. Sanchin jumped on the dead body. Minhee ran out of the bushes to him and said that this was the last kelk in the area. The guy tore out the slime sack of the monster and jumped down to the girl, saying that they had collected enough of them, so it was time to start building a ship. The girl looked at the Dark Monarch and said with sadness in her voice that it would be great if the protagonist was with them. Sanchin looked at the ground and said that even if Hansu had not gone somewhere, it would be difficult for him to go with them. Hearing this, Minhee slightly tilted her head and asked what he was talking about. Then the Dark Monarch replied that they were still in his shadow. A stream of dragon flames rushed towards the protagonist. Hansu looked at this and said in his head that the situation was different from then, but he still found himself in a similar position. However, he rushed forward, thinking that this time he would be able to dodge. He dodged the terrifying flames. He ran to attack the huge dragon in front of him. The protagonist understood that a normal weapon would not pierce his scales. A blade appeared in his hand. Judgment and Justice Decratos were originally dual weapons. They reveal their true power when used in pairs. But now he had an improved version of Decratos in his hands. Strong magical energy enveloped his chains. He used Nirma's second power, Hemorrhage. He began to pull on the chain. It began to shrink strongly and blood spurted out in all directions. The protagonist held onto the chain tightly and pulled it towards himself. He looked at the ferocious monster and thought that the improved version gave strength at the cost of durability, and the dragon's aura was strong. He would not be able to hold it for long. He held the chain tightly and wondered if it would hold. He thought it definitely should, then looked at the monster from under his brows. He continued to hold the dragon and thought that he could not weaken his attacks even if he had to sacrifice his weapons, so he would strike even if it meant losing all his weapons. Hansu continued to hold the monster tightly while he tried to break free from the chains. The dragon immediately hit the guy with its tail, throwing him aside. The dragon hit the protagonist with all its might with magic, when it suddenly managed to free itself from the chains. Hansu stood up and his face was covered in bruises and abrasions. He grabbed the chain and swung it. With its help, he began to quickly knock down the swords stuck in the ground. From the blows, they immediately began to jump out. The guy looked up, seeing a bunch of swords above his head, pointing towards the monster. The dragon immediately flapped its wings. His neck was bound with chains and he used his tail and wings to smash the weapons flying at him with powerful blows. He raised his head up sharply, causing blood to spray from his neck to the sides, and then roared loudly. Hansu wrapped himself in magic and watched the dragon carefully. The monster leaned down lower and opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. Sanchin watched from the side as the protagonist rushed with chains to the monster's mouth and said that even now, Hansu's strength was growing. He adjusted his hood and said that they should prepare themselves to follow the guy. He turned to the girl and said that there was something they needed to do first. He said that there were a few people they would take with them on the ship, to which Minhee asked if they were his acquaintances. The guy turned towards the Yonghui clan and answered something like that. He looked at Wonkin's back and said that they could be useful. The forest was deathly silent. The red liquid was spreading on the ground. The boy's foot immediately stepped on it. The boy immediately screamed that the poison had spread even here. He ran into the building, raising his hand up, and screamed at the clan boys to wait for him since he was not on board yet. He started to run closer when suddenly spears were stuck into the ground next to him. He raised his head up in fear. He looked at the boys and asked what they were doing. Hansel screamed that he had missed since this little dwarf was very good at dodging. The boys screamed that they had deceived him since they had said that they would take him on board if he helped with the materials, to which Hansel waved his hand and replied that they had no reason to take a clanless person. The boy gritted his teeth in anger and thought that they were bastards. The boys on board mockingly screamed that perhaps the boy would have time to build himself a boat in the remaining time. They said that he would soon die from the poison. The guy ran forward angrily, thinking that he shouldn't have trusted these clansmen, and if that creature had warned about the time limit. He stopped abruptly, shouting that he had to kill something quickly. He started looking around and saying that there should be a Kelka slime sack somewhere. The guy turned around abruptly, asking what the noise was. He saw a hand and screamed loudly in fear. Hansu started to crawl out of the portal in front of him. The guy fell to the ground and asked in fear what it was. The protagonist got into his protective guy and the guy screamed loudly, asking who he was. The protagonist grabbed the broken barrier, climbing back up to the 3rd floor. In his head, he said that it seemed like the ground had not yet been soaked with poison, so there was still time. He stood up on the ground and shook himself off. The shocked guy next to him screamed in horror, asking who he was. The barrier immediately tightened, and the guy, looking at the crack, asked how he got through the wall, adding that he did not know that it was possible to break through it because he did not even scratch it with his attacks. Hans began to leave, saying that he needed to hurry, so he did not want to waste time talking to him. The guy ran after him and excitedly said that he saw that he was in a hurry, after which he asked if walking naked was his thing. The main character tore off the remains of his t-shirt and answered that he needed to build a ship, so he could not waste time. Hearing this, the guy covered his face with his hands from the powerful flow of wind and asked if he was just starting, adding that he could not cope alone. But the main character began to listen to the guy and jumped high. The guy looked at the sky, not understanding anything. At this time, one of the survivors was hit hard and flew into a tree. A huge monster in the form of a crocodile was advancing on his team. His comrade turned around and yelled at him to get a grip. They couldn't afford to let him pass out. The Galapagonian crocodile monster was advancing on them. The boys backed up and yelled that they couldn't handle the thing on their own. Then the main character rushed past them, saying that if they weren't going to fight, he would take the monster for himself. He ran into the crocodile at high speed. The boys looked at it and wondered if he really had rushed at the thing with his bare hands. Hansu punched the monster with his bare fists. Blood flew everywhere. Who the hell was he? The survivors wondered. The boys looked at it in shock, while the guy who had met the main character at the hole in the wall ran out to them. The boys turned to him and asked if he was with him. The guy raised his head and wiped the sweat from his face. No, he replied after a few seconds, adding that he had just met him. The protagonist continued to beat the huge crocodile. Something like that, the guy said. After saying this, Hansu tore the material needed to create the ship from the monster's body with his bare hands. When he was done, he stood up. He then looked at the part he had torn from the monster and said in his head that he had caught it because it was on his way, but he didn't really need the Galapagos crocodile parasite. Then one of the Earth guys shouted at him, asking if he would mind pooling their resources and building a ship together. The guy running after the protagonist put his hand to his chest and said that he would only add his materials if they let him in. One of the guys looked at the guy and told him that the Galapagos crocodile parasite could only be used to build 20 local ships, so there was no room. Hearing such an answer, the guy was confused and said that he needed it. He was even ready to exchange. While the main character was climbing down from the killed monster, the guys started fighting for the Galapagos crocodile parasite. Suddenly, Hansu said that he didn't need it. With these words, he threw the parasite towards the guys. The main character looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said that he was making a 500-seat ship, so let them do whatever they wanted with the parasite. The key item for building a 500-seat ship is the heart of a knockrock stone lizard. The difficulty of obtaining materials for more capacious ships grows exponentially. The guy running after Hansu gritted his teeth and said in his head that the 4th floor was filling with poison faster and faster, and it was unclear how much time was left. Was he really going to create a 500-seat ship, hunting for an elusive monster alone? The protagonist interrupted the guy's thoughts, pointed his finger to the side and told him to tell everyone left here that if they brought materials as payment for passage, he would let them sail with him. Hearing this, the guy stepped towards him and asked if they could really get on board. Then he asked if he would take them with such materials. After a while, many people gathered. 4th floor, preparation area. There were many black silhouettes standing by the river with their materials. The guy who followed the protagonist looked at his materials and said in his head that he brought everything that was said, so this was his last adventure. Then he said that he hoped that he would not be deceived again. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the forest. The survivors immediately paid attention to it and asked each other what the noise was. Out of nowhere, a huge monster appeared above them. The guy looked at it in horror and screamed, asking if it was really falling on them. Hansu shouted loudly for everyone to disperse. The giant Knockrock rock lizard fell to the floor in front of all the survivors. People ran away from it in terror. The protagonist stood on the monster's head and said that it seemed like everyone had already gathered. After saying this, he jumped off the lizard and ordered everyone to prepare to leave. The guy looked at him in shock and wondered if he had really defeated it alone. Hansu walked closer to the fairy and said that he had brought the heart of the Knockrock rock lizard, so he was offering to make an exchange. The fairy thoughtfully looked at the timer and said that he still had time, then asked the guy if he knew that he needed other materials as well. The protagonist looked at him and said, "Of course." He looked around and listed the materials the others had brought as payment for permission to board. He took Arak's silk rope in the end and asked if everything was correct. The fairy folded his arms over his chest, flying closer to the guy and asked where the Knockrock stone lizard's heart was, and a guy in the crowd wondered inquisitively what kind of artifact Hansu had instead of his backpack. The protagonist replied that it was behind him, so the fairy could take it. The fairy smiled and congratulated him on collecting all the necessary materials, then added that there were still materials left, but he was the only one who brought so many on his own, so he almost wanted to reward the guy. The people in the crowd began to run back, shouting that the poison was almost getting to them. The fairy spread his arms out to the sides and asked with a smile why they didn't congratulate the protagonist with applause, to which the people furiously shouted for the fairy to build them a ship. He frowned, saying that they were in a huge hurry and it was better when they were shaking in fear. After a couple of minutes, he said that in front of them was a ship that they would all soon sail on. A huge ship began to form in the air, which everyone watched closely. The boy asked in surprise if it was a 500-seater ship, to which Hansu replied that everyone would fit, so let him bring everyone who came with the materials. The people in the crowd quickly ran to the ship, shouting that they would gratefully follow the protagonist. The people climbed on board and the boy said that they should not worry about steering the ship, because as a reward, they would take care of their journey. The protagonist went to the helm and the fairy said that everyone should sit down and rest, and the expected arrival time was 3 days. He stepped aside and said that he would not interfere anymore. He began to smile and say that he was glad that he sent everyone to the red zone, so that his efforts would not be in vain. They swam into the portal and he added that the participants should try to survive as long as possible. They swam out to sea and left the training area. One of the guys looked into the distance and asked if this was the entrance to the red zone since he could still see many ships. He looked down and said that this wasn't just the ocean dyed red, it was poison. Another guy said that they should be grateful that they were taken on board, otherwise they wouldn't have seen this. They turned to the protagonist and said that he let them in without making any difficult conditions. He was a good person, and then the other guy asked what his name was. Hansu opened the panel with his stats in front of him and saw that they had all dropped to 0.1%. He thought that he had done well to take into account the effects of taking the essence of Demon Jade. He looked down, looking at his bandaged hand, and thought that he didn't expect to receive it here. His hand was enveloped in mana and he thought that this was the first skill he had received in this life, the art of dragon energy. He remembered how this skill was despised in his past, but considering that he could only learn 7 skills, the art of dragon energy was a pretty good skill to be his first. He immediately said to use it, when suddenly the guy's eyes widened and he screamed loudly, asking what was that. He pointed his finger forward and screamed that all the ships ahead of them were broken. The guy in the water, holding onto a piece of wood, screamed for help because he didn't want to die in the poison. The guy recognized the same bastards who abandoned him. He screamed that there were more people in the liquid. He screamed that he had to escape. His chest was pierced through by the trident in the man's hands. Scarlet blood immediately began to flow out of the end of the weapon. The man raised the trident up, holding the guy choking on blood. The people on the ship began to scream that there were monsters overboard. The participants in a panic began to run all over the ship. They asked who changed the direction of the ship, and the guy clenched his teeth and looked at the wheel, thinking it was him. He looked at Hansa and wondered what he was planning this time. The ship slowly turned around and took a different direction. The guy on board asked why they changed course. He looked at the protagonist in horror and screamed, asking what he was doing, and then ordered him to stop. He pointed to the side and asked if he hadn't seen all the broken ships, adding that if they were attacked in this poisonous sea, no one would be safe. Then he asked if he really thought that if they were attacked, he would be able to save everyone by himself, adding that it was impossible, they would just die here together. The protagonist looked at the guy with a dissatisfied look. The guy looked at him and asked why he was so desperate to save everyone around him. Hansu remembered the words of his friends, who told him that he needed to remember the goal. Leaving his memories, Hansu said nothing. The guy from the deck continued to shout that it was dangerous to approach the islands. They needed to stay on their original course. The protagonist turned away and said that it seemed enough. Now they would succeed, he added. Hearing this, the guy with frightened eyes and beads of cold sweat on his face said that he was a good man and made the right choice. But suddenly he realized that the answer was not what he wanted. A hand caught on the deck. The survivors began to climb onto the ship with difficulty. When the boy saw them, he screamed in horror, asking when they had managed to climb up. The survivor who had risen raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and screamed that he had heard everything, after which he asked if the boy really wanted to sail away without us, adding that they had only survived because they had swum toward them as soon as they had noticed their ship. He ran up to the boy, grabbed him by the cloak, and screamed furiously that he wanted to see how he would cope if he were thrown overboard. Suddenly, something rushed between them at incredible speed. A sword pierced the side of the ship, and the bully screamed, asking what had done it, what had hit him. The protagonist looked out onto the deck and said that it was enough to talk, because they were coming. Who? The bully screamed in rage. As soon as he said this, the ship shook. Hans realized that they were already here. Monsters with tridents began to approach their ship. These were the guards at the entrance to the red zone. They were getting closer and closer with glowing eyes. These were the damned survivors. They began to hit the ship with their tridents. These creatures, living exclusively in the poisonous sea, attack with a simple but effective method. They break a hole in the bottom of the ship. People began to look from the deck into the water and shout that the ship was attacked from below, that they would sink it. The survivors rushed around the ship and shouted, asking how to get to them, adding that they needed to attack them with long-range weapons, not letting them get close to the ship. They were blocking their attacks, they needed more power. The protagonist approached the side of the ship and said that if they were not going to go to them, then he would. Having said this, he jumped into the water. People looked at this and asked if he had really gone crazy. Hansu flew into the water with a loud splash. People looked at the water in horror and said that jumping into the poisonous sea without any equipment. "He is already practically dead," the man exclaimed. At this time, the protagonist was diving into the water. He was immediately seen by the sea monsters. Hansu said in his head that the poisonous waters of the sea can be easily repelled by the art of dragon energy. He raised his hand, and it was enveloped in dragon energy. Considering that his magic stat is red, he can handle it. Thinking about this, he clenched his hand into a fist. The monsters rushed to attack him. They were preparing to strike him with numerous spears. The protagonist was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The art of dragon energy allows you to harness the energy of dragons. In addition, this skill gradually changes the user's body, making it more dragon-like. Such legendary skills and items are called zero numbering. His body began to change, covered in scales. Feeling the strength, the protagonist said in his head that the art of dragon energy definitely deserves such a title. He tightly clenched his transformed hand into a fist and thought that he couldn't use his full power yet. Thinking about this, he delivered a powerful blow to the sea monster's chest. With one blow, he left a hole in it, from which blood began to flow. Seeing the result, Hansu said in his mind that even now, the penetrating power is quite good. All the monsters saw this and were very surprised. They immediately turned around and began to run, which Hansu immediately understood. He understood that if he let them go, they would simply wait for the next opportune moment to attack. With these thoughts, he put his hand behind his head and began to accumulate magic power. Having prepared himself, he said to himself that he did not have time for such games. After these words, he caught up with and destroyed most of the sea monsters at great speed. The monsters surrounded the guy, pointing their tridents at him. He grabbed one of them and saw another monster approaching him from the other side. Hansu managed to react and grab the trident. He activated his magic and swung it towards the monsters. Blood splashed in the water. The guy grabbed the trident and looked at the monster whose head he had torn off. He opened his mouth, trying to scream, and started blowing out bubbles. He looked around and saw corpses all around him. Turning to the ship, he thought that there was trouble up above, so he better get back quickly. People started screaming loudly when they saw a hole in the ship with a strong stream of water. One of the men grabbed his weapon, then saw the monster and shouted loudly for everyone to run to him. He immediately swung his sword at the trident with all his might. Hansu began covering the hole with his body and told the man to watch where he was swinging the weapon. He looked at the protagonist and asked in bewilderment how he was able to return. Besides, there was not a scratch on him. Hansu adjusted his hair and asked if they really thought he couldn't handle it. The people were shouting, asking why the guy was so calm since he had just made an even bigger hole in the ship. The protagonist walked up to a block of wood and tried to break it in half, and they started asking him what he was trying to do since now was not the time. The guy behind them asked why they were all standing still since they needed to stop the monsters, to which the man replied that the guy should look at the protagonist. Hansu started making planks out of logs to patch up the hole in the ship. They said that they needed to follow the protagonist and collect more planks of aranka wood, and Hansu exhaled and said that they would also need kelp slime to plug the hole. The participants started to patch up the holes with planks and said that they needed to do something about the poisonous water that had accumulated. Hansu turned to them and said that the water would evaporate on its own, so they should leave it like that. He added that if they slept downstairs, they would breathe in the fumes, so it would be better to go back up. They started to leave the room one by one. The protagonist exhaled heavily, thinking that he had used up all his strength, but everything had worked out well and he had also received a good replacement for his broken weapon. He examined the trident and thought that it was strong enough to withstand the poisonous waters, so it would do him good. Hansu said that if the clans looked ahead, they would see a good view. The man asked discontentedly what there was to see besides water. He immediately opened his eyes wide, asking what it was. They saw land in front of them and screamed loudly. They were getting closer and closer and were happy to have reached the red zone so quickly. They started to pass the island and asked in confusion why the ship did not stop, because shouldn't it act automatically? The guy appeared behind them and said that the voyage would take 3 days, so the time had not come yet. The protagonist came out to them and said that this was not land. He added that this was the root of the world tree, and they asked him what kind of tree it was that had such huge roots. The guy smiled and asked if this was the same species that the protagonist had talked about, to which Hansu replied that they should continue to watch, because the real spectacle was just beginning. The root immediately began to tremble. The ship crashed into it and the people on board staggered. They looked ahead in surprise. A huge monster emerged from the water in front of the ship, opening its mouth wide. Something very large was quickly approaching the ship. Suddenly, something terribly gigantic burst out of the water. Everyone on the ship except the protagonist was shocked. A huge monster burst out of the water. It looked at the people on the ship with burning eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a very loud, furious roar. It rushed to attack and bit a large root of the world tree with all its might. With its body, it raised huge waves that washed over the ship. It rocked so hard that the people could not stand on their feet and fell. When the ship returned to normal, the guy in the poisonous water stood up and said that it was not them that it was trying to eat. He pointed to the huge bitten root and screamed that it ate him whole. Then he turned to the protagonist, who was walking to the wheel, and said that although it was only a root, it was the size of a small island. Hansu continued to walk forward and said in his head that the ship leaving the training area would encounter one of thousands of roots, depending on the route the ferry laid out. The fish that swallows the world tree. The fish of disaster. One of the 5 disasters that drained the world tree. The creatures that lived in the red zone, Elfenheim. In an attempt to save their species from the dangerous environment, they created the world tree. They used magical genetic engineering. But they couldn't stop the 5 disasters and Elfenheim began to fall into ruin. It seems that these mutants were created with one goal in mind, to destroy the world tree. The protagonist took the helm. In the past, he failed to protect the world tree, but now he must do his job. A loud splash of a huge fish was heard in front of them, while Hans told himself in his head that the creature had swallowed one of the roots and was now slowly starting to move to the next one. He should start with a root on the edge of the region, located away from where they were originally going. The boy ran up to him and screamed in horror, asking what the hell he was doing. He screamed at the captain with horror in his eyes and cold sweat on his face for directing the ship straight after that monster. Was he crazy, adding that he was strong, but that creature was clearly beyond his strength. He continued to scream that this was not right. He should have asked the others if they agreed. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his hand to his chin and said that, indeed, there might be those who disagreed. The guy heard this and screamed in his head, asking if he had only just realized this, when suddenly Hans said easily that in that case they could get off the ship. Hearing this, the guy looked at the captain in surprise, not knowing what to answer. The protagonist pointed his finger overboard and said that he really needed to follow that creature, so whoever wanted to get off should raise their hands, and he would lower them at that very moment. Silence hung on the ship. Then, suddenly, someone quietly asked, while the ship continued to sail after the monster. A few minutes later, the ship stopped. It had sailed to the world tree, to the roots of the edge. This is the top where the roots of the world tree begin. Everyone went down to the root. In front of them was a dying tree. Its trunk was entangled with something. People looked at it and said in surprise that they thought it was the ground, but it was the place where the roots grew from. Everyone who got off the ship stood and did not move from the spot. They continued to say that in front of them was a real giant, adding that they could not even tell how high it had grown. Then the main character put his hand on the guy's shoulder and mockingly asked, "Really, is this better than in the water?" Hearing this, the guy was very scared, and Hansu added that they still had 2 weeks. They would be safe if they continued to rise. Hearing this, the guy looked at the captain and asked displeasedly what 2 weeks meant, adding that the demon said that they needed to go to the world tree. As he was saying this, one of the crew members who had gone further shouted at them, asking if they were coming or not. The protagonist turned away and said that they couldn't just sit there, adding that he had to follow them even if they wanted to leave. Hearing this, the boy moved towards the others, shouting that he was coming too. The boy started to run away, and Hansu exhaled heavily and said that he would advise them to hurry. Then he raised his head and said that it was because the fish of disaster would swim to eat the roots in 2 weeks, so he had to find that person. But first, he said, and tightly clutched the trident he had received in his hand. He said that he couldn't let the others use the ship, so he would have to destroy it. Having said this, he hit the ship with all his might with the weapon, making a hole in it. A few minutes later, the ship sank to the bottom, and Hansu said that they were most likely already at the cross. The boy turned around and wondered if the protagonist would really not go with them. He frowned and thought that Hansu was unpredictable, but it would be calmer if he was with them. They turned to the side and saw an iron structure in front of them, asking if it was a cross. They shouted that the cross was definitely made by someone, so they should go to it. The guy raised his hand and objected that since it was made by someone, it could be a trap, so it was dangerous to go there with the whole group. After which he asked if he could send a squad there, because in any case, there were no clan members among them. He looked around and said that several people would go in pairs to scout the area. A sigh was heard from above and words about the guy finding cautious people problematic, after which the guy fearfully raised his head up. He smiled and said that maybe this is better for survival, but it only causes problems for them. The participants raised their heads up and shouted, asking who is there. The guy standing above looked down and said that the guy was the only one who thought this was a problem, so it was better to keep quiet or people would get the wrong idea. He jumped down from the tree and said that the guy always pushed the conversation onto him. He looked around and saw 148 people, and was surprised that so many clanless people could make it this far. The guy was squatting and said that he was from the Valkyrie clan, part of the helper group. He smiled and introduced himself as Aaron, and said that they were their saviors. A guy from the crowd asked what he meant. Aaron rolled his eyes and said that as far as they knew, after training, those fairies with strange bodies do not interfere or give guidance. He scratched the back of his head and said that the fairies were watching them from somewhere, but they would not help, so the people could follow them. The members began to say that there were 3 of them, so they could handle them. A voice came from behind Aaron, laughing and saying that no one would follow him after what the boy had said. The girl introduced herself and said that she was Pac from the helpers group, then pointed to the grandmother behind her and said that her name was Pam. Pac said that she would now explain everything normally. She explained that they had received orders to help travelers who came from the training zone. People asked who had given these orders. Pam tapped her cane on the ground. She said that it was Urs, the monarch of their clan, the Valkyrie. She added that the girl had left helpers here 20 years ago when she went to the Orange Zone. Pam realized that the people had a hard time believing them, but they were here to help them adapt to the Red Zone. Pac said that this was the end of the routes, and they were quite far from the World Tree, so the people would need their help. People started to talk about how the helpers weren't hostile, but if anything, they had more people, so everything would be fine. Aaron reached out and said that the newbies didn't know how to listen, and people just needed to follow them, and Pac said that he didn't know how to listen, and then asked if he heard her say that everything needed to be done sensibly. The guy immediately shouted that they would follow them. Pac smirked and said that a stray dog would understand what was said to it faster, and Aaron ignored that, to which he replied that if she was so smart, then she should do everything herself, because for someone weaker than him, she talked too much. Pam stepped between them and asked them to stop. She told them not to waste their time here, because they had responsibilities assigned to them. She turned away from Peck and Aaron and said that they needed to get the people away. Aaron turned to the people and told them not to think about attacking them just because there were more of them. He said that 30,000 helpers had been here for years, so if they wanted to survive, they shouldn't act like fools. He turned to the front and smirked, thinking that the newcomers were scared by the numbers, but in time they would understand that there were creatures whose names alone were scary. He stopped the crowd and said that the Red Zone had its own rules, no one touched the newcomers who had arrived. The crowd turned to the side. A guy asked what the noise was if someone was fighting nearby, when Aaron suddenly interrupted him and told him to ignore it and move on. There was an explosion in the distance and everyone turned their attention to the man fighting there. Aaron turned to the people and said that for now they couldn't handle anyone here. Peck looked to the side and said that the skill looked familiar. She looked into the distance and asked why the woman was fighting. Not far from them, a huge explosion occurred again, causing the ground to shake. The protagonist bent down, covering his face with his hands. His hands were burnt and he raised his head up, asking why she attacked. The girl in front of him loudly screamed at him to shut up. She pointed her hand with magic downwards and said that the guy had just finished training. She screamed that he didn't even know what kind of place this was. Gritting her teeth, she asked if he dared to say such nonsense. Some time ago, the pink-haired girl saw a huge Fish of Calamity in the distance and said he was finally here. Fish of Calamity, she said contentedly, looking at it through her monocle. Suddenly, she lowered her head in disappointment. She clenched her fist tightly and asked herself if she no longer had the right to seek revenge for her parents. Then she raised her head to the sky and said in her head that she thought it was necessary for her and her relatives, who would also be dragged to this place sooner or later. She said that she would finish everything and follow. Master, she said quietly, feeling the wind blow. Everyone calls him crazy for saying that he will kill the fish of disaster. No one wants to risk their lives in a fight with a fish that is larger than an entire mountain. She wondered if the train had already left all further attempts. While she was thinking about this, the protagonist came to her. He immediately asked if he understood correctly that she was Sofia Barash. Hearing this, the girl turned around in shock. She looked at the guy and asked how the newcomer knew her name. She stared at Hansu and said in her head that she couldn't see his exact characteristics, but he looked like he had just arrived in the red zone. The protagonist stood with a trident in his hand and looked at Sofia, who was thinking that he didn't look like he had any good weapons or items. Hansu broke the silence and said that he wanted to discuss something regarding the disaster fish. Hearing this, Sofia was very surprised. The protagonist said again that he wanted to talk to her because he needed her help. The girl stared at the guy, quietly saying that she hadn't seen him here before. The protagonist put his hand on his hip when he heard the question of whether he was a Quadratus. Hearing this, the protagonist said in his head that Sofia looked wary, so he would try to take Kang T's advice. After that, he extended his hand to her and said with a smile on his face that it would be beneficial for her as well. He also asked if Sofia wanted to continue worrying about whether her relatives would get here or not. As soon as the girl heard this, she was shocked. Hansu continued to say that if they killed the disaster fish, it would increase the chances of her family's survival. Sofia raised her hand behind her back and screamed furiously, "How did he know about them?" She rushed to attack and delivered a powerful blow to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she realized that she had missed. The protagonist looked at the girl and did not understand what was wrong. The battle continued. Dust and dirt rose into the sky. Sofia swung again and was about to strike. Hansu managed to react and jump. While in the air, he asked the girl to talk. Having said this, he touched her shoulder. The girl immediately pulled her hand back and threw the guy off her. Suddenly, her hand caught fire and her eyes sparkled, and she asked how dare he interfere in her life. Sofia used incredible magic, creating a huge magic seal above herself. It was aimed directly at the protagonist. Seeing this, Hansu was very surprised and said that she had reached this technique. It seemed that he had seriously pissed her off. It was the skill 3 Jade Balls of Ice Light. 3 large magic balls were flying straight at the protagonist. Hansu knew that he was still not good enough in the art of dragon energy. A small magic ball appeared in his hands, similar to the one in the dragon's mouth. Then he thought that this would still come back to haunt him seriously, but the risk was worth it. This was a special technique of the art of dragon energy. Incredible magic power completely enveloped him. Transformation of appearance. His eyes lit up and scales appeared on his face. First level. A strong magical explosion was heard, from which ice spikes struck in all directions. The girl looked at her technique and said that 3 Jade Balls of Ice Light was a skill that instantly freezes everything it touches. She also said that the protagonist would not be able to escape her attack, which freezes even the air. Hansu was inside that ice. Sofia looked at the exploded place with an angry expression and said that she was so that he would not die, since she still needed to hear the source of his information. Sorry, the protagonist suddenly said. Hearing this, the girl was shocked. Suddenly, her ice broke. Hansu added that she was not the only one with excellent skills. He broke out of the ice cage in the form of a dragon. After that, he used the first authority of Nirma's ring. Strong energy began to emanate from his ring, and he swung. The next second, he hit the ground with force using the authority of destruction. The ground trembled and all the ice around him shattered into small pieces of ice. Sofia covered her face with her hands and asked if the guy really dispersed her 3 Jade Balls of Ice Light, then thought that such an energy art was impossible to obtain in the training area, and wondered how dense the mana protecting him was. She moved her hand to the side and said that she could not lose. Voices were heard in her head, telling her that if she didn't follow them now, she would be left behind, and then asking if she really wanted to waste time on an unkillable fish of disaster, and she shook her head. Sofia put her hand forward and screamed that it was impossible. She immediately jumped up, using Monumental Air Road. Her hand was enveloped in mana, and a book immediately appeared. Alice's book began to quickly flip through the air. The girl joined her hands and activated solidification. She immediately raised her hands up, and a huge magic weapon appeared above her. She immediately screamed loudly that she stayed here so that people like Hansu would look down on her. She looked down at him and pointed the magic weapon down. The protagonist covered his body with his hand, and his eyes lit up red. He raised his hand up, and it took on a different appearance. With a sharp movement of his hand, he slashed forward, leaving a trail in the air. He smashed the weapon flying at him, then jumped to the ground, leaning on it with his hand. The clothes on his body disappeared and he turned to Sofia, asking if she wanted to continue. The girl clenched her teeth and lowered her head. She coldly replied that there was no point. The guy looked at her from under his brows and asked if she really wanted to back down. Sofia looked at him and said that his special move was far from perfect yet. There are 3 components that determine the rank of energy art. The first is the scaling and strengthening of the rune, The second is the strength and effectiveness of the mana barrier, and the third is special abilities. Depending on the special ability that the energy art has, it can significantly change in strength and method of application. Sophia looked towards the boy and thought that she was planning to push him to the brink of life and death, but considering that he was able to withstand her attack without receiving a single scratch. His art is already among the best by the standards of the red zone, so there is no point in testing him further. She turned away and said that Hansu is strong, then asked how he plans to kill the fish of disaster. She said that the people gave up after it ate over 1,000 people, and did he know what it was like to fight a monster that could swallow a ship whole, since she was considered more of a natural disaster than a monster. She clenched her fist and added that there were idiots who prayed to this monster, and she was tired of fighting alone, so the protagonist should leave before he ended up like her. She turned away from him and started to walk away, saying that this was all a waste of time. Hans looked down and said that if he thought it would be easy, he would not have come to her. He asked the girl to help her because he had a plan. Sophia stopped and said that she was not going to continue this stupidity anymore. The protagonist looked at her back and said that this would be her 14th attempt to kill the disaster fish, and was she really giving up so easily? She turned around sharply and shouted that no matter what the guy said, she would not fight. Sophia was the only one who stood up to the disaster fish. Her parents were eaten before her eyes, and the girl challenged her over and over again. The girl had her first, second, third, fourth attempts. On her 13th attempt, she sat on the ground and cried. Numbers that were meaningless without success. Sophia turned around and Hansu said that she may not have succeeded, but she had avoided being eaten for the 13th time. Without him she would have failed again, but this time he was here. The girl looked at him in surprise when Hansu said that he would make Sophia kill the fish without consequences. She remembered her parents' words that she did not need to go with them and that they would handle it themselves, after which they asked her to trust them. The girl lowered her head down in disappointment. She came closer to the main character and asked why he was so determined to catch the fish of disaster. The guy turned away in thought. He stood with his back to the girl and said that he wanted to save billions of lives. The girl looked at him with her eyes wide open. Her voice began to tremble and she said that the guy was worse than most madmen. Aaron peeked out from behind the tree and began to watch them. He thought it was all strange and he hoped they wouldn't get caught up in it. He turned around and started to walk away, thinking he'd better get away before the woman caught him, when suddenly a trident stuck in his cloak. He looked back and thought it couldn't be. The protagonist came closer to him and asked if he was leaving without even saying hello, and Aaron worriedly thought about how the guy noticed him. Sophia peeked out from behind Hansu and asked what Aaron was doing there, to which he smiled sheepishly and greeted her. The protagonist wondered if Aaron was there at the time. Hansu asked if Aaron would mind showing them the way. All the survivors were brought to the camp. They looked around and saw that there were many people there. Peck turned to them and told them that the refugees from the end of the route had to move constantly, adding that if the disaster fish started eating the route, they would have to move, so they were trying to keep the number of people in one place to a minimum. He then spread his hand out to the side and explained that the central building would give them a quick rundown and help them settle in the upper city, and asked if they were hungry. When they got no answer, he pointed to the food, and all the survivors were very happy to see normal food. When they approached, they were met by a large woman. She pointed to the plates of slime and said that she heard that they had just arrived, so she chose the freshest ones. When the survivors saw the food being served, they asked in shock what it was, since they were supposed to be given food, not this. The guy in the cloak walked up, slammed the table, and shouted furiously, asking the woman if she really wanted them to eat this weird slime. Yeah, the cook answered happily, adding that everyone here eats it. She explained that it has all the necessary nutrients. Then she pointed to the guys who were throwing up on the side and said that if the guys wanted to eat something else, she advised them to talk to them, adding that she warned them that the monsters of the red zone were quite poisonous. Seeing such a picture and hearing the story, all the survivors looked down in shame. The guy took his plate and tried the slime, and the woman folded her arms over her chest and happily said that as soon as she finished eating, she would give them utensils so that they could extract the slime themselves. Peck waved to the woman and said that he would leave everything else to her. The cook smiled broadly and replied that there was no problem with that. The guy did not have time to leave when he suddenly saw the main character and Sophia. After that, he went to Aaron's tent and asked him when he got back, adding that he saw in the video that he had brought the guy he had fought earlier with him. What was he doing? He asked, receiving no answer. Aaron was mending his clothes with a very displeased face, which he answered. Then Puck asked how it came to this. Aaron couldn't help himself, jumped to his feet and screamed furiously that this crazy bastard had fought with Sophia. Hearing this, Puck looked at his friend and said that he thought he said that they would go on a reconnaissance mission and not get caught. Aaron sat down on a chair and asked how the others were, to which his friend replied that everything was as expected. Together they looked at the survivors, while Puck said that they were much stronger than last year's, adding that the more severe the red zone becomes, the stronger the people who entered it become, and there are some pretty strong individuals in this group. If it weren't for the Fish of Disaster, there could have been as many people in each arriving group. He introduced the Fish of Disaster and said that adventurers who needed time to get used to the routes needed to live closer to the center since the outskirts were being devoured by this monster. Peck continued to look at the people, saying that the fairies knew about this, which is why they changed the difficulty of the training so that only the strong would arrive. However, Aaron looked at his friend and quietly said that there was no other crazy person like that guy. He put his hand to his chin and said that Sophia and the guy who had just completed the training, who could give her a fight. Most likely, rumors are already spreading, so the newbie himself may show up soon. At this time, the man's foot stepped on the route. He was wearing very loose clothes, looking into the distance. His eyes were glowing red, and there was a crazy smile on his face. Sophia came out to the protagonist and asked if he had received the device for extracting slime, adding that he would not survive here without it. Hansu looked at the girl and asked where she had been. After receiving an answer to her question, she replied that she had to run somewhere, after which she handed him a new pair of pants and asked him to take them. She said that she had gotten them in a hurry, but it was better than walking around like this. Sophia looked away in shame and quietly said that she was still worried about the attack on him, since they would be working together. When suddenly, she screamed in shock that she did not mean that he should change here and now. Hansu held the clothes in his hands and replied that he was just checking the size. He smiled warmly and thanked the girl. Sophia, her cheeks red with embarrassment, raised her hand and said that she just did not want to see him half naked. After saying this, she added that before they left, there was something they needed to stop at. The Newcomer Assistance Center. Sophia stopped in front of the entrance and told the protagonist to wait here. Adventurers who are not going to the next zone. This place was created for those who are waiting for their families. One of the places created by Valentina Urs. Sophia went inside and was met by a girl with short black hair. She said that she had not been here for a long time. Sophia approached the girl and asked if she could clarify the lists of new arrivals, and she also wanted to know about the artifact she left here. The girl opened the system screen and happily answered, of course, because she is a VIP. The help center helps not only new arrivals. The girl was choosing something on the screen. The center also provides various services to those who sponsor this place. Finding people. After a few minutes, the girl put the list on the table and said that this is a list of those recently rescued from the neighboring routes, adding that Sophia wants them to check the other routes. It will take about a couple of days, so she will need to come back later. Sophia analyzed the list and wondered if they were not in this world yet, adding that she should focus on the Fish of Calamity. The protagonist walked into the center and said that if Sophia was finished, then they should discuss the plan. The girl was slightly scared, turned around and answered, yes. Hansu changed his clothes and said that they had 13 days and 18 hours left, not much time, so they should move out. Sophia, with her cheeks reddened from embarrassment, looked at the guy and asked what his plan was, to which the protagonist replied that it was simple. He said with complete seriousness in his voice and eyes that she would take him inside, and he would use his special weapon on the weak point of the Fish of Calamity. Hearing this, the girl was very confused and speechless, after which she asked if that was all, adding that this was not a very good joke. Hearing such a reaction, Hansu asked what was wrong. Sophia turned pale from shock and asked herself if she should just leave. They went outside and the girl said that this creature cannot be killed from outside, but it is not that simple, to which the guy asked her not to worry because they can go on a ship. Sophia asked if he had a prepared ship since she had a 30-seater. Hansu replied that it wouldn't do, so they would use his. He said that he had a 500-seater ship, to which the girl opened her mouth wide, screaming that he had really left it there. The protagonist went forward and said that he was not a newbie, and she would see for herself once they got there. Sophia looked at his back in bewilderment and replied that he was indeed a newbie. He turned around and suggested that they agree that he had superpowers, but he had a ship, now they needed to gather materials, so they should split up. He added that if the girl trusted him, everything would go smoothly. She looked at Hansu and thought about his confident voice and look like her teacher's. She smirked and thought that he reminded her of him. She pointed to the side and said with a smile that she would collect materials in that direction, so he should not refuse her yet. She immediately threw his axe and said that his weapon would soon break in the red zone. He took it in his hand and the girl added that he should not refuse, because this axe was better than his trident. Hans began to examine it and thought that it was just like when she taught him how to survive. He remembered how Sophia handed him the axe and said that this was his first weapon, which she gave him as a teacher. He thought that some things never change. He took the axes and hid them behind his back. Sophia said that she had already found out what materials would be needed to hunt the Fish of Disaster thanks to her feature. The protagonist turned to her and asked if it was really thanks to the library, to which the girl asked how he knew all this, and if he really had psi abilities. She added that it was true and she could visualize any type of information. She didn't know everything, but no one knew more about the red zone than her. She thought that even with all the information, she couldn't figure out the guy. Hansu turned to her with a smile and said that he was heading to the outskirts and asked if she was ready. Sophia smiled and nodded her head, thinking that it was time to finish this monster once and for all. She flew up in the air and thought that in order to create a poison that could kill the disaster fish, they would need to gather all the necessary materials. She landed on the ground, thinking that in order to gather a pawn's fluid, they would have to lure him out of his nest. The girl quickly ran forward while the green attacks were chasing her. She turned around sharply at them, putting up a protective shield in front of her. She took a step forward, looking at the guy in front of her and menacingly asked what he was doing. She looked at Ian's crazy smile and he greeted Sophia, saying that she had a beautiful body as always and asked if she wanted to go for a walk. The girl yelled, wishing him death, and then said that she was too busy right now to mess around with such garbage. The guy turned to her, saying that it was nonsense, and then asked if they weren't too close for that. He smirked and added that it was part of her charm. He activated green magic in his hand, talking about his partner, who returned with him from the belly of the Fish of Calamity. He threw an attack towards the girl and shouted that she shouldn't talk about her partner like that. Sophia continued to stand unmoved, looking at him. She immediately moved her hand to the side, activating a manifestation. A huge panel immediately appeared above her. Attacks flew out from it sharply, smashing into the ground. His attacks flew towards Ian. The boy's expression changed dramatically, dodging the attack. Sophia frowned and said that she hated those people who fought without knowing their place. Ian looked at her with a crazy smile and said that it was inevitable. A huge arrow was heading his way. The boy suddenly grabbed the bandage on his forehead. He tore it off and a bright red eye appeared behind it. The girl quickly looked down, stretching her hand forward. Her arrow quickly flew to the eye on Ian's forehead. The boy laughed and said that she thought quickly. Ian held his head and asked if Sophia knew what kind of eye it was, immediately answering that it was the Zerit beacon. He beckoned the girl with his hand and asked if she really thought that he would attack without a backup plan, adding that they had an entire organization working with them. He also said that he not only had the beacon, but also something connected to her. Of course, if she were to get involved, it would make her very angry. Hearing this, Sophia lowered her head and gritted her teeth, saying in her head that her opponent had a truly annoying skill, Eye of a Millennium Man overcome with envy. Ian placed his hand on his chest and said that as expected, she was smart, adding that she herself knew that he meant no harm. He just wanted to test her skills, thinking that she might have become rusty after all those losses. He lowered his hand and said that her skills were as sharp as ever, so he thought the rumors were a bit exaggerated. Sophia turned away from him and said that it was none of his business, adding that she was starting to get tired of his chatter, so it was best for him to back off. Ian closed the eye on his forehead and told her not to worry, as he would back off once he figured out one more thing. He wanted to know where that newbie Hansu she had fought was. Hearing this, the girl turned around abruptly and screamed furiously as if she would tell him that. Suddenly, Ian threw his hand towards her, saying that he knew it. He grabbed her tightly and told her that this was why he used the investigation skill, and then thanked her for her cooperation. Sophia broke away and asked him in confusion when he had learned such a skill. Ian smiled madly and said that she could have blocked him if she tried, but she was too soft. The girl looked at the guy with disdain in her eyes and said that it would have been better for him to die in the belly of the disaster fish that day. Ian jumped away from her and said that she was so cold, but she was in the wrong, not him. He raised his hand and said with burning eyes that she should have joined Quadratus when he gave her the chance, adding that she was stupid. Disasters threatening the Red Zone ecosystem. The Quadratus organization turned fear into worship, becoming the servants of the four disasters, and they do not care that these disasters can lead to the destruction of humanity. Sophia looked at Ian and said that enough of this nonsense, then asked, did he really expect her to join this office? Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs that sacrificing people, under the pretext of showing the power of the disaster fish, and then selling the relics of the dead, how can he continue to call himself a man after that? Then she asked if he even realized how many travelers were deceived by his lies, promising the safety of the upper route, only to end up in the belly of the disaster fish. Ian's eyes lit up, and he asked with disgust in his voice, so what? He spread his hands and said that he makes money using his abilities, and also participates in religious ceremonies. He then smiled madly and said that those who fell for his speech were idiots, adding that they wouldn't have survived here for long anyway, so they should be grateful. Sophia was overcome with rage and hatred as she listened to Ian continue speaking, for giving her the opportunity to live in such a luxurious place like the belly of the Fish of Calamity, even if it was for a short time. After saying this, he tilted his head and mockingly said that he hoped that she would soon find out and be able to understand if she tried a few more times. After saying that they would see each other later, he disappeared. Sophia looked ahead and said that he was definitely a professional at escaping. She thought back to Ian in the past and said to herself that if she had known then that he would become like this. He had changed completely after barely surviving in the stomach of the Fish of Calamity. Cold sweat ran down her face as she said that if she were to chase after him, then. Before she could finish speaking, she remembered the protagonist who said that she shouldn't worry about him and should focus on gathering materials. Leaving the memories, she apologized and said that she would have to leave it to him. At this time, the protagonist quickly ran to the place he needed to go. There was no fear or hesitation in his eyes. He continued to move quickly and non-stop along the routes. In his head, he said that the most important thing to kill the disaster fish was the sclerosing solution. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw what he needed. The sclerosing solution, which is the result of the complex knowledge of magicians, is the perfect poison for the disaster fish. First, he needs to get the main ingredient. After thinking about this, he landed on the root in front of the poisonous water. He stood up to his full height and firmly said that he needed to get the heart of the Cucula, and in order to find the Cucula, he needed to find the valley located presumably between the middle and outer roots. The cave where the Cucula hide, escaping from the disaster fish near the outer root. They burrow into the root and make a nest inside. Hansu took a closer look and said that he had found it. He entered the poisonous water thinking that the rest of the ingredients for the sclerosing solution would be relatively easy to obtain. However, it was not easy to find the Cuculas on the outermost root, so it was good that he had found the nest. As he walked further and further, he realized that he was getting close. As he got closer, he took hold of the axes given to him. He used the dragon art of energy manipulation. His axes were enveloped in powerful magical energy. Magic enhancement was activated. The underwater monster's nests began to move. Suddenly, a herd of Cuculas burst out. The protagonist immediately rushed to attack them. The guy hit the monster with all his might, driving it into the ground. A monster with a wide open mouth jumped out from under the poison. The protagonist quickly jumped up from his place, trying to escape. He quickly hit the monsters near him, killing them with one blow. Having jumped from the height, he immediately stopped. He examined the axe and said that the weapon would not be able to withstand powerful Kai arts for long. He thought that he should adjust his attacks until he got a worthy weapon. He lowered his head down, stretching his arms with axes forward, while a huge poison monster was behind him. Hansu frowned, looking to the side. He turned around abruptly and with a spinning motion threw the axe at the monster's forehead. Cucula lost his balance from the strong blow and began to fall backwards rapidly. Another monster appeared behind the guy and quickly ran towards him. The axe in the head of the lying Cucula began to glow brightly, emitting rays. Hansu rubbed his fingers and made the weapon turn around, hitting the back of the monster running towards him. The protagonist immediately picked up the axe in his hand, from which blood was dripping. The guy was standing shin deep in poison and was surrounded by Cuculas, swimming closer and closer. The monsters stood up and quickly ran towards the protagonist. One of them jumped, hitting the water with its tail. 3 Cuculas jumped up and soared above the guy's head. Hansu raised his head up and managed to react, quickly jumping up. He collided with one of the monsters and began to quickly swing his weapon. With the last blow, he swung and cut the enemy in half. The guy landed on the water and began to quickly run away from the place where he was standing. Huge chunks of monsters began to fall from the sky. Hansu climbed up, examined the corpses, and thought that the ones he had just killed were young Cucula, and the adult was clearly in another place, so he could kill it. He picked up a red rune from the ground and said that he was constantly using skills and wasting a lot of stamina and mana, but for now it was worth collecting them. He raised his palm up and 3 runes of different colors appeared on it. The protagonist stood in poison among the trees. The trees immediately started to crack into small pieces and the boy grabbed the axes, trying to cover his face with his hands. He frowned and tried to look ahead. He saw a powerful blow flying at him, which he managed to block. Raising the cracked axe up, he thought that he was too hasty in using them in such a state. Ian was walking towards him, surprised that Hansu managed to block his attack. He extended his hand forward and with a crazy smile said that he planned to stop if the protagonist died, but he turned out to be better than expected, and he was not trying to kill him, he was just testing him. He looked at the angry Hansu and said that he wanted to make him an offer. He extended his hand and told him to join their clan because someone had their eye on him. Ian raised his index finger up and added that it was a good offer, so he should accept. He immediately looked towards the boy with a wide open eye. The protagonist threw an axe at his face without thinking, and Ian screamed, asking if he really wanted him dead. Hansu glared at him angrily. Ian grabbed his neck and screamed that the protagonist was crazy, then asked how a newbie like him was. He smiled ominously and finished, "Dare to attack when he speaks." He lowered his hand and said that he had just completed training, but he was already confident in everything. That's why he thought that he could be attacked without fear for his life. Maybe that girl liked you for some reason, but he refuses. Having said this, he closed his eyes, satisfied with himself. Then the protagonist said with contempt in his voice that he refused his offer. A group that worships disasters. Quadratus. Hansu knew about the evil deeds they committed, but the best thing they do is their tourism. They feed the disaster fish. When Quadratus started its activities, the number of travelers from the red zone began to decrease. Their tourism included watching the fish of disaster eat people, and the more brutal the spectacle, the more money they made from it. An industry literally built on suffering. The protagonist realized that he had to get rid of this organization as soon as possible. Ian began to walk towards him, while he said in his head that he would take them out one by one. After thinking about it, he looked away, exhaled heavily, and said that he did not know why he would listen to someone weaker than him. Hearing this, Ian became very angry. He put his hand to his head and said that he was going to beat Hansa so badly now, although if he did not bring him with him, they would go crazy, so he would take him with him, whether he wanted it or not. However, he tore off his gold chain and mockingly said that he didn't think they would be upset if he lost a few limbs. The protagonist smiled and responded in kind. He would get the information he needed from him, and then asked if it was true that he could talk without a few limbs. A weapon appeared in Jan's hands and he furiously shouted that he wanted to see if the guy could talk after he finished him off. After saying that, he launched a quick attack with his magic power, but Hansu easily dodged it. Jan smiled madly and said that he was an idiot. Suddenly, blood spurted out. His opponent's weapon had stabbed the protagonist in the shoulder. He grabbed his shoulder and lowered his head, and Jan mockingly asked him if he now had the desire to talk. He returned the weapon to his hand and said to himself that he was aiming for his arm, but it seemed like his attack only scratched him. Did he hold back the blow too much? After thinking about it, he said that it wouldn't be of much use if he broke it too much. After saying that, he hit the water with his weapon, telling the boy not to be afraid, it would be over soon. The protagonist raised his head and said that he seemed to be too arrogant. He removed his hand from the wound and said that he never fought him last time. Hearing this, Yang pulled his weapon and asked him displeasantly what he just said. Did he accidentally hit him on the head, adding that it was easy for him. He swung his weapon and shouted, he needs to shut up and stand still. But Hansu suddenly appeared right in front of him. At that very second, he dealt him a powerful blow to the stomach. Yang flew far back from such a strong blow. Hitting a root, he cried out in pain. When he raised his head, the protagonist was returning the axe to his hand. The axe quickly returned to him, and he said that he needed to refresh his knowledge. Hansu extended his weapon towards his opponent and said that he should cooperate with him. Hearing this, Ian raised his hand to his face, cursing silently. He remembered how the guy appeared right in front of him and said in his head that he did not even have time to see his attack, then asked himself if this bastard really had colorless stat runes. He then stood up and told the protagonist not to be too arrogant, because he let him hit him, but the protagonist extended his hand and interrupted the opponent, saying that he was just getting started. Several runes appeared in his, then he asked if it was true that he had not given up yet. Ian shouted menacingly, did Hansu really think that a small increase in stats would change his skills? The protagonist raised his axe up and replied that stats are not everything in a fight. He quickly released the weapon towards the opponent with a movement of his hand. Ian managed to duck and the axe stuck into a tree at high speed. He fell to the ground and Hansu asked him what happened. He grinned maliciously, asking if he was scared. Jan's body began to tremble and he tried to get to his feet, saying that this could not be. His face changed and he screamed furiously that he was not scared. He directed his attack forward, activating the Blade of the Forgotten. He grabbed the hilt of the sword abruptly. He immediately ran closer to the guy and activated the side cut. The protagonist brought his palm to the ring on his finger and Jan wondered if he was really fighting with his bare hands. In his head, he screamed that his side cut split everything within the length of the blade in two, so he would cut Hansu's hands. His sword was near the protagonist's neck when suddenly he activated the Rings of Nirma, the first power. Jan, with wild eyes, began to scream that he had won. Hansu activated Destruction and quickly grabbed the blade with one hand. Squeezing it, he sharply scattered the sword into small pieces, throwing Jan far away. His eye glowed red and he whispered that it was impossible. His expression changed and he asked in a trembling voice if his side cut was broken. He was holding onto the hilt and thought that even dispersion experts couldn't break high mana techniques so easily. The protagonist walked up to him and grabbed his shirt abruptly. Hansu abruptly threw him aside, hitting him in the stomach. Yang immediately rolled his eyes in pain and also puffed out his cheeks. Opening his mouth, blood suddenly sprayed out. Hansu stood over him and told him to stop pretending to be dead, because he was holding back. He picked Yang up by the collar of his shirt and started shaking him, asking if he had lost consciousness. Yang grabbed his hand and the protagonist replied that he had good reaction speed. He said that the guy used a skill to block the blow. Yang smirked and thought that the bronze jade had held the blow, but Hansu was severely restricting his movement, which was why he hadn't wanted to use it before. He looked away indignantly and thought that he had no choice now, if only he could break free from this guy's grip. The protagonist said that it was a good try and then asked if that was all. He punched Yang's face with all his might and teeth fell out of his mouth. Yang watched the fist approaching his face and wondered how the guy was able to break this skill too. Hansu began to hit him with all his might while Yang screamed loudly in pain. He put his hands forward and shouted that he would tell everything. He said that he had no choice. After all, there was not much money to be made from tourism. He gritted his teeth and continued that people like him were just following orders, and he was a good guy and was not trying to hurt anyone, and if Hansu let him go, he would give him the runes. He looked at the protagonist and said that he would even tell them who ordered him to be brought. Hansu looked at him coldly and said, "Too much unnecessary chatter." Ian immediately narrowed his eyes as he saw a fist coming towards his face at high speed. The protagonist punched him with all his might, crushing him. Hansu looked at him as he stood up and said that he was annoying him. Ian's mouth was drooling and he shouted that the guy himself ordered him to tell him everything. Raising his head, he shouted furiously, asking what he was waiting for since he had already told him everything he knew. The protagonist looked at him with contempt in his eyes as he shouted that he had already beaten him like a dog, so what else did he want from him? After a few minutes, he said with his eyes lowered to the ground that was all he knew. He knelt in front of Hansu and said Quadratus worships disaster, and in addition to the regular tours held in that area, they also hire various clans. This time, the task was to find Hansu, who had completed his training. The request was made by Morn, a member of Beacon. Beacon, the protagonist said in his head after hearing this. Beacon is a union of 6 clans that control the 6 upper roots of the world tree. They control the uppermost roots and are at the pinnacle of power themselves. Hansu put his hand to his chin and said in his head that if he was not mistaken, Beacon was under Miyamoto. Could there really be more than a few clans involved in this? Thinking about this, he looked at Ian and said that right now, these guys are preparing for a new tour, and then asked if the one who gave him this information was part of the assistants. Yes, the guy answered quietly, adding that some of the assistants were involved, but this time, he received the order directly from Morn. Hearing this, Hansu folded his arms and said that he got everything he wanted from him. Realizing that he might die now, Jan exclaimed that he could still tell him a lot, for example. Suddenly, he pointed to his eye on his forehead and screamed madly that he was just an idiot, because he had been pretending the whole time, and then asked if he even knew what that drawing on his forehead was. He was finished. The protagonist asked if that was the eye of 1,000 lie man overcome with envy. Hearing this, Jan looked at his opponent in shock and asked himself how he knew. After a short pause, he stood up and said that it was true. With that eye he could share his vision with other intelligent beings, which meant that his location had already been revealed. Hansu turned away from him and mockingly said that he was very scared. It seemed he needed to run away. Jan smiled madly and said that Morn was the commander of the Beacon stormtroopers. Did he really think he could run away from him? At the same time, he said in his head that he had used it recently, so he had to wait for an opportunity to use it again, but now he was able to establish a connection. Then he said that the protagonist was just a victim, but as soon as he said this, Hansu flew into him with all his might and hit him in the stomach. The last thing Ian saw was the black silhouette of the protagonist above him. After that, his eyes closed and he fell unconscious into the water. Hansu stood over him and said that playing with him was harder than he thought. He squatted down next to the enemy and said that his weapon was not in the best condition, so they needed to find a new one. He searched Ian and found the Relic of the Forgotten, which was quite a nice find, and a one-time artifact, Mirror Clone. A completely white bird appeared in the sky. Hansu saw it and realized that he had already been found, adding that he did not even remember Morn, which meant he was not that important, but how annoying it was to have to be distracted by all sorts of things when he was already very busy. After that, he looked in the direction of the roaring monsters and said that there were also these monsters that he had been hearing for a while. He smiled and said that it seemed like a pack of Gerts was nearby, and that was probably for the best. He said that he would deal with them until reinforcements arrived. A large number of monsters were standing on the bark. They all looked like dinosaurs and roared furiously. They were Gerts, pack animals that hunt in groups. They quickly ran after the 3 men in cloaks. They ran with all their might, and one of them shouted that all forces needed to use concealment. The next second, all 3 used concealment. They immediately became invisible. Thanks to this, they jumped onto a tree where the monsters could not reach them. They were breathing heavily due to the long chase. All 3 were members of Quadratus. Chen looked down and said that he thought they were finished. That's why he doesn't like to play the role of bait. His companion asked how many more Gerts they needed to gather, to which Chen replied that the tour required many more. He turned to his companions and said that, however, since they needed to hold their breath to use concealment, it would be difficult to maintain it for long, but for now, since they had gathered them in the valley, they could rest for a while before continuing. After saying this, he closed his eyes and asked why that idiot was taking so long to deal with that newbie, and his companion asked if he was referring to Yan, who had received the task. That's right, the first one replied, raising his head to the sky and saying that he was probably fooling around somewhere again despite everything that was happening. Suddenly, they saw a white bird of their magical energy in the sky. It was a blue carrier pigeon. It perched on Chen's finger, who said that only an intelligent person could materialize such a detailed pigeon. Suddenly, Chen's eyes showed surprise. He abruptly stood up and told the others that it was time to move. Chen said that they had received an urgent message, so they should go to Lake Cucula. Yang finally woke up and opened his eyes heavily. In front of him, he saw Chen and his men, who asked him with displeasure if he had lost. Yang lowered his head and replied that he had passed out in a place where the poison was not so strong, and his legs were almost burned, and then asked what about him. Chen replied that when they arrived, Hansu was already gone. He knocked the guy out and left. He asked if Yang was saying that someone who could survive in the belly of the Fish of Calamity could not defeat a newbie, so they had to clean up after him. Yang became very angry, remembering the weapon, then looked at his leg and asked what was wrong with his wound. In fragments, he remembered how the protagonist told him to sleep and handed him a special gift in exchange for his weapon. Chen started yelling at him to get up and that they needed to go, to which Yang replied that he was sure the guy had told him something. Chen asked his partner what was wrong. Had Yang inhaled poison? He told his partner to carry the man, as they needed to get back to the ship. Chen immediately began to form a carrier pigeon in his hand to contact nearby operators and customers just in case. He released the pigeon, thinking that it could only transmit the simplest of messages, but the meaning should be clear. The pigeon was immediately grabbed by a man. He crushed the bird with one hand in anger. He told Sonian to follow him. He immediately jumped to the ground. Chen ran up to him, shouting that he had arrived quickly as it had not been long since the pigeon was sent out, when suddenly the man pushed him aside to pass. He approached Yang and said that he was able to return after being beaten to a pulp by a newbie. Yang looked up and saw Morn, the stormtrooper commander, standing in front of him. He punched Yang in the stomach as hard as he could and asked who he thought he was calling Morn by his first name. Morn tackled the boy to the ground and said that their group had become so incompetent, then asked how they planned to clean up this mess. Chen looked down in shame and said that they would take responsibility. Suddenly, one of his subordinates jumped up and ran towards the side of the ship, shouting that they were in trouble because the Gerts they had gathered in the valley had all escaped and were now running towards them. A huge number of monsters were quickly approaching the ship. They were roaring furiously. A darkness of Gerts was approaching the ship. Chen looked at this and said in his head in shock that once the Gerts started running, they could no longer change direction. They were using this feature to lure them into the valley. Then he asked why they left the valley. Was it just because they grabbed one of the cubs and headed here? Suddenly Morn smelled a strange smell. He took out his blade and realized that the smell was coming from Ian's leg. "Idiot," he said loudly. At that very second, he plunged the blade into the boy's leg. Ian grabbed his leg and screamed in pain, and the boss said that he brought something useless with him. He took out the blade, which still had an envelope on it, and said that it was the blood of the Gerts. It was leading them here. The smell was artificially enhanced. If he hadn't used Aronan's tracking, no one would have known. He raised his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "A newbie who had only recently arrived in the red zone is already using the characteristics of the Gerts to lure them." Suddenly, he spread his arms out in different directions and laughed madly. Having calmed down, he looked at Chen and ordered Hansa to be brought to him, because after all he had done, he wanted to look him in the face. Chen looked at the shore and said that considering how many Gerts were gathered here, the ship would not last long. Hearing this, Morn gritted his teeth and said that he thought he would have to do it again. With a burning hand, he walked towards the servant, angrily saying that he would sort everything out here. He grabbed the boy by the chest and said that he did not like to repeat himself. Chen slowly began to catch fire, which terrified him. Morn looked at him with burning eyes and ordered him to hurry up and bring him, or he would feed them all to the Gerts. An ominous smile appeared on his face and he said that he would sort this out here, so Chen should decide quickly. Having said this, he let go of Chen, who fell with a crash to the deck. The captain then gathered an incredibly powerful energy in his hands and said that if Hansu thought that it would be enough to stop him, he had made a fatal mistake. He created a dark magic ball and his eyes sparkled. Then he finished saying that he would make him regret it. After saying this, he stretched out his hands, which were covered in dark flames. An incredibly powerful magic explosion was heard not far in front of him. The monsters were killed, causing them to fly in different directions. The protagonist deep in the forest heard the explosion. He looked up to the sky and said that it seemed like his trap had worked. He smiled wickedly and added that he had bought himself some time, but he should still hurry. He took out a sap extraction device from a tree. After looking at what he had collected, he gritted his teeth and said discontentedly that there were no nutrients at all, adding that he had not eaten for 2 days, which had affected his strength too much. Nutrients flow through the roots of the world tree. Some roots absorb poisonous water, others purify it and remove the water. Hans needs to find roots that contain nutrients. But since the death of the world tree, the number of suitable roots has significantly decreased. The protagonist took out a bag of food from a selfish and rich man, saying that he had collected most of the necessary materials. He looked at the roots submerged in water and said that it was better to leave here quickly. Fortunately, all that was left was to go to the deep lake where the adult Cucula lived. He looked deep and said that the water there was deeper than here, so they would have to make a bridge. From the bag, he took out seeds. These were quetch seeds. They absorb poisonous water to grow into a giant lotus flower. The protagonist threw them into the water. The seeds immediately began to react to the poisonous water, quickly sprouting. A few seconds later, stems appeared from the water, and a few more seconds later, hands jumped on the blossoming flowers. The weapon he had taken from Ian appeared in his hand, and he said that it would be easier to point them upwards, but he would pass by himself. Many huge monsters burst out of the water in front of him. The protagonist realized that it was time to start hunting. At this time, Morn stood among the corpses of the monsters he had destroyed. He folded his arms over his chest and asked the girl behind him if the carrier pigeon had arrived. The girl kept her hands behind her back and replied that it was still on its way. Morn walked past the tied-up Ian and said that even the best reconnaissance skill could only be used once a month, and because of him, he had to waste it. He picked him up by his clothes and angrily said that if he had not been their guide, they would have abandoned him in the poisonous sea, both him and Quadratus. Having said this, he let go of the guy and turned to Rachel, ordering him to take them to the last known location. Then the girl asked if he was really going there himself. He turned to look at her and said yes, adding that there was some pleasure in hunting with his own hands. He said with glowing eyes and a sinister smile on his face that the protagonist had nowhere else to run. At this time, all the monsters were defeated. Hansu wiped the sweat from his face and quietly said that he was too tired. He held the sword with trembling hands and said that he would hardly be able to swing the sword. In his head, he said that this was the last of the Cucula's hearts he needed. While he was standing on the flower, someone was aiming at him with a bow. The arrow of the hunter was charged with powerful force, causing the protagonist to feel it. At the very last moment, he managed to dodge the silent arrow. It pierced the flower below him and tore it to shreds. Chen saw that he had missed and was shocked. The protagonist looked at the arrow and said in his head that this was a precision skill. He realized that it was not so easy to dodge. At that moment, several more arrows flew at him. Hansu realized that he had no choice, so he raised his sword and struck the arrows. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his hand. It quickly flowed and began to drip from his fingers. Drops of blood fell into the poisonous water, and the monsters smelled it. They broke out of the water and rushed to attack Hansu. The protagonist began to run, saying to himself that the monsters were excited by the smell of blood. Chen pulled the bowstring again and said that the damn Cuculas were making their life difficult, adding that they were there as support, so she should go down and grab the protagonist. The girl named Miller put her finger to her lips and asked if he really wanted her to go into this horde of Cuculas, but the splashes of water would ruin her hair. Hearing this, Chen waved his arms furiously and ordered the girl to move, because they only attack those whose blood they smell. Miller covered her ears and said that she shouldn't scream, it would cause wrinkles. Chen created a dove in his hands and said that he would send it away, so they couldn't let the protagonist escape, repeating that they had to take his squeeze. Miller jumped onto one of the flowers and replied that she understood they had to catch him alive. She took out a katana from behind her back and said that he needed to entertain her until they both got tired. Chen and his comrades stretched out their hands towards her and used magic. A powerful magical energy enveloped the girl, who said that she hadn't had such a good scene for a long time. Having said this, she jumped up and in an instant appeared in front of Hansu. A fierce sword fight ensued. Suddenly, a monster flew out from the side towards the protagonist. Hansu reacted and deformed the sword. With one sharp and quick blow, he killed the monster. Suddenly, Miller appeared behind and asked where he was looking. Her sword was right next to the protagonist's face. Miller delivered a quick bloodthirsty blow, but Hans dodged and survived. He immediately counterattacked with a kick to the girl's body. The blow sent her flying backwards. Miller jumped back into the distance and said that it was not bad for someone who was falling. She wiped the blood from her face and said that he would have to show something more outstanding to leave a scar on her face. She licked her lips coquettishly and said that even if he gave up, she would still not spare him. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a heavy expression and said in his head that she was getting closer along with the attack of the blood-drawn dolls, so if he hesitated, it would be dangerous. Both opponents looked at each other while the protagonist said in his head that the situation was on her side, adding that the longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. He put the magic power of his ring into the blade and thought about why he didn't turn things around in his favor. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and prepared to attack. Miller saw this and raised her sword. Hansu attacked very quickly, hitting the opponent. Miller tried to block it, but it was all in vain. She looked at the opponent and said, then thought that he had a cunning plan, but somehow the results were not impressive. She tilted her head and asked if this shapeless blade was not Yang's weapon, adding that he should not take someone else's weapon like that. After saying this, she looked at her hand and said that it was a pity that such a wound. When suddenly she screamed in shock, why did it not heal? Her blood began to flow into the water while Miller screamed and asked why it was growing. A huge monster immediately burst out of the water at her. Chen watched the girl run away and shouted for her to pull herself together. After all, it was just a scratch. Miller rushed from side to side and screamed that they could feel her blood. The protagonist used the Ring of Niramaha, the second authority. Hemorrhage, the second authority, unlocked by upgrading the red stats, is not just bleeding. Miller struggled to hold on to the suit of the huge monster that was about to eat her. Continuous blood loss in battle clouds the mind and exhausts the body. Hansu hung his head heavily and said in his mind that maintaining the hemorrhage wasted a lot of mana, so he wanted to avoid it, but given the presence of monsters that were attracted to the smell of blood. Now they were on equal terms. While Miller swung her sword to fight off the monsters, Hansu turned around and thought that he could not escape from this situation. Chen saw this and shouted loudly for the other servants to catch the protagonist. He himself pulled the bowstring with shaking hands and said that they would let him go. Morn would not give them a break, and he did not want to experience this again. After saying this, he fired several quick arrows. He destroyed several monsters and shouted that he would deal with them, and the rest even focused on Hansu. Miller and Chen's subordinates immediately rushed to attack. Hansu saw them and put his hand in a small bag. From there, he took out a dinosaur. Miller immediately cut it into 2 parts, shouting that he would not be able to escape from her. Her entire body was covered in blood, and then she realized that the monster killed by the monster was a Gert. The protagonist smiled maliciously and said that the blood of the Gerts is the perfect means to drive the Cuculs crazy, so they will not hesitate before rushing at them. One has only to think, what will they do to them when they are all covered in Gert's blood? Huge monsters burst out of the water at that very second. Miller, with a crazy smile on her face, looked at the monster and said that Hansu is a real psycho. Hansu stood on the edge of the ledge and wished them a good time with them. When Hansu got out, he leaned on the trunk and said that this root was also dry. He touched each one and realized that they were all dry. Lowering his head, he said that at this rate, wherever the helpers went, there would be dried roots everywhere, adding that the process was going fast, so he needed to check the roots from above. He closed his eyes and said heavily that, fortunately, it was not that far to go, and he thought that everything would be easier after the red zone. He continued on his way, saying that he would definitely kill Morn when he met him. At this time, several survivors were collecting nutrients from the tree trunk, while the survivors from the protagonist's ship approached them. The guy folded his arms across his chest and mockingly told them to go to the lower roots, and his comrade said that this was their territory. The guy in the cloak stepped forward and spoke for everyone that they were on the edge. Even the liquid that the helpers gave was no longer available, so he begs the guys to be at least a little more friendly. But the boy smiled mockingly and said that it seemed like they should have saved their resources better, adding that this root belonged to their clan. His comrade pulled out a knife and asked if they were so sure that such newbies would be able to fight them for it. He also said that it was natural for newbies to be a little hungry. Hearing this, the survivors from the protagonist's ship glared at the bullies. They had to turn around and leave, and the boy in the cloak said in his head that after everything they had been through to get here, this world tree was rotting, it was natural that the lower roots could not provide enough food. The upper roots contained a lot of nutrients, but those places were full of monsters, and every time they tried to climb, the other clans blocked their way. Would they really starve to death? Suddenly, a scream from one of the bullies was heard, furiously asking who he was. The survivors from Hansu's ship heard this and turned around with hope. "Get lost," the bully shouted, but unexpectedly missed a powerful blow to the body. The guy in the cloak immediately recognized the hero. The protagonist defeated the bully. His clanmates saw this and screamed in horror that they needed to run away. They took the lead and started running. The guys looked at this happily and said that they would finally be able to get that nutritious liquid. They all climbed onto the root and stuck the extractors. The guy looked happily at the protagonist and said that he solved all their problems with one move. After a while, he found Hansu on the root and called him. The protagonist jumped down to him and asked if he really knew him. Hearing this, the guy was confused and asked if he really didn't remember. After all, they were sailing on the same ship. Hansu did not answer because he was very busy with water and food. The boy looked at him and asked what he had been doing all this time, since he had not seen him since his arrival. When he received no answer, he extended his hand and said that it did not matter now, since he was very happy to see him again. Then he said that his name was Johan, after which he thanked him for the fact that if it were not for him, they would have died of hunger. Hansu, with the gatherer in his mouth, looked at the boy and said that he was also just hungry, adding that Johan should eat if he wanted. After a short pause, the boy asked if he could ask him for something. The protagonist heard this and exhaled heavily. Johan, with a very serious face, said that they needed the ship they had sailed on. He raised his hands and explained that all the ways up were blocked, so they would have to use the ship. Hearing this, Hansu turned away and firmly answered, no. Hearing this, the boy began waving his arms and shouting that he was not just begging for nothing. The nutrient liquid in these roots could run out at any moment, and the disaster fish was destroying the outer roots, so wouldn't it be better to use the ship and go up together? The protagonist picked up a small flower on the root with a knife and firmly said that it was not a problem, because everything would be fine soon. He took the bud in his hands and added that they would be safe here, so there was no point in even thinking about going up. Hearing this, Johan screamed in shock, asking what he was talking about. Hans turned to the boy and firmly said that he would kill them. This scared the boy very much. The protagonist continued saying that he would use the ship to kill the disasters threatening the world tree. Without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, he said that he would kill the disaster fish with his own hands, so they should not worry about possible death. Johan was shocked by what he heard. He looked at the protagonist who had walked away again and asked what he meant. Why couldn't he explain it properly? Hans rolled his eyes and said in his head that if there were no more disasters, the red zone would prosper and everyone would be safe, so he was right. Johan put his hand to his head and said that he didn't quite understand what the protagonist meant, but since he was hearing it from someone who had done so many incredible things, maybe he was right, so he wanted to ask him one last question before he left. Why was he trying so hard to save everyone? Hearing this, Hans stopped in surprise. He lowered his head slightly and firmly answered that he had to save as many people as possible. That was why he came back. He looked at his hand and asked himself if this was really what he wanted. Johan looked at the protagonist in confusion and asked why he had suddenly stopped. Then Hans threw a stone into his hands, which the boy caught. The protagonist started to walk away, saying that it was an imitation stone, it would be useful, so he should take it. Johan followed him and asked him to wait, but suddenly he stopped, watching Hans go and asking himself why he had that expression on his face. After asking this, he looked at the stone in his hand and said that it was incredible. He remembered how the protagonist had gathered them all on the ship, bringing a huge lizard. They all thought that what he was saying was impossible, but he was the kind of person who could make the impossible possible. Maybe this time, the boy said. He looked up at the starry sky and said he really gives him hope. At this time, the protagonist was already running. In his head, he said that it was only natural to act for the sake of humanity's survival. He quickly covered a long distance, asking himself why he felt so strange. He knew he had to focus on the things he needed to do. He got to the right place and saw Sophia. The girl immediately turned to him. He stopped and said that she was early, then asked if she had collected everything she needed. Sophia answered, everything with 2 exceptions, but she came here just in case. The protagonist approached her and said that it was not bad. The girl looked at him and said that he looked worried. Did something happen? Hans looked away and said that nothing, just some people were tracking them. Yes, Sophia said, it was Quadratus. They were targeting him. The girl put her hand to her chest and added that this is why they came for her too. Hans turned his head to her and said that he had just met them, adding that Morn was looking for him. Hearing this, Sophia was very surprised and asked why the commander of the lighthouse stormtroopers needed it. The protagonist looked back and said that he had managed to hold him off, but he was quite skilled and would soon follow them. The girl immediately said that he was no match for the other opponents, and although Hans was strong, he could not handle him alone. Then the protagonist suggested working together. He pointed his finger at Sophia. Then he raised his finger and said that one of them would gather materials and the other would act as bait for Morn. Hearing this, Sophia asked excitedly if he didn't understand at all. Beacon is one of the clans that rule the Red Zone. Not only are they large in number, but they are full of veterans who have lived in the Red Zone for years. Beacon is full of people who are strong enough to leave the Red Zone, and among them, the Stormtrooper squad is the most aggressive. Morn has the rank of their commander. She finished her story, stepped towards the protagonist and added that they need to deal with them together. She followed him, saying that it would be best if they gathered the materials now, while they didn't know where they were, so they had to hurry. Hans smiled wickedly and said that it would be too difficult, adding that he had left an artifact there, but judging by the current situation, they were already caught. At this time, Johan was being held by the neck. Morn held him and said that he would give them another chance. He asked if they wanted to burn alive. A fire appeared in his hand and he screamed, or die quickly, saying where the main character was. The guy was shaking with fear, saying in his head that he didn't even notice him approaching. Suddenly, a mirror clone stone fell out of his pocket. He asked himself how he could have gathered so many people here so quickly. He held onto the killer's hand and with the last of his strength answered that they didn't know who it was. He added that the man was asking the wrong people. Morn looked at Johan with burning eyes. Suddenly, he let him go. He crouched down next to him and asked if he was right about his name being Johan. He put his hand on the back of the boy's head. Suddenly, he slammed his face into the rocky ground with all his might, then said that he was pretty stupid even for a newbie who had just arrived here. He then picked the boy up by his hair and said, "What impudence." He pointed to his nose and asked if he knew what he smelled like when he lied, adding that he knew the protagonist was here since tracking Aronin was his skill. He could feel Hansu's energy on the boy and said that he had erased most of his tracks, but he was still able to catch the scent he left behind. He pulled out a trap from his pocket and said that was his mistake. He threw it on the ground and said that now it was time to get down to business. Morn loomed over the boy and asked menacingly how Hansu was. Johan quietly replied that he really didn't know. Hearing this, the man raised his head and said that he still reeked of lies. Apparently he had no choice. His hand caught fire, and with glowing eyes, he said that he would die now. After saying this, he swung his arm, intending to kill the guy, when suddenly he stopped abruptly. An ominous smile appeared on his face. He quickly looked to the other side and shouted that he could feel him. He saw a black silhouette not far ahead. It was the protagonist. He had a malicious smile on his face. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if he was really looking for him. Morn put his hand on his hip and asked if he was really Hansu. The protagonist's appearance was made of an illusion stone. Before he could say anything, Morn flew into him with his foot. He quickly destroyed the clone and said that it was an obvious trick, adding that it was a one-time artifact that created a crude illusion. He took out the mirror clone stone and said that this idiot Yan had also been robbed, but the smell remained. Having said this, he raised his head and said that this was a great bait. He liked it. At this time, Johan was crawling on the ground with his last strength. With blood all over his face, he raised his head and said the name of the protagonist. Cucula Spawning Lake, an artificially created spawning place for Cucula. It was created by eating the root of the world tree and filling the void with a nutrient solution. The protagonist was sitting at this place. The poison in the upper layers of the water was almost completely neutralized, so it was almost safe. Hansu looked at his hand and said contentedly that the nutrient solution helped, the wounds healed. Then he lowered his hand and said that the illusion had only disappeared. Was he really here already? A man came out to him and asked in a rough voice if he had really decided not to run anymore. Morn came out to him, raised his hand and said that a rat can never hide as long as its tail is visible. The protagonist grinned and told his opponent to think what he wanted, but he was a terrible hunting dog if he couldn't find him earlier. Hearing this, Morn smiled and asked what. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he spread his arms and laughed loudly. "This is really funny," he said quietly, calming down. After these words, he hid his hand into his palm and said that he wanted to see if he was as good as he heard. Spreading his arms, strong magical energy appeared in them, and Morn said that if all this was a lie, he would die quickly. The protagonist put his hand in a bag behind his back and said that it sounded tempting, but he turned around abruptly and began to run away, saying that not today, adding that they would continue next time. Hearing this, Morn became furious and shouted, asking how he dared to run away from him. He immediately gave chase, shouting that he would not let him go so easily. As he ran, he extended his hand and gathered powerful magical energy in it. The next second, he threw a jasper flame at his opponent. Hansu easily dodged the stream of dark flames. In his hand were the seeds of Koch. In a jump, he threw them into the poisonous water. The seeds immediately reacted and began to grow. The protagonist jumped on a blooming flower, saying in his head that the spawning lake had a small concentration of poison, so the plants would not last long. But he did not need that. He quickly ran through the flowers, while Morn shouted furiously, asking if he really thought of escaping through the water. He extended his hand, intending to release another stream of flames, and shouted for the boy to come to him and fight. The protagonist did not react to the enemy's cries, but continued to run along the blossoming flowers. Seeing that the enemy was following him, he said in his head that this was excellent. Jan's sword appeared in his hand. He covered the sword with the bodily fluids of the Gerdas. With these thoughts, he cut his palm and let blood. He wanted to mix it with blood to enhance the smell. This is the smell of prey. His blood began to fall into the lake, a drop. During the spawning period, the Cucula's sense of smell is sharper. At that very second, monsters burst out of the water. Hansu managed to jump off the flower at the last moment. He understood that they would do anything to destroy. Huge monsters burst out of the water, which immediately aimed at the protagonist. Hansu landed on another flower and finished speaking, uninvited guests, who attacked the nest. Morn created several spheres in his hands and shouted, "Is this guy using Cucula? Does he really think that he will be scared of them and let him go?" Huge monsters jumped on him from above. He used Jade Flame. He fired all the magic projectiles at the monsters, shouting that he will just tear them apart. The torn off pieces of monsters fell back into the water, while Morn said that he got rid of them. The protagonist looked at him with a malicious smile on his face. Morn pointed his finger at him and shouted loudly that he was next. He also said that he could try hiding under the water, but that would not work either. Of course, Hansu said with a grin. Hearing such a reaction, the man tensely asked why he was so calm. The protagonist on his opponent's amulet and said in his head that this is the breath of Ahal. There is no artifact that would be so convenient for use in water. he will definitely follow him into the water. He looked at the enemy out of the corner of his eye and asked him to take care of his thing a little longer. What? Morn shouted in rage. At that very moment, Hans jumped into the water. Seeing this, Morn smiled ominously and said that he was an idiot. Did he really think that he would not pursue him underwater? His hand caught fire, and he said that sooner or later he would run out of air anyway and he would float up, but his hobby was hunting, not fishing. After saying that, he started to shoot fire at the water, shouting that he wanted to see how long he could last. Hansu swam calmly underwater, blowing bubbles from his mouth. Suddenly, his opponent's streams of fire appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw many more magical streams and wondered if he was planning on shooting until he surfaced. He knew that once he surfaced, he would fry him. Hansu remembered cutting off the bud from the root and saying in his head that he couldn't use the Demon Dragon's enhancement yet because he didn't have enough mana. But he had something hidden. He took out Arkim's pouch. It was a flower bud that always contained air and bloomed when it blossomed. The protagonist bit it and said in his head that it would allow him to last for a while. At that time, monsters were swimming towards him from the darkness. They flew out at him with a roar and open mouths, wanting to eat him. The protagonist dodged in time, but the monster continued to pursue him. He took out something from his bag that would help him. In his head, he said that the destruction fish is not the only natural enemy of the Cucula. It was easy to find stinking monsters that are hard to even get close to. He took out Arkin's gallbladder, the monster's organ that emits a special smell the Cucula avoided. The next second, he squeezed the bladder. It emitted a pungent smell that terrified the monsters. They all immediately turned around and began to swim away, and the protagonist said in his head that he was done with this. Before breeding, Cucula mixed poisonous water with nutrient water to dilute it and create nesting lakes. Hansu rushed down, saying to himself that all the nests are connected to the poisonous sea. He needs to go there. At this time, Morn was pursuing him. He released a powerful magical stream of fire. Seeing this, the protagonist looked at the opponent and said, "Of course, otherwise the attack direction of this skill can be easily seen in the water." Suddenly, a wound opened on the protagonist's hand. Blood spurted in all directions. The protagonist realized that it was only touched. He understood that now he had an opportunity to attack. The next second, he waved his hand. The distorted sword changed shape and headed towards the opponents. Morn gritted his teeth and realized that this was Yal's artifact. Having gotten out, he looked down at the opponent and said that this weapon was too powerful for that idiot. Suddenly, the air in his lungs began to run out. He asked himself why he began to choke. The artifact should work. He lowered his head down on the necklace and was shocked. Hansu was holding his amulet in his hands. Morn screamed in rage, asking how he dared to decorate his artifact. The protagonist slowly fastened the necklace around his neck and said that it was time to take it back. An aura surrounded him, creating a ball that contained air. Then Hansu squeezed the weapon, and a strong magical aura emanated from his ring. Hansu pulled the sword at the enemy and said that in return he would give him something else. The second power of Nirma's ring is used. Hansu holds the weapon resolutely in his hands. Suddenly, a magical band encircles the enemy's hand and causes bleeding. The man clenches his teeth, declaring that this is a pathetic trick. Suddenly, a beast with an open mouth appears behind him. He immediately jumps back. Putting his hand forward, the man fights back the monster. Now he looks up, noticing that everyone has jumped out of their nests. Then he begins to cast a spell again, deciding to retreat. Immediately, the man runs away. Hansu watches him, rejoicing at his quick victory. Meanwhile, fragments of stones float in the air. The young man also turns around and leaves, because they are already waiting for him. There are many bubbles in the water. A girl watches from a cliff. Now she pays attention to the route, noticing that they first met a man here. She looks tensely to the side, asking when he will come. Now the girl adjusts her monocle, wondering where the guy left the ship. Suddenly, bubbles form on the water while the lady is thinking. Suddenly, she decides that she can't do anything about it. A wave appears behind her while she is lost in her thoughts. The girl immediately turns around. There is a ship floating on the water. The lady activates the shield in amazement. Covering herself with her hand, she asks where the ship came from. Watching from the deck, the man decides that he has arrived on time. Hansu, being soaked, tells the blonde to get on board. There is water splashing around the ship. The ship is calmly floating on the water. The girl watches from the deck, analyzing the boy's actions. Meanwhile, Hansu smiles, saying that a friend helped him. He turns around in bewilderment after asking how he understood this. Suddenly, the girl's face darkens when she notices that the cock seeds are difficult to get. The blonde turns to the boy and believes that he has entered the red zone only recently. She looks at him seriously through her monocle, asking how he knows so much. There is a powerful aura around the boy, and his stats are shown, which are too high for a beginner. Then Hansu is shown kneeling, and the thought sounds that he seems to know everything. The boy takes one of the items, saying that the right combination helps to maximize their power. Suddenly, a certain vessel appears in his hand. It is shown that there is liquid in it, and it is said that it is the result of long work of alchemists for the benefit of humanity. He turns around, giving the girl an explanation. Here the boy looks closely at the lady, listening to her speech. Suddenly, a question is heard about what he is hiding. To this, Hansu turns away, noticing that everyone is hiding something. Suddenly, the girl is amazed when they talk about 7 ghosts. The boy gets up, saying that it is not important now. Here he looks into the distance, deciding that the time has come to meet her face to face. The water looks calm. Suddenly, something comes to the surface. A creature appears, and it turns out to be a fish of destruction. It watches the ship go away. The ship continues on its way calmly. Watching from the deck, the young men decide that they can enter through the gills. The young man looks away, turning to the lady. He turns his head to her, declaring that she must now follow his instructions unconditionally. Without looking back, the blonde says that she will not be a burden. Finally turning, the lady states that she does not care about the young man's secrets. The next moment, she seriously speaks of her goal. Hans crosses his arms over his chest, telling her not to worry. He has a determined look, and it turns out that he always keeps his word. The ship continues on its way, while thoughts sound that there will be no second chance. Droplets of water sparkle in the light. Suddenly, arrows begin to fly at the ship. The water begins to splash. The girl staggers along with the ship. The ship is breaking through the bottom and is in danger of sinking. The man steps on the board, noticing that a large ship has been hidden. He smirks, holding one of the arrows. His eyes glow red, and he says to Rachel. The spear hits the floor, revealing that the man has prepared a weapon specially. He throws it over his shoulder, deciding to test the strength of the ship. Suddenly, the weapons fly towards the ship again. They fall into the water. The ship sways again, and the young men try to stay on their feet. The girl holds out her hand, stating that they should attack back now. Hans covers it with his hand, telling her to wait. The arrows continue to fall into the water, revealing that the ship has already been damaged. The girl tenses up, and the young man reveals that the destruction fish is very sensitive to mana. He has a frightening look, and it is revealed that normal attacks will not interest it. The fish looks out of the water, and it is said that the world tree itself contains mana. Hans watches thoughtfully from the deck, noticing that the odds are stacked against them. The lady clenches her hand into a fist, thinking that she does not want to be a burden. Meanwhile, the young man's hand reaches for the back. A stone appears, tied to his hand. It turns out that they can resort to the help of monsters. The girl's eyes widen in surprise, thinking of another new combination item. Suddenly, water begins to splash, and it is said that the young people only need to delay the enemies. Smiling, Hans suggests that they go fishing for a while. The blonde looks inspired and says that she has not trusted people for a long time. They decide to do so. It is noticeable that the ship's sails are torn. Watching from the deck, the man believes that the ship will soon sink to the bottom. An order is given to bring all the remaining harpoons. The people tense up, asking what is happening there. Crates begin to fly from the side. They are floating on the water, and it is assumed that this is a trap. Suddenly, the enemies decide to destroy all the boxes. The man clenches his hands into fists, telling his wards to clear the way. Splashes continue to appear on the water. Hans kneels, telling the girl to hold on tight. An arrow flies into one of the boxes. Now it floats broken, and it turns out that the enemies have already fallen for the trap. Shining particles are visible. The man suddenly opens his eyes. He and his subordinates are taken aback. Suddenly, a kraken appears. Tentacles reach out to the people, which does not go unnoticed. The kraken wraps itself around the ship. The man grits his teeth, noting that the creature usually does not float to the surface. The ship is surrounded. The girl has a sword in her hand, and she decides to deal with everyone. She immediately masterfully cuts the tentacles. This angers the kraken. The man crosses his arms and notices that Rachel is moving too slowly. He places his hand on his subordinate's head, telling him to continue leading them. He has a terrifying aura as he realizes that the kraken could not have appeared without a reason. The creature's body hangs over the ship, and it turns out that the destruction fish is about to go underwater. The ship continues to sail carefree. A phrase is heard about the poisonous water not getting into the gills. The guy sweats, saying that the fish is filled with a mysterious power. The internal gill passage of the destruction fish is depicted. The long-haired man turns his gaze to the masked man, who asks if they are going in the right direction. A narrow passage is visible ahead. It turns out that they need to swim through before the opening closes. Suddenly, the girl turns to Morn, noticing that they have other priorities. The young people look around, and it is said that useful travelers should become members of the Quadratus. The man grips the railing tightly, deciding to take his time. His eyes gleam with rage, and he considers Hansel lucky to still be alive. Meanwhile, the stomach of the destruction fish is revealed, and it turns out that everything it ate is here. There are many shipwrecks, and it is said that this looks like a dungeon. A crowd of people are standing on one of them. It is said that the flow of mana is distorted. The man looks around. His eyes glow red, and it is said that he does not like this place. It is said that there are only digested corpses among the sunken ships. The long-haired man smiles widely. He spreads his arms out to the sides, declaring that this is a beautiful place. He takes a step, and it is said that the entire army of Elfheim is buried here. A pierced skull is visible, and it turns out that this is a treasure island. The guy smirks, talking about artifacts. In his hands he holds a pendant and asks if the people around him want to become stronger. The people's expressions turn terrifying and they are told that all their dreams will come true. The red stone pendant sparkles and the people are told to thank the destruction fish for the blessing. Hansu watches the boy from behind as he gives a speech. The long-haired man closes his eyes and the boy finally speaks up. A smile slowly blossoms on his face. Suddenly, something alarms the ship. Crystals are sticking out of the vessel. Hansu puts his hand on his belt, asking if that is enough. The ship is completely covered in these crystals. The people on the deck struggle to stay on their feet. Smiling, the boy praises Sophia. Suddenly, Morn pushes the long-haired man away, clenching his hand into a fist. He stretches his hand out towards Hansu, insulting him. The man spreads his arms out to the sides, asking if he has crawled on all fours to die. Here he is pushing the guy with his back, telling him to go away. The sword is dragging on the ground. A shining skull is seen. A crowd of skeletons appears, and it turns out that the dead are rising. It is said that they have returned. The long-haired man immediately begins to sweat, realizing that this is the army of Elfheim. The thought of the cursed army of Galadriel sounds. A dead man is depicted with a weapon in his hands. Suddenly they begin to attack, rushing towards the people. Gritting his teeth, one man fights back. Their swords press against each other. Suddenly, an explosion throws the skeleton aside. Watching, the man declares that in order for them to survive, they need to be able to do something. Then the assault group is ordered to kill all the dead. The people immediately rush from their place, accepting the order. They begin to attack the skeletons. A magic ball forms in the man's palm. He raises his hand, smiling widely. Suddenly, a jasper flame spreads because it will help burn everything. The skull falls to the ground and everyone praises the leader. The long-haired man clenches his teeth, realizing that they will not defeat the dead so easily. The skeleton begins to move. The boy looks at it in fear, noticing that these are the guardians of the Fish of Destruction. The hand takes the skull, and it turns out that the guardians are cursed. The knight puts the skull back, and it is said that they will rise while the fish is alive. Blue flames burst from the dead man's mouth. The people stand motionless. Suddenly, they begin to panic, asking for help. Morin bares his teeth, telling no one to retreat. The long-haired man clenches his jaw in anger, deciding to get out of here. He clenches his hands into fists, asking where Hansu is. Suddenly, his and Sophia's goals are mentioned. Stakes stick out of the ground. The thought sounds that so far everything is going exactly as Keldian said. Suddenly, the young man begins to run. It is said that the first protective device in the fish's belly connects the ghostly knights with it. Hans frowns and is told that he has already given Sophia instructions. The walls of the destruction fish's stomach are shown. Sunken ships are visible, and the young man decides to take on the core. The very core of the fish that Hans is looking at is depicted. It turns out that the creature can be wounded in the core. The golden core sparkles. A sword appears in the young man's hand, and it is said that destroying the core is the only way to get rid of the fish. Suddenly, Hans takes off. The long-haired man notices him, calling out. He makes an attempt to attack him. Immediately, the young man tensely turns around. He skillfully parries the blow. Hans jumps to the side. Heading towards the guy with the sword, the dark-haired man notices that it is him again. Hans suddenly knocked him to the ground. He squeezes the hilt, asking if the newcomer was not enough last time. Suddenly, the long-haired man grabs the tip of the sword. This surprises Hansu. The boy smiles widely, asking how the opponent dares to attack the core of the Fish of Destruction. A third eye appears on his forehead, and a statement is made that the person who plots against the Fish of Destruction will die. Suddenly, an arrow is aimed at Hansu. Grinning, the archer tells the boy to dodge the blow if he can. An aimed shot is fired. The arrow flies at Hansu. He has no chance to dodge, and the man thinks that he has hit the target. At this, the long-haired man smiles contentedly. Suddenly, the archer is struck. Hansu's body becomes metallic. He calmly looks at the enemies, while they are surprised that he does not have a scratch. Thanks to the demonic dragon enhancement skill, his body was covered in bright lightning. Standing in the distance, the archer stated that it was impossible, since a well-aimed shot could destroy even Cucula. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Young asked why the same skill was now so much stronger. Pulling back the bowstring, Chen shouted that he would shoot as many times as needed, since one shot was not enough. Closing his eyes, Hansu said that they could just leave him alone, that he had no other choice. The guy explained that he had already solved the problem of the skill using too much mana for the first time, his hand turning into a dragon's paw. Resolutely knitting his brows, he declared that the enemies would not leave here alive. The people were fighting the undead in the depths of the cave. Someone crushed the skull of the undead with their foot. Turning around, Morn ordered his subordinates to continue the attack so as not to let the enemy regenerate. Each time they recovered faster and faster, the monster pierced the traveler's chest through. The skeleton opened its mouth wide. Gritting his teeth in anger, the bandit thought that their stamina and mana would simply run out if this continued. After all, they were fighting an enemy that was constantly respawning, putting them at a disadvantage. Realizing that the enemy had trapped them, the man raised his hand and ordered them to use the feather, otherwise they would die and become the same. A feather of the world tree appeared in the man's hand. The system explained that after using this artifact, they could quickly teleport to another place along with the people around them. The boy, widening his eyes in fear, said that they had already tried to use it, but it did not activate. Standing on the platform, Sophia said that it was useless and that they could not escape from the stomach of the Fish of Destruction so easily. Frowning, the girl added that the ghostly knights of Elvenheim could not leave this place either, because they remained immortal only here. Morn bared his teeth in anger and asked if the enemy really thought they would let her go after she had gotten in their way. The woman smiled maliciously and asked if her enemy really thought that the people who had been sitting idle while she had been desperately trying to kill the destruction fish alone would do anything for him. The bandit spread his arms threateningly. His comrades raised their weapons. Sophia asked why they didn't think of a way to get out of here instead of having a pointless conversation, since even the clan communication didn't work here, meaning no one would know if they were alive or dead. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure. Summoning a magic circle in her hand, the girl said that she had a gift for him. A bright light flashed in her eyes. She declared that in the end she had just managed to get all the information she needed. The captain of the Beacon assault team straightened his shoulders and decided that talking to the newcomer had deprived her of common sense. Stating that he had been tasked with managing the red zone, Morn summoned a ball of energy in his hand. He rushed forward, shouting that he could easily kill the most useless of the 7 ghosts. The woman threw several ice arrows at him. Easily dodging them, the bandit said that anyone who could not hit the target right in front of him was a disgrace to the name of the 7 ghosts. The ball of dark energy approached Sophia. An explosion was heard in the air, and the man landed on his feet. The girl smirked and explained that she had not been aiming at him at all. Hearing the loud sound, the captain of the assault team shuddered in fear. Feeling the shaking, people began to look around, not understanding why this was happening in the stomach of the Fish of Destruction. Water began to rapidly flow into the passage. Someone shouted that the entrance was closing. Looking away, the woman said that all this time she had been looking for a way to close the gills with her librarian's eye skill. Hearing that her part was done, Morn bared his teeth in anger. Sophia turned to run away, hoping that they would never see each other again. Waving his hand, the bandit asked why his subordinates were doing nothing and ordered them to prepare the ship for departure. Rachel shouted that everything was ready. Looking ahead, the man asked what their ally was doing instead of guiding them. Seeing a group of enemies approaching, the girl reported that the ghost knights had surrounded them again. Looking back, the captain of the assault team explained that the gills would open again by the time the ship reached them, so for now they just needed to keep the knights away from the people. Narrowing his eyes angrily, he promised that his enemy would regret this. Concentrating dark energy in his hand, Morn declared that he was not going to give up so easily. Thanks to the skill Jade Flame, a powerful wave of energy pierced the bodies of the risen dead. Raising his hand, the bandit ordered the others to follow him. Suddenly, the man froze in place. The protagonist stood in front of him. Holding Ian by the collar, Hansu guessed that he looked like a villain at the moment. Throwing the enemy to the ground, the boy said that the captain would not have listened to him anyway. Opening his mouth wide, the captain of the assault team called him arrogant. Waving his hand, he shouted that he was going to recruit him, but now everything has changed. The youth jumped up to him. Stretching his hand forward, the Reincarnator asked him to stop talking. Morn blocked a powerful blow with his sword. His body fell to the ground, destroying it. Worried, Rachel noticed that her leader was injured and called out to him. Gritting his teeth, the bandit was surprised that the one who always preferred to run away threw him back, and concluded that the enemy became stronger when he absorbed the runes of the Quadratus members. Clutching the stone fragments, the man decided that even so, the enemy had no chance. Clenching his fist in anger, the man asked if the boy really thought he could defeat him, and promised to kill him to give all his breath back. The girl asked if she could help him. Swinging her sword, the captain asked if she really thought he couldn't defeat him alone. He dashed forward and ordered her to go fight off the ghostly knights. Holding his sword in front of him, the protagonist said that he was going to get rid of them all anyway. Grinning menacingly, Morn declared that he was just a newbie. Their swords clashed with force. Hansu blocked the enemy's attack, raising his blade in front of him. Continuing to press on him with his weapon, the bandit asked if this was all his enemy could do. The boy clenched his teeth, his hand shaking. The man smirked, realizing that there was no way he could be stronger than him, and he decided that he would never lose to a newbie. His sword slid along the blade of his opponent's sword. Leaping into the air, the captain of the assault team increased his pressure. Warren swung his blade, shouting that it was the end. The tip of the sword appeared in front of the boy. The blade pierced his body. Frozen in place, the bandit said that everything would have turned out differently if the boy had simply accepted his offer and become his subordinate. The Reincarnator lowered his head, blood flowing from the wound in his chest. Smiling widely, the man said that the reason for his death was very simple. Leaning towards him, the captain said that the enemy was weaker than him. Smiling, the protagonist asked if that was true. He grabbed the blade of the sword with his hand. Looking up, Hansu noticed that he could tell him the same thing. The moment he was pierced by the sword, blood gushed from his mouth. Grinning furiously, Morn shouted that this was retribution for his insolent behavior. With a smile on his face, the boy said the same words. The bandit opened his mouth in surprise as his enemy grabbed the blade of the sword with his bare hands. Without looking up, the youth explained that the knight's artifacts were good and sharp enough to pierce the scales of a dragon. Armor appeared around his face. The Reincarnator thanked the enemy for delivering it. Grinning furiously, the man said that he definitely pierced his heart and asked how this was even possible. Seeing the dragon's paw, he realized that it was a body modification. Swinging his sparkling hand, the protagonist declared that it did not matter anymore. His sharp claws pierced the enemy's body. Blood from the wound flowed onto the floor. The captain of the assault team said that the heart was still wounded despite the body modification. A huge hole gaped in his chest. Morn cursed the enemy's broken skill. His lifeless body fell to the ground. Hansu grabbed the blade of the sword sticking out of his chest. He threw the weapon aside. A white rune was glittering in his hand. It evaporated into thin air. The boy decided that everything went well only because he managed to spend a lot of effort to create 3 dragon hearts. The huge beast opened its mouth. The special power of the demonic dragon enhancement skill allowed the owner to copy any organ, borrowing the dragon's powers. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man thought that, compared to a dragon's, the human body was too inefficient, so the consequences of the transformation would be very serious. Taking the sword in his hands, the Reincarnator noticed that his runes were filled to about 35%. He sheathed the weapon. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he still lacked skill, so he would not be able to maintain this form for long. Clenching a burning fist, Hansu wondered if he had enough time. Resolutely knitting his brows, the boy realized that he might not have time if he did not act right away. Behind him on the ground lay Ian. His eyes were closed. The pupil of his third eye darted from side to side. A huge red eye watched the youth. An ominous voice promised to remember him. The eye disappeared from the bandit's forehead. Moving forward through the belly of the destruction fish, the Reincarnator noticed that they had not yet appeared, so he had a chance. Running through the stone debris, he thought that he managed to obtain information about the core of the destruction fish thanks to Sophia. Hidden under a thick layer of skin, the core was located quite high, so it was difficult to reach it on his own, but a platform would appear soon. The giant sphere emitted light. The destruction fish had no defense system against external threats, but it had an internal defense mechanism in critical situations. Long tentacles rushed towards the protagonist. Dodging their usual physical attacks, Hans thought that there was nothing more effective than this. Swinging his sword, he realized that he could try to reduce the number of these tentacles. But given the speed of the destruction fish's regeneration, this would not solve anything. The severed limbs grew back. The guy noticed another tentacle in front of him. The young man took a potion out of his pocket to stop the regeneration. He needed to deal the fish a decisive blow. The Reincarnator threw the bottle into the air. It broke, and a viscous liquid flowed out. The protagonist struck the tentacle with his sword. It turned into stone thanks to the hardening liquid, which was able to stop regeneration. Severed pieces of flesh fell down. Straightening up, Hansu decided that he should have expected nothing less from an alchemist's recipe. Another vial shattered on the ground. Liquid splashed onto the tip of his sword. Taking a fighting stance, the boy realized that it was time to reduce the number of tentacles. He rushed towards them. The destruction fish opened its mouth and roared. Watching from the shore, the man asked what Ferris had said. Frowning, Aaron explained that the nearby assistants should be on standby. Peck realized that he had never seen a destruction fish act like this. Watching the monster writhe in the ocean, he asked what could have made it so angry. It seemed to have absorbed the flames and was now writhing in pain. Sophia jumped forward, avoiding the waves. Raising a hand to his forehead, the boy said that something was approaching. The man said that now was not the time for that and suggested that they explore the area. Looking back, the boy saw the girl fall right on top of his friend. Aaron, who had fallen to the ground, had a cut on his forehead. The woman sat up and realized that she wouldn't have been able to choose if more time had passed. Walking up to her, Peck asked what had happened. Sophia shuddered and shouted that they didn't have time to talk now and that they needed to leave immediately. Getting to their feet, the guys noticed that the fish of destruction was writhing in agony. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that she had never seen anything like it, and concluded that the monster was actually in a lot of pain. People looked at her as if she were a ghost. It was just an impossible promise, and no one took her words seriously. Clenching her fist, the woman was angry that she couldn't kill the monster with her own hands, but she finally had the opportunity to free herself from this damned feeling of guilt. Tears welled up in her eyes. Remembering how the protagonist extended his hand to her, she realized that he really kept his word. Opening his mouth wide, the fish of destruction screamed loudly. Its body hit the water, causing a large wave. Sophia grabbed her friend by the collar. With her other hand, the girl grabbed Aaron. The monster crashed into the ground. The boys opened their mouths in shock. The woman hurried to drag them away from the place where the monster was rampaging. The fish of destruction began to spit out everything that it had once eaten. Looking back, Peck asked what was going on. Smiling, Sophia said that they did it. With tears in her eyes, she declared that Hansu had succeeded. Continuing to run forward, the girl explained that they did not have time to talk because they needed to get as far away from the end of the route as possible. Raising his head, the man noticed a trace of a familiar skill. Frowning, he realized that he knew its owner. The girl behind him reported that this area could be destroyed if the fish did not calm down. She added that she had just sent a bird, saying that they would monitor the condition of the destruction fish. Looking back, Michael ordered her to send another letter. Squinting, the boy realized that soon everything in the red zone would change. A wave washed over the destroyed shore. The eyes of the destruction fish lit up. Raising its head, the monster let out a loud roar. Everything inside its stomach was collapsing. Bright liquid was dripping from the golden core. The young man stood in front of it, leaning on his sword. Looking up, the Reincarnator realized that everything happened as expected. Looking at the core, he concluded that it was almost impossible to hold out only due to human strength. Rising to his feet, the protagonist thought that the load on his body was constantly increasing due to the use of dragon transformation. The tentacles of the destruction fish were purple. They were cursed with a skill that weakened regeneration. Raising his sword, Hansu realized that his only chance was a direct attack. He rushed forward to deliver the decisive blow. The tentacles rushed towards him. The guy dealt with them with his swords. Lightning attacks destroyed one limb after another. Approaching the core, the young man swung his sword. The tip of the blade pierced the golden sphere. Lowering his head, the Reincarnator realized that the monster could still feel pain. Standing on the burning core, which was destroyed, the protagonist realized that soon the subspace that formed the stomach would begin to collapse. A red aura appeared around the sword. The core split. It was time for the next step. Hansu swam forward. A bright light burned in front of him. The first step to ensure the death of the destruction fish was to destroy its core in the stomach. The second step was to go inside it and get to the heart through the artery connected to the core. The guy continued to swim. There was a medallion hanging on his chest. The breath of Ahab helped him survive underwater. The third step was to finish off the monster using the arts of dragon energy and remove the poison. Everything was going very well. Tentacles appeared from the depths of the monster. The young man dodged one of them. He covered his face with his hand. Precise attacks destroyed all of the monster's limbs. However, one of the tentacles still hit the Reincarnator in the back. The protagonist opened his mouth in severe pain. There were 3 hearts beating in his chest at the moment, but 2 of them were wounded. Hansu cut the tentacle in half. Closing his eyes, he tried to catch his breath. Looking up, the guy decided that he had no time to rest and that he needed to hurry. Suddenly, the young man clenched his teeth. There were a huge number of tentacles in front of him. Covering his chest with swords, the Reincarnator concluded that he would have to retreat. The monster's limbs immediately hit him, trying to break through the defense. Gripping his sword tightly in his hand, the protagonist realized that he would not be able to reach his goal if he kept retreating, so there was only one way left. His body was covered in bright golden lightning. Swinging his swords, he cut several tentacles. Breaking forward, Hansu decided that he needed to act even faster. He had a crazy look. The tentacles were crumbled into small pieces. A bright light shone above the guy's head. Many vessels emanated from the fragment of the divine stone. It was the source of energy that fed the entire body of the destruction fish. Once the fragment was part of the foundation of the world tree, broken into pieces, which were later placed in disasters. Looking up, the young man said that the enemy was really making his task difficult. He swam straight to the heart of the monster. The walls of the monster's womb trembled. A huge toothy tentacle burst out of them. Many snakes headed towards the intruder. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, the Reincarnator realized that he would have to fight to the very end. Frowning in disdain, the protagonist thought that he was not going to give up. He rushed towards his opponents. A quick blow of the sword cut off the head of one of the tentacles. Making a dash forward, Hansu destroyed several more snakes. Their remains floated in a transparent substance inside the artery. One of the tentacles grabbed the enemy by the leg. The guy looked down, not understanding when it managed to get to him. Something caught his attention to the side. Several dozen tentacles approached him. They hit each other in the place where the enemy was standing. At the same moment, the limbs of the monster froze in place. Some of them began to tremble. The young man managed to break through the formed cocoon and escape. Squinting, he thought that this was not enough to stop it. Swinging his swords, the Reincarnator decided to see how well the tentacles would fight when their battery was empty. The tip of the sword struck the heart, but was unable to pierce it. Taking the weapon aside, the protagonist realized that he had never encountered such a strong material before. Striking one after another, Hansu decided that since the direct approach did not work, he needed to cut the arteries connecting the divine stone fragment to the fish of disaster. Another blow cut through the flesh of the beast. Fibers of blood vessels remained on the blade. Gritting his teeth, the guy once again raised the sword above his head. With one powerful blow, he cut the artery in half. The divine stone fragment was exposed in front of him. Taking it in his hand, the young man was surprised that such a small stone gave such incredible power, capable of feeding the fish of destruction. Smiling, the Reincarnator was glad that he was able to get it. Fragments of the artery walls began to fall from above. Seeing a gap under his feet, the protagonist realized that due to the lack of a shard, the internal structure of the monster began to collapse, so he needed to get out of here urgently. A cluster of tentacles appeared in front of him. It hit Hands on the back, sending his body down. The guy reached out to grab the shard of the divine stone, which fell due to an unexpected push. His eyes rolled back, the young man began to lose consciousness. The gap in the artery sucked in the liquid along with him. A small raven sat on the man's hand. An unknown person gave the order to find the one who killed the fish of destruction. The dead monster lay on the shore, many people gathered around. Looking around, the boy called the deputy commander. Luhan folded his hands behind his back. Looking through the crack on the monster's body, the man realized that it was true. In his hands was the mask of Morn, the captain of the assault group. Putting his hand to his chin, the traveler wondered what had happened to him since he had been told to take care of Quadratus. With his hands behind his back, his subordinate reported that they had also found the bodies of the rest of the group nearby, and that they were all from Morn's squad. The second in command closed his eyes, the boy adding that they had found traces that indicated that all of these people had fallen victim to that man. Throwing away his mask, Luchan stated that they no longer had a captain, so they needed to upgrade their ranks. Looking down, the subordinate called him commander. Smirking, the man said he liked the sound of it, and thought he was different from Morn, who had easily earned his rank simply because he had been here a few years longer than him. He asked if there were any survivors. The ship was floating in the water with torn sails. The subordinate reported that reconnaissance was ongoing, but given the state of the wreckage, it was unlikely that there would be survivors, the captain reaching for his sword. Taking the broken blade, Lu Hong was surprised that something so large had died and left no rune behind, and asked how many things were still in working order after what had happened. Throwing away the broken sword, the man asked if their enemy had died, and ordered them to continue searching for traces of him. Imagining a grinning Yan, he thought he would have to check the 1,000 Lai that had been implanted in Quadratus. A giant shadow loomed over him. Walking up to the torn body of the fish of destruction, the captain concluded that this was where its heart had been. Looking at the dying tentacles, the commander asked what had happened here. Squinting, Lu Hong wondered if their enemy was that strong. Someone ran up to him from behind. Looking back, the man asked what had happened. The boy reported that a huge crowd of travelers were coming, their faces tense. With a stern frown, the captain explained that they needed to keep the situation a secret and asked why his subordinate wasn't keeping an eye on the perimeter. The fighter replied that there were too many people and that they couldn't hold them all back. Travelers gathered on the cliff to watch the dying fish of destruction. The commander decided that there was no point in making a fuss until they got closer. The people were discussing the death of the huge monster. A hooded man stood among them. Smirking, Sanchin said that inside the monster was an incredible amount of valuable artifacts. Throwing his hand in front of him, the guy asked if they really planned to monopolize all the treasures. The traveler's eyes widened in shock, indignant, because even runes were very difficult to obtain due to the extremely risky hunt. Frowning furiously, the man asked why they were standing still and offered to take some artifacts. The crowd rushed to the shore, declaring that they had the advantage in numbers. Luchan, his brows furrowed, shouted that he had wanted to let them stay here out of respect for the man's memory, but now they would have to leave because this place was under the control of the beacon. At his command, the fighters rushed forward to get rid of the uninvited guests. The carnage was reflected in the golden sphere. The observer flew away from the battlefield. The winged eye flew to the man. Taking it in her hand, the girl thought that she had deliberately asked the people to gather near the destruction fish to distract the beacon's attention. Smiling, Sophia was surprised that they had ended up causing a riot. Putting her hand to her chin, she remembered her friends and thought that she had asked them to spread some rumors because they were quite capable. Looking down, the woman wondered about the reasons for the riot. The hood covered the man's face. With their mouths wide open, his confidants egged on the travelers. The people in robes gathered around their leader. Looking ahead, the girl decided that it would be even better this way because they distracted the lighthouse, even if only for a little while. Summoning a cloud of energy in her hand, she realized that she needed to use this opportunity to search because she didn't have much time. Several eyes of the god appeared in the sky, sharing their vision with the user. It was difficult to control so many of them at the same time, but there was no other way to leave the search unnoticed. Clenching her fist, Sophia thought that 3 days had already passed and decided to find her missing friend. She couldn't believe that he could die so easily. The observers flew in different directions. The protagonist was lying on the ocean shore. There was a lot of debris in front of him. There were many abrasions on his body. Squinting, the fairy realized that this day had finally come. The devil swung his hand. The assistant hit hands on the cheek, trying to wake him up. Not waiting for a reaction, the monster squinted in displeasure. Pouting, the fairy promised to kiss him if he did not get up. The boy immediately jumped up from the ground. Spreading his arms, the devil was upset that he was okay. Moving his hand, the young man realized that he was able to recover a little before his dragonification wore off. Reaching out for the fragment of the divine stone, the Reincarnator was glad that he was able to get everything he needed. Smiling widely, the assistant said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the protagonist asked what the monster was doing in the red zone. Squinting slyly, the fairy guessed that the traveler knew that they were not descending to the ground until something extraordinary happened. Hugging him, the devil explained that he could not just sit and watch because the situation was far from ordinary. Pointing his hand to the side, the assistant said that this was simply a masterpiece. The dead fish of destruction lay on the shore. The monster explained that no one had ever killed such a creature before, and they had a rule that a great deed would bring a great reward. Closing his eyes, the fairy explained that this monster was not intended as prey, so there was no special reward for killing it. Grinning, Hansu decided that he would bore the higher powers if he became even stronger. The devil grinned. Since these sadists only wanted cruel situations, this parasite could not have come here with good intentions. Scratching his chin, the assistant said that they had thought about this matter carefully. Flying up to the traveler, the monster asked what they could do to make him desperately jump headfirst straight into hell. Grinning evilly, the fairy emphasized that they had thought about it carefully. With his arms outstretched, the devil decided to make a not-so-bad offer. A cloud of energy appeared in his hand. The assistant said that the traveler can choose a reward for defeating the Fish of Destruction right now. A shard with the skill Lord of the Dead, ranked 8th, appeared in the air. Looking at it, the guy remembered that this ability allows you to turn the dead into phantoms and summon them. In front of the shard, there was a symbol in the form of a skull. This skill also has the effect of magically enhancing Kai, so for a person who can only use 7 skills, this is an incredibly profitable reward. Snapping his fingers, the monster asked him not to be surprised ahead of time. Several runes appeared in the air. The reward had a condition related to the remaining disasters. Looking away, the young man realized that these were fragments of a skill. A smile appeared on his face. Hearing that this would be quite enough, the fairy widened his eyes in surprise and said that he was not finished yet. Confidently knitting his brows, the Reincarnator declared that he had heard enough and chose the second option. Floating in the air with the help of wings, the devil clarified that, unlike the first, the second option would require killing all the remaining disasters to receive a reward. The assistant asked if the traveler was sure of his choice. The protagonist nodded affirmatively. Straightening his shoulders, he declared that he was completely sure of it. Flying towards the sea, the monster promised to see him again. Putting his hands to his reddened cheeks, the fairy was glad that the young man made a choice without even listening to a full explanation. Hansu dived into the sea. The devil decided that if he chose an easy reward, it would be sad. The guy swam deeper and deeper. Even discovering all the disasters of the red zone was not an easy task. The assistant hoped that his struggle would last a very long time. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.